Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
I recall that the Jade Palace was built by the founding emperor of the Great Sway. This place used to be the imperial palace of the previous dynasty, which was later burned to the ground by the army. Qin Sang looked at the Grand Princess and saw her nod slightly before continuing. The Great Sway dynasty has lasted for 500 years, with over 30 emperors having reigned. Each ruler enjoyed boundless glory, but in the end, none escaped becoming just a handful of dust, while the Jade Palace remains. The Grand Princess seemed to grasp something. You, Qin Sang impolitely interrupted her, pointing to the towering shadow in the distance. Look at Holy Mountain Zhao over there. It has witnessed the Jade Palace transform from new to old, seen the previous dynasty's palace destroyed, and before that, it saw dynasty after dynasty rise and fall. He then pointed to the sky. Up there, perhaps there's an immortal who has witnessed Holy Mountain Zhao rise from the seabed to the plains, growing Cun by Cun into this towering mountain. And when one day Holy Mountain Zhao collapses, that immortal may not even bother to look. My ambition is great, Qin Sang said with a self-deprecating smile. I want to achieve immortality, to witness the birth and death of immortals. The Grand Princess sighed deeply. Understand, but have you thought about what will happen to Wu Chuanzong, Zhou Ning, and Zhang Wenkui after you leave? The heir to the emperor hates you deeply. If he can't find you, he'll take out his anger on them. Can they withstand that? Qin Sang turned to look at the Grand Princess, her eyes shining brightly. On the night of the second day of New Year, at the residence of the Marquis of Jiangzhou, Qin Sang had dismissed all his personal guards, leaving him alone in the main hall, sitting with his eyes closed. The dead of night was silent. Suddenly, the sound of soft footsteps outside the residence reached his ears. Qin Sang abruptly opened his eyes, picked up the bundle beside him, slung it over his shoulder, then drew his sword and slowly pushed open the main gate. Torches illuminated the street, which was filled with elite soldiers surrounding the Marquis's residence. Countless powerful crossbows were aimed at the gate. Seeing this, Qin Sang couldn't help but smile bitterly. The wheel of fate had turned. 3 years ago, he had led crossbowmen to besiege Xuanji Temple, and now it was his turn. As he stepped out of the gate, a beardless man with a sharp voice shouted, "The Marquis of Jiangzhou is ambitious and has conspired with his subordinates to rebel. Now that your plot has been exposed, surrender at once. The heir to the emperor has decreed that anyone who resists shall be killed without mercy." Qin Sang's expression remained unchanged as he scanned the soldiers, eventually spotting the heir to the emperor. 4 others stood beside the heir. A seductive-looking woman, leaning closely against the heir, was none other than the red-embroidered lady, whose martial arts rivaled that of the white-robed scholar, making her one of the top martial experts in the martial world. On the other side of the heir to the emperor was an old monk with a long beard almost reaching the ground, carrying a treasured sword on his back. Qin Sang had seen him at Xuanji Temple. He was the grandmaster who had killed an immortal cultivator with his sword light. The monk was likely over 100 years old now. He was here for revenge. Next to the old monk stood a scholar whom Qin Sang had never met, but he knew this man to be the current master of Yanlan Manor, another sacred ground of martial arts in Great Sway, and an innate stage expert. Lastly, in the darkness, there was a figure in a black robe, with a shadow seemingly perpetually shrouding his face, as if he always lurked in the shadows, never fully revealing himself. Black Crane Sage, the leader of Bloodclad Tower. There were 3 innate stage experts. The heir certainly didn't underestimate him. The heir seemed confident, with so many experts protecting him. He parted the soldiers and walked forward, smiling as he gazed at Qin Sang, his tone one of bitter disappointment. "General Qin, you were a mere commoner, yet you earned the Grand Princess's favor and were elevated to the rank of Marquis. What more could you want? How could you secretly conspire with other generals to rebel? Do you not feel ashamed before the Grand Princess, before the Emperor? Qin Sang replied calmly, Your Highness, I don't understand what you're saying. Since entering the imperial capital, I've stayed in my residence, rarely stepping out. How could I have conspired with anyone? The heir to the Emperor sneered. You've conspired with your subordinates. The evidence is irrefutable, yet you still dare to deny it. Black Crane Sage, bring the culprits forward. To everyone's surprise, Black Crane Sage remained motionless, respectfully saying, Your Highness, Bloodclad Tower has not found any evidence of the Marquis of Jiangzhou conspiring or attempting to rebel. I do not know who you want me to bring forward. Please clarify, Your Highness. His words caused an uproar. The air was stunned, turning sharply to glare at Black Crane Sage in disbelief. You, feigning anger, Qin Sang spoke firmly. I have been entrusted by the commandery lady to serve as a general in the army, always diligent in my duties, expanding our empire's territory without a moment's negligence. I allied with Jinshui King to break through Yingnan Commandery, infiltrated Henan County, set fire to Raven's Mouth, and conquered Jiwei Pass, achieving numerous military successes. This is known to all. In the army, who can match me? Now your Highness falsely accuses me of treason, yet cannot produce a shred of evidence. As the saying goes, when the birds are gone, the bow is put away. When the rabbits are dead, the hounds are cooked. 1. If your Highness forces me to rebel, then I have no choice but to rebel. Before the words even finished leaving his mouth, Qin Sang shifted his stance and suddenly lunged toward the air. The air turned pale with fright. What are you doing? Kill him now. With Black Crane Sage's sudden betrayal, everyone was still in shock and uncertainty. The master of Yanlan Manor hesitated, but the old monk, who had a long-standing grudge against Qin Sang, did not. Without a moment's pause, he summoned his sword from his back, which flew out of its scabbard with a sharp clang. Gripping his sword tightly, the old monk moved like lightning, the sword's tip radiating a dazzling sword light, accompanied by a sound resembling a dragon's roar, as it thrust toward Qin Sang. At that moment, a sudden ringing sound filled the old monk's ears, causing him to remember something. His face changed drastically, and his eyes widened in horror as he stared at Qin Sang. He opened his mouth to say something, but never got the chance. Qin Sang, like a ghost, slipped into the old monk's embrace, grabbing his neck and twisting it sharply. Crack! The old monk died instantly. Witnessing this, not only did the master of Yanlan Manor hesitate, but even Black Crane Sage's eyelids twitched in shock. An innate stage expert had been defeated by Qin Sang in a single move. They couldn't hear the ringing and assumed Qin Sang's martial arts had reached an extraordinary level. The heir was even more terrified. He shoved the red-embroidered lady aside and turned to flee, shouting desperately, Kill him! Release the arrows! Release the arrows now! Qin Sang was so close to the heir that the soldiers hesitated, not daring to act recklessly. Several generals looked toward their commander, who remained silent. Were they really going to stand by and watch the heir be captured? With Black Crane Sage's betrayal and the commander's silence, a heavy fog of confusion hung over them, leaving them paralyzed with indecision. Even the old monk couldn't stop Qin Sang, and the red-embroidered lady, who had just been pushed forward, was swiftly killed by Qin Sang with a single thrust of his sword. In the blink of an eye, Qin Sang had captured the heir to the emperor amidst thousands of soldiers. What are you trying to do? The heir stammered, his face filled with terror as he met Qin Sang's cold gaze. Qin Sang replied icily, Such a cruel and heartless person cannot be the ruler of a nation. I'd rather not be the Marquis of Jiangzhou. I swear to seek justice. With that, Qin Sang lifted the heir by his neck. His other hand curved and extended, and his sword shot forward like lightning, effortlessly impaling the heir. The sword drove the heir's corpse deep into the gate of the Marquis's residence. Splurt! Blood spurted out, staining the night sky and leaving everyone in stunned silence. 1. This is a Chinese proverb, meaning that someone useful is gotten rid of after serving their purpose. Move aside. Qin Sang swept his cold gaze over the surrounding soldiers. Though he had not a drop of blood on him, in their eyes, he appeared no different from a fearsome demon. As he took a step forward, before any general could issue an order, the soldiers automatically parted like a receding tide, clearing a path. They looked at Qin Sang with faces full of awe. None dared to block his way. Qin Sang seized a horse and, under the watchful eyes of everyone, galloped straight toward the city gates. Back at the Marquis residence, the newly replaced plaque had been pierced by a long sword, with the heir's corpse hanging from it, swaying slightly. A pool of blood had gathered on the steps, glaringly red. Gallop, gallop! Riding swiftly through the streets, Qin Sang soon reached the imperial capital city gates, where he saw Wu Chuanzong guarding the entrance with a squad of soldiers. As Qin Sang approached, Wu Chuanzong personally opened the gate, shouting, "Sir, take care." Marquis, Water Monkey Zhou Ning appeared, leading a fine horse. Fast horses have been prepared at each military post along the way. Marquis, take care on your journey. Seeing Zhou Ning, Qin Sang couldn't help but recall their first meeting on the Wuling River. Filled with emotion, he patted Zhou Ning on his shoulder, where his arm had been severed, not knowing what to say. Take care, until we meet again. Qin Sang mounted the horse and galloped out of the city. After riding a short distance, he suddenly felt a premonition and turned to look back. On the city wall, he saw a lavish banquet set up, with the Grand Princess seated behind the table, gazing at him. Bai Jianglan, an elder youth, stood by her side, bowing slightly toward Qin Sang. The Grand Princess, dressed in the armor of a city guard, had eyes that shone like stars under the moonlight. She raised a cup of amber wine, offering a distant toast to Qin Sang, then drained it in one gulp. She stood up and left. Her crimson cloak soon disappeared into the darkness. Qin Sang traveled along the official road, his journey smooth and uninterrupted. He headed southwest from the imperial capital until he reached the Jinshui Commandery. The city of three witches remained as before, while Qingyang Temple had changed hands, now occupied by disaster victims. RAOES. From there, Qin Sang turned west, crossing the Wuling River to revisit the banks of the Jinshui River. The traces of the Great Fire had long been erased by time, but Qin Sang could still find some white bones. After some searching, he uncovered the remains of the young man, surnamed Song, and the black-clad demon from beneath the roots and soil. The two sets of bones were easily distinguishable. Qin Sang carefully arranged the young man's remains and built a grave for him. He also laid the black-clad demon to rest in the ground, for after all, the netherworld scripture had been obtained from the demon, opening the door to the path of immortality for him. After paying his respects, Qin Sang set out once more. He no longer feared wolves or tigers, walking boldly through the mountains. Before long, he reached the northern border of the Ning Kingdom. Further west, after crossing another kingdom, he would arrive at the Tianlu River. Qin Sang hesitated for a moment. Ever since entering the Ning Kingdom, an inexplicable urge had been gnawing at him, compelling him to visit Wang Village. He wasn't sure if this was due to the fusion of Qin Sang's memories, creating a sense of empathy, or if it stemmed from a desire to make amends to Qin Sang. Detouring would only delay him by a few days, a trivial matter compared to the long journey to the Biyun Kingdom. It wouldn't interfere with his plans. After a brief moment of hesitation, Qin Sang decided to take a detour to Wang Village. When he arrived at Wang Village, it was late at night. This peaceful little village had changed little over the years, matching Qin Sang's memories exactly. Qin Sang felt a strange mix of familiarity and alienation. Qin Sang's family home was at the northernmost end of the village, with fields stretching out behind it. The courtyard was spacious, with a row of 5 stone houses. When Qin Sang met his fate, only his eldest brother had married, while his second brother was recently engaged but hadn't yet brought his bride home. The whole family lived together. His mother and sister-in-law often quarreled, something that used to annoy him, but now seemed oddly comforting in retrospect. An owl hooted from the tree. Qin Sang suddenly realized, with a start, that he had been smiling, nearly losing himself in Qin Sanwa's world. He reminded himself that he was Qin Sang, an outsider. Qin Sanwa was already dead, and those memories were like watching a long movie, with the actors being strangers to him. The Qin family's small courtyard appeared before him. Compared to when Qin Sanwa had left, not much had changed. Qin Sang steadied his mind, activated shadowless steps, and stealthily entered. It was late at night, and the family was asleep, with only the occasional cough breaking the silence. From the sound of the breathing, he could tell there were 9 people in the courtyard, 3 of whom had faint, delicate breaths, clearly children. His elder brothers had children. Qin Sang stood outside the windows, peering into each room one by one. Some of the faces were familiar, while others were strange to him. Suddenly, he paused and stood before a particular room. Inside, where the Qin family's ancestral tablets and the household deity were once placed, there was now an additional memorial tablet. Because Qin Sanwa had died before reaching adulthood, the name on the tablet was simply Qin Sanwa. Suddenly, there was a small noise from the room at the far end. It was the room of Qin Sanwa's parents. Old Qin, old Qin. It was Qin Sanwa's mother's voice, kept low, perhaps to avoid disturbing the children in the adjacent room. After a while, the drowsy voice of Qin Sanwa's father responded, "What's wrong? Why aren't you asleep in the middle of the night? What's gotten into you? Did you dream of Sanwa again?" "Yes, I dreamed of him." "If you dreamed of him, so be it. How many times has it been now?" Qin Sanwa's father mumbled something, then suddenly made a surprised sound. "How come you're not crying this time? Every time you dream of Sanwa, you cry all night. Hey, you're even smiling. Why shouldn't I smile?" Qin Sanwa's mother huffed. "I haven't dreamed of Sanwa for so many days. I've been too scared to even eat. Now, I finally saw my child today. Do you think I shouldn't smile? Sanwa's been dead for years. You're the one who's dead." Qin Sanwa's father let out a pained cry, as if he'd been pinched by Qin Sanwa's mother, then grumbled, "You're as stubborn as a mule. If Sanwa weren't dead, why hasn't he come home? And what about old Wang? He hasn't come back either. The shop was taken over by others. The house was occupied. And if it weren't for old Wang's patriarch holding things together, old Wang's wife wouldn't even have those few acres of land left. The family's in such a pitiful state." "Oh, you're so concerned about old Wang's wife. Why don't you bring her home and take care of her yourself?" "What am I concerned about? I'm just bringing it up. You're the one who's always bringing them food. What are you doing in the middle of the night?" "I'm doing it out of respect for how old Wang took care of our Sanwa." Qin Sanwa's mother picked up an oil lamp and opened the door. "I dreamed that Sanwa came back again. I have to go out and check to open the door for him." Qin Sang quickly slipped into the shadows. "You've had this dream at least 80 times, if not 100, and it's always just pointless fussing because you can't let go. Wait for me, I'm coming too. Didn't you say you didn't believe? I'm going to take a dump." Qin Sang remained motionless, watching as Qin Sanwa's parents, with looks of disappointment, returned to their room and extinguished the lamp. After they had fallen into a deep sleep, Qin Sang reappeared, silently pushed open the door, and picked up the wine cup in front of the ancestral tablets. He poured a cup of murky wine and gently sprinkled it on the ground. "You're already dead." Qin Sang sighed softly, speaking to himself, not knowing who he was addressing. Before leaving, Qin Sang made a visit to the Wang family. In front of the memorial tablet of Manager Wang, he left a pouch of broken silver, fulfilling his last earthly ties. Qin Sang stepped off the boat, feeling as if the ground beneath him was swaying. For nearly a year, he had spent almost every day aboard the vessel. During this time, there were many treacherous mountains and dangerous waters that required him to disembark and travel on foot. He had encountered numerous unforeseen events, including wars, pirates, floods, and had to switch to countless different boats, making his journey a stop-and-go ordeal. By the time he finally reached the Biyun Kingdom, a full year had passed. Based on his own understanding, Qin Sang believed that he was currently at the middle of the 5th stage of the Netherworld scripture. However, he was still far from breaking through to the 6th stage. His stock of soul pills was nearly depleted, making it imperative for him to find malevolent Inchi or to collect souls anew. Without soul pills, Qin Sang couldn't fathom when he might finally break through to the 6th stage. Sir, from here, just head east, and in less than a month, you'll reach Yushan. You can hire a carriage at the dock, but you seem like you're from out of town, so be careful. The boatman reluctantly saw Qin Sang off the boat. This passenger had left a deep impression on him. After boarding, Qin Sang had holed up in the cabin and never came out. He only required 3 meals a day delivered by the boat crew, and despite his generous spending, he caused little trouble. As they neared the Biyun Kingdom, Qin Sang had already gathered information. The location marked on the geographic maps of various nations indicated that Yushan Market was situated near the largest mountain range, Yu Mountain, in the Biyun Kingdom, aligning perfectly with the name Yushan Market. 1. Upon reaching the shore, Qin Sang immediately spent silver to buy a horse. Traveling day and night and changing horses along the way, he reached the vicinity of Yu Mountain in just 5 days. The Yu Mountain range was an enormous chain, countless times larger than the Guling Mountain. Only a small section of it lay within the borders of the Biyun Kingdom. From the local populace, Qin Sang heard many legends about Yu Mountain. At the edge of Yu Mountain, the jade disc in his possession reacted, automatically emitting a halo of light that guided his direction. Following the jade disc's guidance, Qin Sang delved deep into the mountains, crossing peaks and forests, until he arrived at a desolate mountain valley. The peaks on either side of the valley pierced the clouds, and the entire valley was shrouded in thick fog, its depth unknown. The jade disc pointed toward the interior of the valley. Qin Sang stood before the valley for quite some time, his expression hesitant. The dense fog within the valley seemed particularly eerie, yet he couldn't see through it. Just then, the thick fog within the valley began to churn. Qin Sang became quietly vigilant. Moments later, the fog parted to reveal a narrow path, and the sound of footsteps echoed from within. Soon after, a man dressed in a long robe appeared. The robed man walked briskly out of the fog. His gaze swept around, and upon seeing Qin Sang, he quickly trotted over, a smile on his face. Bowing respectfully, he greeted warmly, "Greetings, immortal. Welcome to Yushan Market. I have had an excellent memory since childhood and do not recall seeing you before. So this must be your first visit to Yushan Market, correct?" Seeing Qin Sang nod, the robed man began to boast. "Then you've come to the right place. Yushan Market is the largest market in the entire Yu Mountain range. We have everything from artifacts, talismans, to elixirs and spells. Many immortal cultivation families have also established their businesses here, ensuring that you will leave satisfied." It was circumflex new. Qin Sang's expression remained mostly unchanged as he listened, but he couldn't help but curiously study the robed man before him. Finally, he asked, "Are you immortal?" The robed man complimented, "You have a keen eye, immortal." "Indeed, I am immortal," Qin Sang asked in confusion. "Then how did you recognize that I am an immortal cultivator?" The robed man let out an "oh," and then spread open his palm, revealing a small blue disc that glowed faintly. "Please take a look, immortal. This is a special magic disc crafted by my master. It doesn't require spiritual power to activate. When it comes near an immortal like yourself, it lights up, allowing us to identify you as an immortal cultivator. So it's a magic disc." Qin Sang murmured, suddenly understanding, though inwardly he was deep in thought. He had never heard of such a magic disc before. To think that a mere mortal would have something like this while he remained ignorant. It made him feel like a country bumpkin. Today, he resolved to broaden his knowledge. The robed man smiled apologetically and gestured. "Please, immortal, this way." Qin Sang nodded and took a few steps forward before suddenly remembering something. "Does Yushan Market not require tokens for entry?" The robed man shook his head and replied, "My master is generous in welcoming guests from all corners of the world, so there's no need for entry tokens. In the future, when you arrive, you can simply walk in. The market's barrier will detect your identity as an immortal cultivator, and the fog will automatically disperse, allowing you to come and go freely. Qin Sang let out an "oh" in response and continued walking, though he couldn't help but find it odd. If the jade disc wasn't the entry token for Yushan Market, then what was its purpose? The direction indicated by the jade disc pointed to somewhere within the market. Qin Sang intended to pry more information from the robed man, but unfortunately, the path was short. After only a few steps, they reached the end. Immortal, we have arrived at the market. Immortal cultivators can trade freely within a market. However, my master has established a rule that I need to explain to you first. The robed man spoke to Qin Sang with great respect, though his tone carried an underlying warning. Whether you're a rogue cultivator or a disciple of a renowned sect, no weapons are to be drawn within the market. If you have disputes with others that cannot be resolved, please handle them outside the market. I will not trouble you further. Before he could finish his words, the robed man stepped aside and vanished into the dense fog. Having guarded the market for many years, the robed man was well aware that most immortal cultivators had eccentric temperaments and disliked being disturbed. He knew better than to be overly chatty, whereas Qin Sang had hoped he would elaborate a bit more. With the robed man gone, calling him back was no longer an option. Qin Sang sighed, looked at the thin layer of fog ahead, composed himself, and assumed an expression of supreme expert as he stepped forward, only to be greeted by a whirlwind of noise. One would not expect that an immortal cultivation market could be as bustling and noisy as a mundane market unless seen firsthand. The valley was vast, and the entire area had been developed into a market, resembling a mortal city with its intricate streets, numerous shops, shaded willows, and a constant flow of people on the main street. From what he learned from the robed man, the market was not exclusively inhabited by immortal cultivators. A significant portion of its population were ordinary people. Immortal cultivators generally were not permitted to act against mortals. After a brief hesitation, Qin Sang chose his direction and walked into the market. Entering a street paved with cyan stones, he noticed the number of people around him had noticeably decreased. Most shops owned by immortal cultivators were situated here, while those that preferred more traffic were located outside. Ordinary people dared not venture here, as offending an immortal cultivator could lead to catastrophic consequences. Qin Sang, aware that he had no leverage to act arrogantly, walked quietly down the street. He made way for others and discreetly observed the shops around him. Like mundane stores, the shops had signs hanging in front of them. Treasured Pill Pavilion, House of Jade, House of Sword, Joyful Lane. Some names provided hints about their business, while others left Qin Sang completely puzzled. 1. Qin Sang did not rush into the shops. His goal lay ahead, where the market for immortal cultivators had been set up, providing an area for free trading. The gentle breeze and thin mist accompanied the murmurs of swallows. In a winding plaza, the noise of the crowd was constant. Most immortal cultivators appeared in normal attire, but some stood out with their eccentric outfits. Some were wrapped in serpents, while others rode tigers, leopards, or eagles. A few were shrouded in black mist, exuding a menacing aura, clearly aiming to make others recognize them as demonic sect practitioners. It seemed that the sects of righteous and demonic paths were not as antagonistic as expected, possibly due to the market's regulations. These immortal cultivators resembled mundane vendors, setting up their stalls, displaying their goods, while customers squatted in front of the stalls, examining and bargaining. Qin Sang was taken aback, not expecting the supposedly high-level trading among immortal cultivators to be so mundane. However, these stall owners were quite different from ordinary merchants. Most were seated cross-legged, evidently practicing their cultivation in the gaps between customers. They only opened their eyes to engage when discussing prices. Curious to observe, Qin Sang walked into the plaza and mingled with the crowd. Spirit Travel Talisman, 5 low-grade spirit stones. Burning Wood Talisman, 2 low-grade spirit stones. 5 elemental spell, exchange for an array. Middle-grade artifact, Hanli Wishing Ring. Only for trade with defensive artifacts of the same grade. Ninefold cycle pills, beneficial for solidifying and nourishing the body, price negotiable. Qin Sang focused on the stalls with upright signs, examining them one by one, expanding his knowledge significantly. The strange talismans, unique artifacts, and mysterious arts were almost enough to make him drool. Most of the signs indicated exchanges with low-grade spirit stones, suggesting that spirit stones were likely the unified currency in the world of immortal cultivation. Qin Sang thought of the 8 stones in his colorful pouch, which were probably spirit stones as well. With this realization, Qin Sang began to look around. As he took a few steps, he saw a person in a black cloak at a nearby stall, haggling over an artifact. Intent on observing, Qin Sang slowed his pace. He noted the cloak-wearing individual and pondered that he might need to adopt such a disguise in the future. Immortal cultivators often engaged in fierce battles. Learning to conceal oneself and remain low-key might be a way to live longer. Brother, could you lower the price on this ISB needle? The cloaked figure's voice was shrill and strange. Qin Sang focused on the artifact in the cloaked figure's hand. It was a transparent needle, about the length of a finger, thinner than a regular needle, and seemingly made of ice. It shimmered faintly and emitted a chill that Qin Sang could feel even from a distance. The sign at the stall read, "Low-grade artifact, ISB needle, 30 spirit stones." The stall owner, an elderly man with a wrinkled face, lifted his eyelids upon hearing the request and replied calmly, "How much are you willing to offer?" The cloaked figure said, "Generally, low-grade artifacts are of little use, especially in battles, where they can easily be destroyed by an opponent's spell. More than 10 spirit stones would be considered expensive. This ISB needle is no exception. If it weren't for the bit of cold chi it carries, which is somewhat useful to me, I wouldn't buy it. I'll offer 13 spirit stones. How about that?" The stall owner smiled. "It seems you are knowledgeable. However, your offer is not quite fair. I dare to sell the ISB needle for 30 spirit stones precisely because of its cold chi. This needle is crafted from the tail of a jade ice bee, which not only carries cold chi, but also the bee's venom. 30 spirit stones is already a low price." The cloaked figure was unconvinced. The jade ice bee's venom is not a difficult venom to counter. Your words might deceive others, but not us. Let's not speak in riddles. I'll add 2 more spirit stones and offer 15 in total. Deal. The stall owner agreed decisively. The cloaked figure snorted, seemingly feeling he had paid too much. He pulled out 15 multicolored stones from his mustard seed pouch and tossed them to the stall owner before turning and leaving quickly. Seeing the stones the cloaked figure had tossed, Qin Sang's eyes lit up. These were indeed the spirit stones from his colorful pouch. It turned out he had some wealth after all. 8 spirit stones could buy several talismans. However, he still needed to learn the object manipulation technique first. As the stall owner finished counting the spirit stones, he suddenly looked up, his eyes narrowing as he stared at Qin Sang. With a tone that carried a hint of suspicion, he asked, "Young man, you've been looking for a while. Have you found something you like?" Qin Sang was startled. Despite his efforts to blend in, he had still been noticed. Qin Sang respectfully said, "I merely found the ISB needle peculiar and couldn't help but take a closer look. I apologize for disturbing you." The stall owner responded with a simple, "Oh," and then closed his eyes, resuming his cultivation. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, Qin Sang moved to the side, reminding himself to be cautious in the future. Meanwhile, he assessed that if a low-grade artifact could sell for over 10 spirit stones, then his purple soul bell, being a high-grade artifact, must be exceptionally valuable in terms of both power and worth. After wandering for a while, he had seen only a few middle-grade artifacts, most of which were for barter, and none of the high-grade artifacts. He wondered what grade the ice silkworm armor given to him by the Han family youth was. Tightening his sleeve to conceal the purple soul bell better, Qin Sang continued to walk and observe. Many stalls sold arts and spells, but strangely, after nearly half the plaza, he had yet to find anyone selling the netherworld scripture or the object manipulation technique. Just as he was growing impatient, he noticed a familiar item at a stall ahead. Spirit Talisman, Water Barrier, 8 low-grade spirit stones. The few talismans displayed under the sign were identical to the one Qin Sang had obtained from Xuanji Temple, revealing their high value. It seemed this water barrier talisman might be the same water curtain released by the immortal cultivator before their death, a defensive talisman. Qin Sang pretended to be interested and haggled with the stall owner, confirming his suspicions. He reasoned that since the water barrier talisman was for defense and overlapped with the effect of the ice silkworm armor, it was not urgently needed. He could use it for trade rather than selling his own artifacts. With this thought, Qin Sang quickened his pace, scanning the stalls rapidly but failing to find what he sought. As he approached the edge of the plaza, his gaze suddenly sharpened, and he sighed in relief as he finally spotted the Netherworld Scripture. It was a thick book with a black cover and bold characters reading Netherworld Scripture, Complete Edition. Just by its appearance, the book was more than twice as thick as the one Qin Sang had obtained from the black-clad demon. It was clear that his copy of the Netherworld Scripture was. With a calm expression, Qin Sang casually walked over and squatted down in front of the stall, picking up the Netherworld Scripture, Complete. Brother, you have a good eye. This Netherworld Scripture is indeed a top-tier, foundational water art. The stall owner was a short, stout man who appeared to be in his 30s or 40s. Before Qin Sang could even speak, the man enthusiastically began his pitch. Among all the foundational water arts, the Netherworld Scripture is absolutely top-notch. Once cultivated, it greatly refines the body and enhances the 5 senses, far surpassing other arts. It provides a significant advantage in combat. I'm offering it to you for 15 spirit stones, which is a fair price. Qin Sang flipped through a few pages. The copy he owned ended at the 6th stage, but this one continued beyond that. As he kept turning the pages, he discovered it had a total of 13 stages, complete from start to finish. Indeed, the Netherworld Scripture corresponded perfectly with the stages of the Qi refining realm. Qin Sang remained impassive. Along the way, he had seen many vendors selling foundational arts, most priced at 5 or 6 spirit stones at most. It was clear that these foundational arts weren't rare in the world of immortal cultivation. Yet this Netherworld Scripture was being sold for 15 spirit stones. His water barrier talisman was only worth 8 spirit stones, and he'd still need to add more stones for the difference. He certainly wouldn't spend such an exorbitant amount without bargaining. Just as he was about to start negotiating, someone nearby suddenly shouted, "You deceitful merchant! It's bad enough that you lie, but to mislead others into cultivating the Netherworld Scripture for a few spirit stones. Have you no conscience?" Qin Sang was startled and turned to see who had spoken. It turned out to be 2 young men who had just purchased something from a nearby stall. One of them was burly and rugged, with a full beard, and was glaring angrily at the stall owner. The other youth was much slimmer and was anxiously pulling on his companion's arm, forcing a strained smile as he repeatedly apologized to Qin Sang and the stall owner. From his tone, could there be some flaw in the Netherworld Scripture? Qin Sang furrowed his brow in thought. The stall owner, now furious that his business had been disrupted, glared at the burly youth and snapped, "It's a willing buyer and a willing seller. No one's forcing anyone. What business is it of yours? Keep your nose out of it." The burly youth snorted, shrugged off his companion's hold, and strode over, his eyes blazing with righteous indignation. "You deceitful merchant! The Netherworld Scripture is one of the hardest foundational arts to cultivate. The cultivation speed is excruciatingly slow, and breaking through bottlenecks is much more difficult than with other arts. The supposed benefits are insignificant compared to the drawbacks. No one would buy it for even 5 spirit stones, yet you dare to sell it for 15. You only mention the benefits and not the flaws, misleading people into cultivating the Netherworld Scripture and leading them astray. If you're not a deceitful merchant, then what are you?" Hearing this, Qin Sang was taken aback. Throughout his cultivation journey, he had only encountered a bottleneck when breaking through the 3rd stage, but he hadn't found it particularly difficult. Moreover, According to Zhenming, some cultivators never reach the 10th stage of the qi refining realm in their lifetime. Yet Qin Sang had reached the 5th stage in less than 5 years, so his progress couldn't be considered slow. Could it? Qin Sang's mind stirred, and he flipped a few more pages, making a discovery. This netherworld scripture made no mention of the Yen Luo banner. The youth's loud voice had attracted the attention of those nearby. The stall owner's face turned crimson with rage. He wished he could strike down the burly youth with a single blow, but not only was fighting prohibited in the market, the youth's cultivation level also seemed to be on par with his own. It was 3 above Betes. Unable to win a fight, the stall owner was infuriated and angrily retorted, "I wasn't even finished explaining. I was just about to talk about the art's drawbacks when you jumped in. Moreover, this netherworld scripture isn't just a complete art. It also includes many carefully selected water-based spells at the end. It's definitely worth 15 spirit stones. If you don't understand, don't butt in." Qin Sang nodded. There are indeed some spells, but they're quite common. He had already noticed a list of spells at the end of the book, including the object manipulation technique and the qi perception technique, as well as more impressive-sounding spells like river-locking fog and thousandly ice seal. Whether it was the art or the spells, they were all things he urgently needed. "Big brother, stop talking. Please forgive him, senior. My big brother acted on impulse." The slender youth finally managed to drag his companion away, repeatedly apologizing to Qin Sang and the stall owner. He whispered a few words into the burly youth's ear, and only then did the burly youth, still huffing in anger, allow himself to be pulled away. Qin Sang hadn't expected that even in the world of immortal cultivation, there would be people with such a strong sense of justice. They had saved him the trouble of bargaining. Seeing that they were about to leave, he quickly set down the art he was holding and stepped forward to stop them, cupping his hands in greeting. "My name is Qin Sang. It's an honor to meet you both. May I ask how you are addressed?" The slender youth seemed a bit shy, lowering his head slightly as he replied, "I am Tan Jia. It's a pleasure to meet you, Brother Qin. This is my elder brother, Tan Hao. My brother acted impulsively and may have caused you some trouble. I hope you won't hold it against him. These two don't resemble each other at all, yet they are brothers?" Qin Sang was inwardly surprised, thinking to himself, "Why would I blame you? I'm too grateful as it is. Tan Jia, there's no need to be so formal. I should be thanking both of you for your guidance. Otherwise, I might have almost gone down the wrong path. Meeting by chance is fate, and both of you have done me a great favor. There's a drunken immortal tavern up ahead. I'd like to treat you both to a drink as a token of my gratitude. Would you do me the honor?" He wasn't familiar with the taverns on the street paved with cyan stones and didn't dare enter, but those outside accepted. However, Tan Hao wasn't interested at all and coldly replied, "I simply couldn't stand that merchant's deceit. It would have been the same if it were someone else. There's no need for your thanks, and I don't have time to drink with you. Step aside." "Brother." Tan Jia looked distressed and cupped his hands to Qin Sang. "Please don't mind my brother, Brother Qin. That's just how he is. We truly have urgent matters to attend to. If we have the chance in the future, we'd be happy to share a drink with you." The Tan brothers hurriedly left, leaving Qin Sang scratching his head. He mused that there were still such straightforward and brash individuals among immortal cultivators. But since they had helped him out significantly, he wouldn't hold a grudge over something so minor. Qin Sang glanced at the stall owner and then turned to leave. Brother Qin, please wait." The stall owner quickly stepped forward and grabbed Qin Sang's arm, speaking with righteous fervor. "Brother Qin, don't be misled by that young hothead. Choosing a cultivation art depends entirely on what suits you best. How can you let someone else's words sway you? Besides, I have more than just the netherworld scripture here. Why don't you take a closer look? The price is negotiable." From what Tan Hao had said and the murmurs from the crowd, Qin Sang already knew that few people were interested in buying the netherworld scripture. This fat stall owner had likely had it on display for who knows how long. Having finally caught someone interested, he wasn't about to let go easily, which was why Qin Sang had feigned leaving. His guests had been feigning reluctance. Qin Sang allowed himself to be pulled back to the stall, hesitating as he said, To be honest, I'm not lacking in cultivation arts. I was just curious about the netherworld scripture since I've never seen it before. But if it's that difficult to cultivate, it might not be of much use to me. And it's so expensive. The stall owner's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he began to complain. Brother Chin, just for these meticulously selected spells alone, 15 spirit stones isn't expensive at all. Fine. How much are you willing to pay? Chin Sang frowned as if he were struggling to make a decision, and finally, he gritted his teeth. For spirit stones at most. The stall owner's face fell. Brother, you might as well rob me. Absolutely not. It seemed he had indeed offered too little. Chin Sang hesitated, flipping through the book repeatedly for a while. Then, he pulled out the water barrier talisman and said, "These spells are all very common. The only thing of value to me is this art. However, how about this? This talisman is worth 10 spirit stones. I won't ask for change. If you're willing to trade, we have a deal. If not, forget it. Change? This water barrier talisman is worth no more than 6 spirit stones." The stall owner rolled his eyes, grumbling reluctantly, but he acted quickly. He snatched the water barrier talisman and slapped the netherworld scripture into Chin Sang's hands. Having finally secured it, Chin Sang was itching to find a place to thoroughly examine the book. Yet, he restrained his eagerness and took another 2 laps around the market square, seizing the opportunity to gather some information. The first thing he inquired about was spiritual roots. No matter who he asked, everyone gave the same answer with conviction. Without a spiritual root, it was absolutely impossible to cultivate. Even a few suspected demonic sect cultivators said the same thing. This deepened Chin Sang's confusion as to why he was such an exception. The second inquiry was about malevolent yin qi. It turned out that malevolent yin qi was common knowledge among immortal cultivators. When Chin Sang asked about it, he was nearly laughed at. Malevolent yin qi was an extremely cold and malevolent force born from the heavens and earth. Its origins were difficult to explain, but it was said that battlefields from ancient immortal wars had the most malevolent yin qi. In those places where corpses piled up like mountains, the yin qi would slowly emerge due to some special reasons. Without protective measures, prolonged exposure to malevolent yin qi could not only hinder cultivation, but also result in death, even for an immortal cultivator, as the malicious energy invaded the body. Except for extremely rare secret arts or artifacts that could utilize malevolent yin qi, ordinary immortal cultivators were best advised to avoid it altogether. Of course, most immortal cultivators didn't need to worry about this, as malevolent yin qi was exceedingly rare and typically formed in dark, secluded places, making it hard to encounter. After learning about malevolent yin qi, Chin Sang didn't feel relieved. Instead, his heart sank. If malevolent yin qi was so difficult to find, would he have to resort to his old method again? Finding a nation at war, infiltrating the mortal world, and collecting souls? Now that he knew about Yushan Market and had access to the immortal cultivation world, returning to the mundane world was still an option. However, it would waste a lot of time, and as Chin Sang's cultivation level increased, he increasingly felt that using the souls of ordinary people to create soul pills was far too inefficient to support his cultivation, unless he slaughtered hundreds or thousands at once. It might be better to stay at Yushan Market for a while longer and see if he could find any clues about the existence of malevolent yin qi. He assumed that no one else would compete with him for such a thing. After wandering for so long, the sky had gradually darkened, and the number of people in the square was dwindling. Chin Sang decided to find an inn within the market and stay for a while. But before that, he found a secluded spot and secretly took out the jade disc. Even a young man surnamed Han had mistaken the jade disc for a token of Yushan Market. The jade disc's glowing mist lingered, still pointing deep into the cyan stone street. Following its guidance, Chin Sang walked and stopped intermittently until he finally stood before a 3-story wooden building. The signboard on the building read, "Divine Artifact Pavilion." The entire street was lined with various shops, but the Divine Artifact Pavilion was the only one with its doors and windows tightly shut. Qin Sang watched for a while, but didn't see a single customer come out. Such grandiose claims. Has the shop gone out of business? Qin Sang couldn't help but harbor some bad thoughts. Not far away, the owner of a nearby shop noticed him and asked, "Young man, are you here to buy artifact from the Divine Artifact Pavilion as well?" Qin Sang's interest was piqued. He approached the shopkeeper, scanning the shop and noticing that it was stocked with various animal hides and bones. However, since this was an immortal cultivator's shop, these materials were likely from demonic beasts. "Greetings, Senior. I am Qin Sang," Qin Sang said, cupping his hands respectfully. "I've indeed come because of the reputation of the Divine Artifact Pavilion, but I'm curious as to why its doors are tightly shut." Seeing Qin Sang's respectful demeanor, the shopkeeper found him agreeable and was happy to explain. "Young brother Qin, you may not know, but the Divine Artifact Pavilion only opens its doors for 1 day in the middle of each month. You've come early and will need to wait 2 more days." Qin Sang was surprised. It only opens for 1 day in the middle of the month? Is that any way to run a business? "You may not be aware," the shopkeeper said, his face showing deep admiration, "but the owner of the Divine Artifact Pavilion is likely from a major sect specializing in artifact crafting. The artifacts they sell are top-notch, crafted with extraordinary skill, and they have no trouble selling them. Right now, the market is crowded with people who have come just for the Divine Artifact Pavilion. Every time they put artifacts on display, they're sold out within a day, and people even bid against each other to get them. Their skill is something we rogue cultivators can only envy. The rent for a shop here is nothing compared to the profit from a single artifact, so they can afford to be selective. So they're truly skilled." Qin Sang understood. It seemed that even in the world of immortal cultivation, having a specialized skill was highly valued. However, since he was still struggling with cultivation itself, he had neither the time nor the resources to learn artifact crafting or alchemy. He cupped his hands again and asked, "May I ask, Senior, do you need any special tokens to enter and make purchases?" "I haven't heard of such a thing," the shopkeeper replied hesitantly. "I'm not wealthy, and I cultivate a fire-based technique. Most of the artifacts sold by the Divine Artifact Pavilion carry a hint of coldness, which isn't suitable for me, so I've only visited the first floor. I've heard that the second and third floors have high-grade and even top-grade artifact for sale, and there might be some requirements to access those." After thanking the shopkeeper, Qin Sang walked towards the outskirts of the Cyan Stone Street, pondering that the jade disc might be a token for the Divine Artifact Pavilion. In his past life, such things were common at various mid-sized auctions, a gimmick akin to a membership, claiming that only those with status and standing could participate, instantly boosting the prestige. Since even the shopkeeper dared not go upstairs, there was no use for someone as poor as him. Finding an inn, Qin Sang spent a considerable sum to rent a small courtyard. After dinner, he closed the courtyard gate, suppressing his inner excitement, and took out the 2 copies of the Netherworld scripture. Comparing the first 6 stages carefully, Qin Sang confirmed there were no errors and was finally at ease. He sat down with the 2 copies of the Netherworld scripture, deep in thought. He had originally assumed that the Yin Luo banner was a matching artifact for the Netherworld scripture and had always regarded the scripture as an evil demonic art. It turned out that whether it was a demonic path or righteous path, the foundational arts were the same, drawing the spiritual qi of 5 elements from heaven and earth into the body to temper one's self, without any distinction between good and evil. Only now did Qin Sang realize how foolish his previous thoughts had been. However, while the art itself might not be inherently good or evil, the cultivators practicing them could be. To Qin Sang, absorbing human souls to enhance one's cultivation was undoubtedly the work. When Qin Sang flipped to the last page of the complete Netherworld scripture, he found the carefully selected spells that the fat shopkeeper had mentioned. Mind-clearing spell, Qi perception technique, object manipulation technique, dust-repelling spell, secret voice transmission, breath concealing technique, windwalking mantra, airborne technique. The so-called Qi perception technique was like opening a third eye in the center of the forehead. Once activated, It allowed one to not only perceive the general cultivation level of other cultivators, but also to discern the grade of artifacts. It could also observe the spiritual chi of mountains, rivers, and lakes, and pierce through illusions, making it an extremely versatile technique. There were more than a dozen such auxiliary spells similar to the chi perception technique. Qin Sang quickly skimmed through them, his gaze finally settling on the last 5 spells: Water Barrier, Cloud Evasion, Shapeshift, River-Locking Fog, and Thousandly Ice Seal. The Water Barrier was the same as the talisman he had purchased earlier. The scripture explained that after mastering this spell, one could manipulate spiritual power to condense a barrier of water around oneself, providing defensive protection. When fully mastered, the water barrier could be shaped into a shield, moving according to one's will, becoming even more robust. Cloud evasion was one of the 5 elemental evading methods. As for the last 3, though their names sounded intimidating, they were essentially similar. Qin Sang strongly suspected that the fat shopkeeper had privately altered the spell names to increase their value. After mastering Shapeshift, one could use spiritual power to create a clone that was almost identical to the original body, resembling a living person. However, it possessed no abilities and could only be used to confuse enemies. The river-locking fog created a dense fog to envelop the enemy, obscuring their vision. When fully mastered, it could even block spiritual consciousness. The Thousandly Ice Seal was actually a spell to condense mystic ice. If a cultivator's spiritual power was strong enough, they could indeed seal thousands of li with ice. At the right moment, it could directly trap the enemy within the mystic ice and then make a quick escape. Qin Sang pondered over these spells for a while before suddenly realizing that all 5 of them were related to escape and self-preservation. No wonder he had found it strange that there wasn't a single offensive spell among them. The Thousandly Ice Seal was the only one that Qin Sang felt had potential for development. It didn't necessarily have to be used to imprison enemies. It could also be adapted to form ice spikes or blades, which could be just as lethal. Qin Sang was speechless. Just how fearful is that fat shopkeeper to have collected only escape-related spells? However, Qin Sang couldn't say that the shopkeeper's choices were wrong. As the saying goes, the overly rigid break easily. Immortal cultivators were different from mortals. Mortals only had a few decades at the peak of their lives, so if they wished to achieve anything, they had to be bold and give it their all, lest they waste their prime years. Once dead, it was all over. Moreover, even mortals said, a man's revenge is never too late, even after 10 years. 1. Applied to immortal cultivators, this would be, a man's revenge is never too late, even after 100 years. Qin Sang had learned that after the Qi refining realm and the foundation building realm, there was the golden core realm, also known as the core formation realm. Above the golden core realm was the spiritual infant realm. Cultivators in the Qi refining realm could live for more than 100 years. Those in the foundation building realm could live for over 200 years without much difficulty. As for the golden core realm masters and spiritual infant realm grandmasters, their lifespans were even more astonishing. In his past life, it was said that Peng Zhu lived for 800 years. In this world, spiritual infant cultivators could definitely achieve that. With such a long lifespan, if one encountered an unbeatable enemy, there was no need to fight to the death. One could simply flee, then live incognito and train diligently. Once their cultivation surpassed that of their enemy, they could return for revenge. This survival philosophy of the fat shopkeeper resonated deeply with Qin Sang. In the world of immortal cultivation, as long as one survived, anything was possible. After reviewing the spells, Qin Sang focused on the basic spells like Qi perception technique. Cultivating spells wasn't something that could be done in one go. Initially, one would be clumsy, and only through diligent practice could they fully unleash the spell's power. The basic spells weren't particularly difficult to cast. The incantations were short, just a few lines, and after a few tries, Qin Sang managed to barely cast them. The first spell he practiced was naturally the object manipulation technique. Once he had learned it, he immediately took out the colorful pouch. Clatter! The room was suddenly filled with a heap of miscellaneous items. Qin Sang felt embarrassed. He wasn't yet skilled at casting the spell and had accidentally dumped everything from the colorful pouch all at once. Arangope. Qin Sang had already examined the contents of the pouch countless times before, so he immediately grabbed a spirit stone, feeling the abundant and pure spiritual power within it, unable to put it down. In the cultivation world, spirit stones were highly valuable. They could be used as currency, directly absorbed for cultivation, arranged into spirit-gathering arrays to aid in training, or even quickly replenish spiritual power during combat. And these were just low-grade spirit stones. The effects of higher-grade spirit stones were even greater. After carefully storing the spirit stones, Qin Sang glanced around. Only the gold and silver might be of some use in the future, so he collected those as well. As for the other miscellaneous items, Qin Sang inspected them one by one, confirming that there was nothing particularly special about them before kicking them aside. Finally, he found the 3 books he had been yearning to read. As expected, the Profounding book was similar to the Netherworld scripture in that it was also a foundational cultivation art, but it was aligned with the earth element, requiring an earth-based spiritual root to cultivate. Each person only needed to cultivate one foundational art. Cultivating more would be useless unless there was no progress for a long time or no follow-up arts available, in which case one might choose to switch to a different art. The Profounding book also included some spells, such as the Earth Evasion and the Mystic Earth Shield. Qin Sang wasn't sure if he could cultivate them, given that the Netherworld scripture and the Profounding book belonged to different elements. After skimming through the Profounding book, Qin Sang set it aside and picked up the Song family genealogy. The genealogy started by introducing the origins of the Song family ancestor. After reading it, Qin Sang was surprised and quickly flipped through the following pages. The Song family wasn't very populous. From the ancestor down through more than 10 generations, only 2 direct descendants remained. One was named Song Hua, and the other was Song Ying. Song Hua was male, while Song Ying was a girl. The one who perished alongside the black-robed demon by the Chunshui River should have been Song Hua. Throughout the entire Song family genealogy, only a few members had their life stories recorded, and without exception, they were all immortal cultivators. However, all of them had perished during the Qi refining realm, most of them missing or meeting with accidents, with very few dying peacefully of old age. The entire Song family genealogy was a microcosm of the harsh reality of the cultivation world, giving Qin Sang a true sense of its brutality. Qin Sang was amazed that a single family could produce so many descendants with spiritual roots, and he carefully read through the life stories of these individuals. He was trying to confirm one thing: whether the descendants of the Song family had retrieved the sword will decree from the ancestor's tomb. The Song family ancestor had an extraordinary background. According to the genealogy, he had once trained in a sect called Shaohua Mountain, a powerful righteous sect. The ancestor had originally been an inconspicuous disciple of Shaohua Mountain, cultivating to the 13th stage of the Qi refining realm. However, due to his lack of talent, he was unable to break through to the foundation-building realm. Eventually, disheartened, he left the sect and settled in a market at the foot of the mountain, where he married and had children. However, during his time at Shaohua Mountain, he had rendered a great service, and, as a reward, Shaohua Mountain had granted him a sword intent decree upon his departure, stating that if any of his descendants possessed outstanding talent, they could present the decree to enter Shaohua Mountain and cultivate there. This sword intent decree was a reward Shaohua Mountain bestowed upon disciples who had rendered great service to the sect, and its value was immeasurable. After founding the Song family, the ancestor took the sword intent decree to his grave, warning his descendants that it should only be retrieved when a highly talented descendant with the potential to break through to the foundation-building realm appeared, so they could enter Shaohua Mountain and restore the family's former glory. 1. This is a Chinese proverb. meaning it's never too late to have Qin Sang flipped to the last page of the family genealogy, yet he still couldn't find any mention of a foundation-building cultivator. The highest level recorded was that of Song Hua's grandfather, Song Yi, who had only reached the 7th stage of the Qi refining realm before disappearing without a trace during a journey. The sword will decree of Shaohua Mountain might still be lying in the tomb of the Song clan ancestor. Qin Sang held the Song family genealogy, his expression fluctuating with indecision. Although his understanding of the cultivation world was still limited, the benefits of joining a sect were obvious. Just like that shopkeeper beside the divine artifact pavilion, the envy of rogue cultivators towards sect disciples was evident from their few words. However, Song Hua had saved his life. Whether intentionally or not, Qin Sang owed him a debt of gratitude. He never prided himself on being a good person, but he wouldn't harm the person who saved his life. Moreover, Shaohua Mountain was a prominent sect of the righteous path. If he truly lacked a spiritual root, obtaining the sword will decree would be useless. Qin Sang sighed softly, setting aside the Song family genealogy, and picked up another unnamed book. He also retrieved the ebony sword hidden in his chest. The unnamed book was actually the Song family sword art, which was also the sword art used to activate the ebony sword. This so-called Song family sword art was merely a modified version of the sword control techniques from Shaohua Mountain, adapted by the Song family's ancestor. Once the sword art was mastered, one could control a sword with spiritual consciousness, soaring through the skies. With a single thought, the sword light would streak across the sky like a startled swan or a wandering dragon, coming and going in a flash, striking down enemies from 1,000 li away. When the sword control technique reached a certain level, one could transform sword chi into a rainbow and fly using the sword, exuding immense divine power that would leave others in awe. Qin Sang had long coveted the ability to fly using a sword. The basic spells of the Netherworld scripture included the Windwalking mantra, which merely enhanced movement speed, and the Airborne technique, which allowed one to hover briefly, but neither enabled true flight. The reason Qin Sang couldn't activate the ebony sword was because he lacked this sword art. The Song family genealogy recorded that the 4th-generation ancestor of the Song family had once found a fragment of a flying sword astra. 1. While exploring the cave of an ancient cultivator. Although it was just a fragment, it was still of astra quality. Only a cultivator in the core formation realm, or higher, could refine astra. Each astra was crafted from extremely precious spiritual materials and painstakingly refined day and night by a core formation realm cultivator, resulting in immense power, far surpassing even the finest artifacts. After acquiring the flying sword fragment, the Song family ancestor was overjoyed and spared no expense to commission a renowned artifact refiner from the market to forge it into the ebony sword. As a result, the ebony sword was neither an astra nor an artifact, yet it differed significantly from ordinary spiritual swords and artifacts. Because it was originally a treasure fragment, it was far more durable and sharp than common spiritual swords and artifacts. However, it could only be activated using a specific sword art. But the drawback was also significant. The ebony sword consumed a vast amount of energy, requiring a foundation-building cultivator to sustain its usage. A cultivator at the 10th stage of the Qi refining realm could barely activate it. For cultivators below the 10th stage of the Qi refining realm, their spiritual power was too meager, necessitating the use of spirit stones to accumulate enough power to release even a single strike. Omicron. Given Qin Sang's current resources, he could at most unleash 8 strikes. Of course, the ebony sword's power was extraordinary, making it difficult for opponents of the same level to withstand. Qin Sang held the Netherworld scripture in one hand and the Song family sword art in the other, lost in thought. Whether cultivating the sword art or spells, neither could be accomplished overnight. Both required a long, painstaking effort. If cultivating the spells hindered his progress in cultivation, it wouldn't be worth the loss. He had to decide for himself whether it was worth it. He had yet to face another cultivator, so he wasn't sure which of the 5 spells to prioritize. However, focusing all his efforts on the Song family sword art was undoubtedly unwise. Even if he found malevolent In Shi and his soul pill was replenished, as his realm increased, his cultivation speed would slow down, and occasional bottlenecks could further delay his breakthrough to the 10th stage of the Qi refining realm. Until he reached the 10th stage of the Qi refining realm, he would have to absorb spirit stones and prepare in advance before each use of the ebony sword. In a critical moment, his opponent wouldn't give him time to prepare. He would still need to rely on spells and artifacts like the purple soul bell to fight his enemies. The ebony sword would serve best as a hidden ace. Of course, the Song family sword art was still worth practicing. Qin Sang threw away Song Hua's miscellaneous items and packed his own belongings, feeling much lighter. After all, carrying that gold and silver had been quite exhausting. The purple soul bell and the ice silkworm armor remained outside, ready to respond to any crisis. With those items secured, Qin Sang lost interest in practicing the Netherworld scripture and immersed himself completely in the Song family sword art. For an entire day, Qin Sang did not leave the courtyard, becoming entirely absorbed in the Song family sword art. The primary focus of a sword control technique was to nurture the sword. Only by thoroughly understanding the characteristics of one's spiritual sword and merging one's mind with the sword could one wield it with full control and unleash the true power of the sword art. Qin Sang communicated with the ebony sword using his spiritual consciousness. Following the guidance of the sword art, he first used his essence and blood to refine the sword, earning its recognition. After spending a whole day, he finally stored the ebony sword in his dantian, where it was constantly nourished. This method of nourishing a spiritual sword was the most fundamental sword cultivation technique of Shaohua Mountain. According to the Song family sword art, only when one had achieved the realm of unity between person and sword could one be considered to have entered the path of the sword. This was still a distant goal for Qin Sang. Even when he was not in a cultivation state, Qin Sang could still feel the presence of the ebony sword in his dantian. Qin Sang opened his palm, and with a thought, a wisp of dark light appeared in his hand. The small ebony sword floated above his palm, its previously unremarkable form now gleaming with a faint light, exuding an extraordinary aura. Although Qin Sang's face was slightly pale, his excitement was unmistakable. He couldn't help but point forward and softly command, "Go!" The ebony sword trembled, then shakily flew forward. Its speed was very slow, and it had barely traveled a few zhang before Qin Sang's face turned ashen. He quickly recalled the ebony sword into his body, letting out a sigh of relief with a lingering expression of fear. In his excitement, he had forgotten that nurturing the sword consumed a great deal of spiritual power. Moreover, the ebony sword's consumption of spiritual power was astonishing. Even such a short distance nearly depleted his reserves. After meditating to restore his energy, Qin Sang returned to his previous state. He knew that sword cultivation could not be rushed, so he took out the Netherworld scripture and practiced the spells first. These basic auxiliary spells were quite simple. With his experience in object manipulation technique, Qin Sang learned them all within a few hours. Of course, mastering their application would require diligent practice. Qin Sang tried each spell on parchment, but the results were disappointing. In the end, Qin Sang decided to focus on the Cloud Evasion and Thousandly Ice Seal spells, one for escaping and one for defense, both of which were urgently needed. With the Purple Soul Bell and the Ice Silkworm armor already at his disposal, which had similar effects to the River-Locking Fog and Water Barrier spells, he didn't need to prioritize these two. As for the Shapeshift spell, Qin Sang felt that even if he could create an illusory clone to confuse his enemies, if the illusion was seen through, it wouldn't help him escape. 1. An Astra is a supernatural weapon. It is presided over by a specific deity and imbued with spiritual and occult powers. The term came to denote any weapon that was released from the hand, such as an arrow, compared to holding it, such as a sword. As dawn broke, Qin Sang finished his cultivation and headed out. According to the shopkeeper, there weren't usually many cultivators in the market. Only during the middle of the month did cultivators from around you mount and gather together, each seeking what they needed. These few days were the best opportunity to gather information. Qin Sang genuinely wanted to make a few friends, but unfortunately, every cultivator he approached was extremely cautious. Each time he tried to strike up a conversation, he was met with wary gazes as if he had ulterior motives, and he was often met with a cold attitude. The Brash Tan brothers were a rare exception. Remembering the many disappearances, accidents, and hidden enemies mentioned in the Song family genealogy, Qin Sang understood their wariness. He thought that to gather information, he needed to frequent places with a lot of people similar to the City of Three Witches and make acquaintances. Places like the Immortal Tea House and Joyful Lane were undoubtedly the best, but entry required spirit stones. Reluctantly spending his resources, Qin Sang walked into the cyan stone-paved street and noticed the crowd gathering deeper into the street, which was unusually lively. It suddenly dawned on him that today was indeed the middle of the month. It seemed that the Divine Artifact Pavilion was about to open its doors. As expected, a grand scene unfolded before him, with high-spirited cultivators lining up to enter the Divine Artifact Pavilion. Though he didn't have the funds to buy anything, Qin Sang was eager to see the spectacle and headed towards the Divine Artifact Pavilion. The hall of the Divine Artifact Pavilion was spacious, with shelves displaying various magical artifacts. Like an ordinary shop, many cultivators crowded around the shelves, browsing the items without any attendants nearby. Qin Sang discreetly used the Qi perception technique to observe and noticed that the elderly man in black standing at the entrance of the pavilion exuded an overwhelming aura of spiritual power. His demeanor was calm and detached, suggesting that he was likely a foundation-building cultivator. No wonder there was no fear of theft. Qin Sang was taken aback, and his respect grew even more. Just as he was about to step inside, the elderly man in black suddenly reached out and stopped him. With so many people entering before him without incident, Qin Sang felt anxious as the elderly man scrutinized him. He nervously said, "Greetings, Senior. I am Qin Sang. Are you a rogue cultivator? How old are you this year?" The elderly man in black suddenly asked. Qin Sang was momentarily stunned and replied, "Senior, I am a rogue cultivator, 22 years old this year." 22. Qi Refining Realm, 5th Stage. Oh, you practice the Netherworld scripture as well. Follow me. The elderly man nodded and turned to walk towards the inner chamber. Qin Sang was shocked that his background had been discerned so easily and was also confused. Given that the elderly man was a foundation-building cultivator, he could easily crush him like an ant. Qin Sang had no choice but to follow cautiously, asking, "Senior, this is my first visit to the Divine Artifact Pavilion. May I ask why you stopped me?" "Yes." The elderly man looked at Qin Sang with a puzzled expression and said, "Do you think I would harm you when you came here with a token? Give me the token and you may enter." "A token?" Qin Sang recalled the jade disc and quickly took it out, handing it to the elderly man. He was curious about the token's purpose, but hoped it wasn't a bad sign. If it turned out to be an internal auction, he could simply refrain from bidding and consider a chance to observe. While they spoke, the elderly man opened the door to the inner chamber. Qin Sang was momentarily stunned by the scene inside. At the entrance of the room stood a table. Behind it, a pale-faced young man in a brocade robe played with a blood-red snake, lazily leaning against the table. He was evidently at the 8th stage of the Qi refining realm. The room contained some cushions, on which 5 people sat cross-legged. They were of similar age to Qin Sang, with cultivation levels around the 4th or 5th stage of the Qi refining realm. Among them were the Tan brothers he had seen the other day. The noise of the door opening drew the attention of everyone in the room. The young man in the brocade robe quickly hid his lazy demeanor, stood up, and greeted respectfully, "Senior Uncle Yu." Glancing at Qin Sang, he added with a smile, "Senior Uncle Yu has brought another junior brother this time. It seems that this visit will be more fruitful than usual." Everyone in the room eyed Qin Sang discreetly. The Tan brothers clearly recognized him, with Tan Hao opening his mouth only to be quietly tugged back by by Tanjie. Seeing their reluctance to acknowledge him, Qin Sang also refrained from greeting them. However, despite their subtle actions, they did not escape the notice of the elderly man in black. "Do you know them?" The elderly man in black turned and narrowed his eyes at Qin Sang. Qin Sang dared not hide the truth and briefly recounted how he had met them. The elderly man in black nodded and did not pursue the matter further. He pointed at Qin Sang and said to the brocade-robed youth, "Test his spiritual root." Understood. The brocade-robed youth approached Qin Sang, and, after a series of tests, a look of deep astonishment appeared on his face. He frowned, staring at Qin Sang as if he couldn't believe the results, and then proceeded to test again. Seeing the brocade-robed youth's expression, Qin Sang had a sinking feeling. It seems that Jinming hadn't lied to me. I really have no spiritual root. Is the divine artifact pavilion looking to accept disciples? Could the jade disc be a type of token similar to the Xiaohua mountain sword will decree? According to the shopkeeper, the divine artifact pavilion was backed by a powerful sect. Joining a sect would be advantageous, but the problem was his lack of a spiritual root. Without a spiritual root, having cultivation would only lead to being sent for dissection. Qin Sang hadn't expected to be tested for his spiritual root as soon as he entered. With a foundation-building cultivator watching, he couldn't even think of escaping. He was filled with panic, his mind racing on how to get out of this situation. The elderly man in black furrowed his brow and said, "Liang Yin, what are you doing?" Startled, Qin Sang heard the brocade-robed youth respond quickly. "Reporting to Senior Uncle Yu, this junior brother actually has false spiritual roots and all 5 elements at that. At first, I thought the test was wrong. According to the sect's rules, this junior brother is not qualified to enter the sect." What? Not only did the elderly man in black have a strange expression, but the others in the room were also taken aback. They had already used Qi perception technique to gauge Qin Sang's cultivation level, and though he was young, he was a genuine 5th-stage Qi refining realm cultivator. His talents seemed promising, yet he had all false spiritual roots of all 5 elements. A young man with an unusual gaze stared at Qin Sang. His cultivation was only at the 4th stage of Qi refining realm, lower than Qin Sang's, but he had 3 spiritual roots. The reason why false spiritual roots were so called was that their cultivation speed was notoriously slow. The hope of breaking through to foundation-building realm was slim, and a mixed 5-elemental false spiritual root was even slower, making it undesirable for any sect to accept. Unbeknownst to everyone present, Qin Sang was the most shocked. "I actually have a spiritual root. Jinming lied to me. I never wronged him. Why would he do this? If not for Jinming, I would already be cultivating in the Han family, instead of coming all this way." Fuming with anger, Qin Sang momentarily forgot what having a 5-elemental spiritual root implied. The elderly man in black frowned. It's not impossible for someone with false spiritual roots to reach the 5th stage of Qi refining realm at this age, but your cultivation method is the netherworld scripture. Have you had any unusual experiences? The existence of a Yin Luo banner must never be revealed. Despite his pitiful aptitude, Qin Sang's cultivation speed had never been inferior to those with true spiritual roots, thanks to the help of the Yin Luo banner. It was undoubtedly a rare and extraordinary treasure. Qin Sang quickly thought on his feet and spouted nonsense. "Senior, when I was young, I once consumed a fruit. Afterward, my whole body burned with heat for 3 days before the fever subsided. I almost died. Later, when I started cultivating, I realized that my meridians were much wider and sturdier than others, and I could absorb spiritual qi at an extremely fast rate. I'm not sure if it had something to do with the fruit." Liang Yan's eyes lit up. "What kind of fruit was it?" "It was blue. It seemed like some kind of berry." Qin Sang made up as much as he could, describing it based on the color of copper sulfate solution, adding patterns like iron oxide. Overall, it sounded strange, and even he didn't believe there could be a spiritual fruit like that. A blue one? It can expand the meridians. Liang Yin pondered for a moment. Could it be a drunken divine fruit? did its skin have tiny white specks with a rich fragrance of fine wine. I don't remember it having a wine scent. Qin Sang tried his best to recall. How would he know the properties of a drunken divine fruit? If Liang Yin was trying to deceive him, he definitely couldn't admit to anything. After a round of questioning led to no results, Liang Yin looked somewhat disappointed. Enough! The old man in black interrupted Liang Yin. Liang Yin, go write Qin Sang's name in the registry. From now on, he will be your junior brother. Liang Yin was stunned and said, Senior uncle you, but junior brother Qin has a 5-element spiritual root. That doesn't seem to align with our sect's rules, does it? The black-robed elder snorted. What rules? It's merely a tradition. From ancient times to now, it's not unheard of to break this rule. Being fortunate enough to consume a spiritual fruit and find a sect's token shows he has deep fate. You, with your true spiritual roots, also owe much to fate. As long as junior nephew Qin can meet the sect standards, there's no need to keep him out. Just record his name. Liang Yin hurriedly nodded and wrote Qin Sang's name down, then arranged a meditation cushion for him, telling him to wait patiently. By nightfall, after the auction concluded, they would return to the sect. From Liang Yin's mouth, Qin Sang learned that their sect was called the Queen Sect. Sitting on the cushion, Qin Sang was still in a daze. Had he just been accepted as a disciple of an immortal cultivation sect? Congratulations, Brother Qin. From now on, we're senior and junior brothers. Suddenly, Qin Sang heard Tan Jie's voice transmission, and after a moment of thought, he transmitted back with self-mockery. Senior Brother Tan, you should follow sect rules and call me junior brother from now on. To be honest, it still feels a bit unreal for me. Do you all also have Jade Disc tokens? The title of senior brother and junior brother followed the order in the registry. Although Qin Sang was older than Tan Jie, he still had to obediently call him senior brother. Unless he reached the foundation building stage first, making the Tan brothers call him senior uncle instead. Of course, without a token, there's no way the Divine Artifact Pavilion would recognize us. You should know that it's extremely rare for rogue cultivators like us to join an immortal sect. Not only those near you mountain, but even many faraway rogue cultivators search for the tokens of the Divine Artifact Pavilion, and the competition is fierce. My brother and I were only able to obtain these 2 tokens through great effort and a stroke of luck. It seemed that his fortune in obtaining a token from the young man with the surname Han had been quite fortunate. As the saying goes, fortune and disaster come hand in hand. Given his poor aptitude, he would have only been able to enter the outer sect of the Han family, but now he had joined an immortal cultivation sect. He wasn't sure whether to curse or thank Jinming. Qin Sang smiled bitterly and sighed lightly. Senior Brother Tan, do you know where our sect's mountain gate is located? And how strong is the sect? I've heard of the sect's name before. It's said to be a renowned immortal cultivation sect in the northern region, located in the extreme northern cold region. I never expected them to set up a divine artifact pavilion this far south. Don't worry, Brother Qin. Just from seeing the divine artifact pavilion, you can tell that our sect isn't weak. Now that we're under the protection of a sect, we finally have hope for the future. Tan Jie's tone was filled with excitement. The two exchanged a few more words through voice transmission. Joining an immortal sect was undoubtedly a good thing. The resources available to sect disciples were vastly superior to those of rogue cultivators. Whether for cultivation or searching for malevolent yin qi, being part of a sect was far more convenient than wandering around aimlessly. It would circumflex New E section. But when he thought about his 5-element spiritual root, Qin Sang couldn't bring himself to feel too happy. Night fell, and during this time, Uncle Yu brought in several more rogue cultivators, but in the end, only one girl was accepted. The Divine Artifact Pavilion was thorough in their work. Those rogue cultivators who were rejected were compensated with a middle-grade artifact. There was one cultivator whose cultivation was even higher than Liang Yan's, having reached the 8th stage of the Qi refining realm, but he was rejected due to being slightly older. Naturally, this person was unhappy, but in the presence of a foundation-building cultivator, he didn't dare cause any trouble. He accepted his artifact begrudgingly and left, full of resentment. In the end, only 7 people were accepted into the Koine sect. 5 men and 2 women, all around 20 years old. None of them had exceeded the 6th stage of the Qi refining realm, and Qin Sang couldn't understand what criteria the sect used to select disciples. By nightfall, the bustle had quieted down, and Uncle Yu, along with 2 other black-robed elders, entered the room. Qin Sang and the others quickly stood up and respectfully followed Liang Yin in greeting. Greetings, Senior Uncle Dong, Senior Uncle Yu, and Senior Uncle Wu. The elder in the middle, who had a hooked nose, was Senior Uncle Dong. His gaze was as sharp as a blade, making their eyes sting. None of them dared to meet his eyes, so they lowered their heads in fear. Suddenly, Senior Uncle Dong let out a sinister laugh. The overwhelming aura of a foundation-building cultivator erupted from him. Qin Sang was terrified and felt as if a mountain was pressing down on him. He had to exert all his strength just to avoid collapsing to the ground. Looking around, he saw that the others were also flushed and struggling to hold on. You've been chosen by my Koine sect, which shows you have good talent. After joining, you must devote yourselves fully to cultivation and sever all worldly ties. Before breaking through to the foundation building stage, you are not allowed to leave the mountain without permission, except for sect tasks. Otherwise, you will be treated as traitors. Don't blame me for not warning you. A murmur of unrest swept through the crowd. Qin Sang felt a chill in his heart. The pursuit of immortality naturally required undivided focus, and he wouldn't be distracted even without the sect's restrictions. But not being allowed to leave the mountain, how would he find malevolent Yin Qi? After closing the divine artifact pavilion, Qin Sang and the others followed the 3 senior uncles as they quietly left the market. Once outside, the 3 foundation-building cultivators from the Koine sect brought out a milky white jade flying shuttle, and the shuttle emitted a glowing light, enveloping the group as they shot toward the sky. However, just as they had flown a short distance, a fiery red sword light suddenly shot out from deep within the mountain, colliding with the flying shuttle like a comet. An unexpected scene unfolded. The sword light easily pierced through the shuttle, shattering it into fragments of light that scattered like rain. It turned out to be an illusion. Shouts of surprise echoed from deep within the mountain, followed by several figures bursting out of the darkness, fleeing in all directions. But to their despair, they realized that they had been surrounded by strange black qi without knowing when. The black qi roiled ominously, and it seemed as though countless evil spirits were howling within it. In an instant, the attackers were swallowed by the black qi, not even managing a single scream. When the qi passed, all that remained were skeletons. Qin Sang, who had witnessed the entire battle, was drenched in cold sweat. 1. The flying shuttle is a type of weaving shuttle. It was a pivotal advancement in the mechanization of weaving during the initial stages of the Industrial Revolution and facilitated the weaving of considerably broader fabrics, enabling the production of wider textiles. Black mist rolled and gathered into one spot, revealing the figures of 3 cultivators at the foundation building stage. After glancing at the corpses on the ground, Senior Uncle Wu sighed. These desperate scoundrels are getting bolder. Senior Uncle Yu frowned and said, they're also growing stronger. Last time, it was just a few insects in the Qi refining realm, but now even foundation-building cultivators have shown up. Judging by the artifacts they're using, they don't seem to be ordinary rogue cultivators. I suspect they're connected to the nearby cultivation families. Greed truly drives people. It seems we'll have to abandon this divine artifact pavilion. What a shame. With a cold snort, Senior Uncle Dong declared, next time, let's invite a few of our senior brothers and give the surrounding cultivation families of Yu Mountain a bloodbath. We'll see which clown dares to show themselves then. Under the night sky, the flying shuttle transformed into a streak of light, speeding forward like a gust of wind. The 3 senior uncles positioned themselves in a 3 talents formation. 1. Jointly controlling the flying shuttle, while Qin Sang and the other stayed in the center. Wrapped in the light of the shuttle, Qin Sang felt no bumps or cold winds. The mountains and plains below passed like fleeting shadows, evoking memories of his past life. Such speed. Qin Sang was full of admiration for the abilities of foundation-building cultivators, but all he could do now was focus on cultivating diligently. In front of others, Qin Sang dared not bring out the soul pill to assist his cultivation. The five-element spiritual root truly lived up to its reputation. After completing one cycle of the cosmic orbit, only a minuscule amount of spiritual power had accumulated in his body. He decided not to waste any more time and took this opportunity to practice spells instead. Complex spells required not only reciting incantations, but also coordinating them with hand seals. Initially, Qin Sang thought himself to be quite clever and assumed learning the spells would be simple. However, he soon discovered that the incantations were all twisted and obscure, with strange rhythms and difficult-to-understand ancient sounds and hidden phrases. That alone was bad enough. But each verse of the incantation required close coordination between his spiritual consciousness, hand seals, and spiritual power, leaving Qin Sang scrambling. Only then did he realize how difficult cultivation truly was. At this point, he could only stumble his way through reciting the incantation for cloud evasion. He knew it would take a long time before he could cast the spell effectively. Even if he could barely manage to release a spell, the lengthy casting time would be meaningless in actual combat. His spell wouldn't be ready before his opponent took him down. To reach a point where spells could be cast instantly, he would need long hours of hard training, which would inevitably conflict with his cultivation art practice. For 3 days, the flying shuttle sped on. Qin Sang estimated that in these 3 days, they had covered a distance several times greater than what had taken him a whole year to travel. This was just a glimpse of the vast difference between immortals and mortals. Though Yi Mountain was still in the grip of early spring's chill, the winter snow had mostly melted. As the shuttle flew farther north, the land grew increasingly barren, the plains replaced by ice fields and heavy snowfall. On the morning of the 4th day, the shuttle suddenly descended, startling Qin Sang and the others awake. At first, they were alarmed, but soon realized they had finally arrived at their sect. Anticipation filled their faces. Moments later, Qin Sang felt the ground beneath him. The surrounding light dissipated as the flying shuttle shrank to the size of a palm and landed in Senior Uncle Dong's hand, who promptly stored it away. But as Qin Sang took in the scene before him, his heart sank. Everywhere around them was an endless snowy wasteland, completely devoid of human presence. Towering snow-capped mountains stretched as far as the eye could see, their perilous peaks piercing the sky. Sheer cliffs descended into abyssal chasms below, shrouded in a perpetual, gloomy fog that obscured the depths. This mountain resembled a sharp sword extending from the underworld, its blade pointing at the heavens. The barren mountain was blanketed in snow, with not a single plant in sight. The exposed rocks were all pitch black, symbols of desolation. There were none of the imagined pavilions, flowing waters, or flourishing greenery. Instead, there were only a few caves carved into the cliffs, their entrances blocked by snow, looking incredibly crude and destitute. This desolate and lonely peak is my sect? Seeing the stunned expressions on Qin Sang and the others, Senior Uncle Yu smiled and said, "The Queen sect doesn't have a shred of that immortal aura you might expect. Are you disappointed?" Everyone's gaze shifted towards Senior Uncle Yu. Though no one dared to speak, their eyes clearly revealed their agreement. Senior Uncles Dong and Wu flew up to the mountain peak, riding their artifacts, while Senior Uncle Yu led Qin Sang and the others down into the canyon below. Now that you've stepped onto the path of cultivation, the grand scenery, luxurious life, even your family and friends, all are external. Only what helps you improve your cultivation is real. Feel the difference between here and the outside world. Senior Uncle Yu opened a gap in the protective light, allowing a blast of cold wind to rush in. Qin Sang shivered from the chill and quickly circulated his spiritual power to drive away the cold. Just then, he heard a series of gasps from the others. At that moment, Qin Sang also felt it. Upon entering the Kuan sect's territory, the spiritual qi in the world around them had suddenly become incredibly dense. For immortal cultivators, the density of the surrounding spiritual qi directly affected their cultivation speed. However, most places rich in spiritual qi had already been divided among the major immortal sects and cultivation families. Only a few wealthy rogue cultivators could afford to set up spirit-gathering arrays with spirit stones to aid their cultivation. The fact that the spiritual qi within the Kuan sect was so dense suggested that there might be legendary spiritual eyes or spiritual springs in the area. This was the foundation of an immortal sect's strength. Senior Uncle Yu was right. Compared to the richness of the spiritual qi, the mere sight of beautiful scenery was insignificant. Senior Uncle Yu led them deeper into the canyon. Soon, they reached the top of the mist, but to their surprise, Senior Uncle Yu did not stop. Instead, they were swallowed by the fog, which completely blocked their vision. After descending for a while longer, Senior Uncle Yu finally halted the sword light. Qin Sang stepped on a solid ground and looked around. They were standing on a narrow stone bridge at the edge of a cliff. The bridge was precariously narrow, with the abyss stretching thousands of jambs below. One of the senior brothers, who was afraid of heights, clung tightly to the rock wall, his face pale. Qin Sang scanned the area and noticed that the entire cliffside had been carved with similar stone bridges, pathways, and stairways. Each bridge connected to a cave dwelling, some with their stone doors tightly shut, others wide open, but there wasn't a single person in sight. Standing there, Qin Sang felt like he was in an ice cave. The dense fog never dissipated, and sunlight never reached this place. Cold winds from the depths of the earth penetrated to the bone. Only immortal cultivators could barely withstand the harsh environment. In such a place, no matter how dense the spiritual qi was, cultivating would be difficult. "Follow me," Senior Uncle Yu said, leading them toward one of the cave dwellings at the end of the stone bridge. The group hurried after him. When they reached the entrance, Senior Uncle Yu waved his hand, and a beam of golden light shot out, causing the stone door to open automatically. The group followed him inside, and the chill in their bodies immediately dissipated. Only then did they realize the dwelling held hidden wonders. The interior was sparsely furnished, with just a stone bed, a meditation mat, and an incense table. Behind the incense table hung a portrait of an old man in a black robe, standing in midair among the clouds, exuding an ethereal, immortal aura. Senior Uncle Yu approached the incense table, lit a stick of incense, and bowed before the portrait. When he turned around, he saw that Qin Sang and the others were standing solemnly, and he nodded in satisfaction. Smiling, he said, "From today onward, you are disciples of the Kuan sect. The Kuan sect was founded by our sect's founder, Saint Kuan. Now, pay your respects to the founder." 1. This is an ancient battle formation. After Qin Sang and the others finished paying their respects to the founder, Senior Uncle Yu continued, "Our sect's founder was a spiritual infant realm cultivator. After realizing he couldn't break through to the divine transformation realm, he founded the Kuan sect here and passed down his legacy. He ascended at the age of 1,083. Currently, our sect is led by 3 Golden Core Realm Masters, all disciples of Saint Kuan. You must know that, like other immortal cultivation sects, our Kuan sect ranks its members by cultivation level. If you manage to break through to the foundation building realm, you may then become a disciple of one of the Golden Core Realm Masters, which would make you my junior brother." Liang Yin, grinning, interjected, "Then I'll have to call all of you senior uncles." Senior Uncle Yu continued, "On this malevolent cliff, there are many cave dwellings and nearly 1,000 qi refining realm disciples. You don't see them now because they're all cultivating in their caves. From now on, you are fellow disciples. While the sect does not forbid duels, killing one another is strictly prohibited. Anyone who does so will face severe punishment. Do you understand?" With a stern warning in his voice, Senior Uncle Yu made it clear, and naturally, Qin Sang and the others quickly nodded in agreement. Seeing that they were being obedient, Senior Uncle Yu softened his expression slightly. He patted his mustard seed pouch, and 7 streaks of black light flew out, each containing 2 items, a gray pouch and a yellow-white bead the size of a longan. These are malevolence-avoiding pouches. When you venture into the malevolent abyss, activate them to prevent the malevolent Qi from invading your body. The bead is a yang-warming pearl. Keep it on you while cultivating, and it will warm your body, shielding you from the surrounding cold. If you encounter evil spirits in a malevolent Qi, activate the yang Qi within the bead to repel them. However, the yang-warming pearl only works on weaker spirits. Never venture too deep into the Qi. 1. As the pouches and beads fell into everyone's hands, Qin Sang gripped the malevolence-avoiding pouch tightly. It felt like coarse cloth, while the yang-warming pearl emitted a faint warmth. Both were artifacts, but of a low grade, merely low-grade artifacts with unique functions. While inspecting the malevolence-avoiding pouch, Qin Sang was startled by Senior Uncle Yu's words and couldn't help but ask, "Senior Uncle Yu, does the base of the cliff contain nothing but malevolent Qi?" Senior Uncle Yu nodded. The intense cold in the malevolent abyss is caused by the malevolent Qi at the bottom of the cliff. Seeing the group react with slight alarm, Senior Uncle Yu chuckled. There's no need to fear. The malevolent Qi isn't entirely a bad thing. In fact, the sect's ability to produce so many artifacts for sale is thanks to this Qi. Moreover, within the Korean sect, there's a special secret art that allows one to use the malevolent Qi to cultivate. However, before you can practice it, you must change your cultivation arts. Upon hearing this, Qin Sang suddenly had a strong premonition. Senior Uncle Yu tapped at each of them with his finger, then said, "Qin Sang, your current cultivation art is the Netherworld Scripture, so you don't need to switch. Tan Hao, you can continue cultivating the magnetic sword Scripture. As for the rest of you, 3 of you practice water-based arts, so you'll need to switch to the Netherworld Scripture. Tan Jia, since your cultivation is earth-based, you will switch to the Earth Elemental Secret Chapter. And Shihong, you must switch to the magnetic sword Scripture as well." This announcement stirred an uproar among the group. Changing cultivation arts wasn't a simple matter. Although their cultivation levels wouldn't decrease, they would have to start from scratch with a new art, halting their progress for a time. Though they could regain their strength quickly, it would still take time. Moreover, they had all spent years cultivating their original arts, and becoming proficient in a new one would require additional time and effort. The 3 who practiced water-based arts were especially worried, as it was well known that the Netherworld Scripture was one of the most difficult foundational arts to master. Only Qin Sang remained silent, head bowed. The others wore troubled expressions, murmuring among themselves. Senior Uncle Yu, his eyes suddenly sharp, shouted, "What is this commotion? The sect has its reasons for requiring you to change your arts. Take these, a withering above O." 7 more streaks of light shot from the mustard seed pouch, each containing a book and a small banner. Qin Sang received the items and squinted. They were all too familiar. One was the Netherworld Scripture, and the other was the Yin Luo banner. However, this Yin Luo banner had a much paler King Yin image than his own. The lines were sparse, and the King Yin didn't look as lifelike, appearing quite dull. Liang Yin bowed with a smile and said, "Senior Uncle Yu, please don't be upset. After all, switching cultivation arts is a significant matter, so it's normal for junior brothers and sisters to have doubts. I will explain everything to them shortly, and I'm sure they will understand the sect's good intentions." Only then did Senior Uncle Yu withdraw his intimidating gaze, grunting in acknowledgement. He continued, "This secret art is a closely guarded secret of the sect, and no one is allowed to disclose it. Anyone who does will be treated as a traitor to the sect. The reason we don't allow you to leave the mountain before reaching the foundation building realm is precisely because of this. Liang Yin, take them out and assign each of them a cave dwelling so they can begin their cultivation. Also, according to sect rules, if any of you manage to break through to the 6th stage of the Qi refining realm within 2 years, You will be rewarded with a top-grade artifact, but this opportunity comes only once. Make the most of it. Upon hearing the reward of a top-grade artifact, everyone's eyes immediately lit up with excitement. Most rogue cultivators live in poverty, and even having a high-grade artifact is a rarity. Seeing a top-grade artifact was a luxury they couldn't afford, only something they could drool over with envy. Suddenly, the group's reluctance to switch cultivation arts seemed to dissipate. They eagerly bid farewell to Senior Uncle Yu and excitedly headed out to select their cave dwellings. While walking down the mountain path, Liang Yin began explaining the uses and taboos of the Yin Luo banner. Qin Sang, already well-versed in the Yin Luo banner, pretended to listen to Liang Yin while his mind wandered. The Yin Luo banner was a secret of the Queen's sect, and the black-clad, demonic cultivator who had died at Songhua's hand was most likely a disciple of the Queen's sect. No wonder when he left Yushan Market, he had felt the eerie, ghostly aura and the methods of the three senior uncles when they killed their enemies. It turned out the sect truly was a demonic sect. Even now, whenever he thought of that mummified corpse, Qin Sang couldn't shake the feeling of dread. The excitement he had initially felt from joining an immortal cultivation sect was now thoroughly doused. Staring up at the misty sky, his gaze grew deep, and a seed of doubt started to take root in his heart. As he descended 2 more flights of stairs, a sudden scream echoed from a nearby cave dwelling, followed by a terrifying roar. The dreadful howls, like those of an evil spirit, mingled with cries of agony, sending chills down their spines. Except for Qin Sang, the others all turned pale with fear. Liang Yan's figure flickered, and with a swift kick, he forced the cave dwelling's door open. Inside, they saw a boy around their age writhing on the ground, clutching his head, blood and tears streaming down his face, his expression maddened and deranged. When the boy saw Liang Yan, a glimmer of hope flashed in his eyes. He clawed at the ground, veins bulging in his arms, struggling to crawl forward, desperate for help. In the next moment, the boy's face suddenly froze, his twisted body crashing to the ground with no sign of life left. 1. Translator's note. It's helpful to explain the concept of yin and yang here. Yin and yang is a concept that originated in Chinese philosophy, describing an opposite but interconnected, self-perpetuating cycle. Yin and yang can be thought of as complementary and at the same time opposing forces that interact to form a dynamic system in which the whole is greater than the assembled parts, and the parts are important for cohesion of the whole. In Chinese cosmology, the universe creates itself out of a primary chaos of material energy organized into the cycles of yin and yang form and matter. Yin is retractive, passive, and contractive, while yang is repelling, active, and expansive. In principle, this dichotomy in some form is seen in all things in nature. Patterns of change and difference, such as biological and seasonal cycles, evolution of the landscape over days, weeks, and eons, with the original meaning of the words being the north-facing shade and the south-facing brightness of a hill, gender, female and male, as well as the formation of the character of individuals and the grand arc of socio-political history in disorder and order. A ghostly figure floated out of the boy's body, laughing eerily. Liang Yin snorted coldly as he flicked a banner from his palm. The banner flapped in the air, releasing streams of black qi, which swiftly surrounded the ghostly figure. The spirit struggled violently within the black qi, but it could not escape and was eventually consumed by the dark energy. After retrieving the banner, Liang Yin waved his hand, conjuring a burst of flame that reduced the corpse in the cave dwelling to ashes. Nearby, the disciples and other cave dwellings who had been cultivating were startled. They opened their doors and witnessed the entire scene. After bowing respectfully to Liang Yin, they glanced indifferently at Qin Sang and the others, then returned to their cultivation as though this was a routine occurrence. In the now empty cave dwelling, only a pile of ash remained, swept up by a cold wind and scattered into the canyon. The last traces of the boy were the claw marks on the ground. Liang Yin led them down another 7 or 8 flights of stairs to a row of unoccupied cave dwellings. These caves have no owners. Choose one and begin your cultivation. Senior Uncle, you will hold a monthly lecture at the end of each month. If you have any questions about your practice, make sure to ask him then. The group remained silent, staring at the dark, empty cave dwellings with a mix of awe and unease. Had similar scenes unfolded inside these caves before? Noticing their apprehension, Liang Yin smiled and said, "What's wrong? Scared by such a small event? If you don't want to end up like that, remember what I just told you. Use your spiritual consciousness to suppress King Yin and make sure it submits completely before entering the Yin malevolent abyss to absorb the malevolent Yin Qi. The Yin Luo banner is a powerful tool, but you must curb your greed when absorbing soul pills. Never give King Yin a chance to break free, or even immortals won't be able to save you. What happened to that junior brother just now is a warning. Never forget this." After speaking, Liang Yin mounted his flying artifact and left. Qin Sang and the others exchanged glances, but none of them had much to say. Each selected a cave dwelling for themselves. Just as Qin Sang was about to enter his cave, he heard Tan Jie's voice through a transmission. "Brother Qin, what's your opinion on the Yin Luo banner?" Qin Sang paused and turned to see Tan Jie standing at the entrance of a neighboring cave, looking worried. Seeing Tan Jie's expression, Qin Sang knew he had likely been shaken by what had just happened. Qin Sang himself had already witnessed the terrifying power of King Yin, and without the protection of his Jade Buddha, he too would have been devoured by King Yin. However, aside from the risk of King Yan's rebound, Qin Sang had not encountered any other dangers with the Yin Luo banner during his cultivation thus far. Thinking this, Qin Sang transmitted a warning. "Senior Brother Tan, according to Brother Liang Yin, over 1,000 disciples in the Kuan sect use the Yin Luo banner for cultivation, so its effectiveness has likely been well proven. However, the danger of this secret art is significant. We should be very cautious going forward." Tan Jie nodded, saying no more as he walked into his cave, clearly still troubled. After closing the door to his cave dwelling, Qin Sang sat down on the stone bed and put on the yang warming pearl. Without needing to activate any spiritual power, the warmth from the yang warming pearl gradually dispelled the cold qi around him, though it couldn't drive away the chill deep in his heart. Reflecting on Liang Yan's actions and the indifferent expressions of the other disciples as they watched the burning of the corpse, Qin Sang realized that, in the Kuan sect, the lives of disciples seemed no more valuable than those of mortals in the outside world, like blades of grass. Perhaps only after breaking through to the foundation-building realm could one gain any real status. Qin Sang believed that with the protection of the Jade Buddha, he needn't fear King Yan's rebound. Standing out among his fellow disciples shouldn't be too difficult. But what Qin Sang feared more was drawing unwanted attention. Even though Senior Uncle Yu had forbidden internal killings, what if a foundation-building realm cultivator decided to murder someone for their treasures? The cave dwelling was still as simple as ever. Qin Sang, who had been sitting cross-legged on his meditation cushion, suddenly opened his eyes. He quietly pushed open the stone door of his cave dwelling and caught a glimpse of a slender figure disappearing into the fog of the Yin malevolent abyss. From the back, it was clear that the figure was Shi Hong, the senior sister who had entered the sect at the same time as him. It had already been a month since Qin Sang joined the Kuan sect. At the end of last month, Senior Uncle Yu held a lecture, during which Qin Sang asked him about the various doubts that had troubled him for years. He finally understood why his cultivation bottleneck appeared sporadically. It turned out that for immortal cultivators, each breakthrough between realms was a critical checkpoint. If one's aptitude was insufficient, being stuck for 10 or more years without breaking through was perfectly normal. Moreover, during the 3rd, 6th, and 9th stages of the Qi refining realm, both the physical body and spiritual consciousness underwent subtle transformations, making the bottlenecks at these stages even more solid and difficult to break through. Each of these checkpoints was harder to overcome than the last. The soul pills not only accelerated cultivation speed, but also helped with breakthroughs which explained why Qin Sang had progressed so smoothly so far. Reino ES. Of course, these smaller checkpoints couldn't compare in difficulty to the bottlenecks at the foundation building realm or the core formation realm. Among Qi refining realm cultivators, fewer than 1 in 10 successfully broke through to the foundation building realm. And that was assuming they even reached the 10th stage of the Qi refining realm, since not everyone had the chance to obtain a foundation building pill. The foundation building pill was a spiritual medicine that helped break through the bottleneck of the foundation building realm, increasing the likelihood of success. If someone had excellent innate talent, such as possessing a single spiritual root, they wouldn't need the foundation building pill. But for most cultivators, the small increase in success provided by the foundation building pill was extremely precious. However, the current immortal cultivation world was suffering from a scarcity of spiritual power and a shortage of spiritual medicine. Many of the ancient spiritual pills, which were once as effective as the foundation building pill, could no longer be refined due to a lack of ingredients. Even the pill recipes had been lost. As a result, even among the disciples of immortal sects, not everyone could obtain a foundation building pill. If breaking through to the foundation building realm was already so difficult, the number of cultivators who successfully formed a golden core was even rarer. The entire Queen sect had only 3 golden core realm cultivators. Cultivation was truly like a narrow bridge, with countless people fighting to cross it. After learning all this, Qin Sang was dispirited for several days. Even if he somehow managed to break through to the foundation building realm, and even if he reached the peak of the foundation building realm before the end of his lifespan, there would still be almost no hope of becoming a golden core realm cultivator. Thinking back on the bold claims he had made in front of the Grand Princess, it all seemed so laughable now. But soon, Qin Sang pulled himself together. Only someone who had experienced death could truly understand the terror of it and the beauty of being alive. He resolved to give his all, and even if he couldn't escape death, at least he would die without regrets. Over the past month, he had resisted entering the Yin malevolent abyss to absorb the malevolent Yin Qi, having already exhausted his remaining soul pills. Instead, he focused on refining incantations, waiting for the right moment. After waiting for an entire month, the first person to suppress King Yin and enter the Yin malevolent abyss was Shi Hong. Shi Hong possessed dual spiritual roots of wood and metal, making her the most talented among the 7 who had joined the sect at the same time. It wasn't surprising that she was the first to suppress King Yin. After waiting in his cave dwelling for a bit longer, Qin Sang took out his malevolence-avoiding pouch, activated it with spiritual power, and covered himself with it before leaping into the Yin malevolent abyss. The malevolence-avoiding pouch also had the ability to assist in flying, and when combined with the airborne technique, Qin Sang's body floated down like a falling leaf. The deeper he went into the Yin malevolent abyss, the denser and colder the malevolent Qi became, until it was completely dark below, like inky black clouds swirling endlessly in the abyss. Amid the howling winds, faint roars of ghostly creatures could be heard, as if countless evil spirits were trying to break into the mortal world and wreak havoc. In this place, even with the yang warming pill on him, he could not ward off the bone-chilling cold. According to senior brother Liang Yin, when they first acquired the Yin Luo banner, King Yan's strength was only equivalent to a cultivator in the first stage of the Qi refining realm. They only needed to absorb the malevolent Yin Qi from the top layer of the Yin malevolent abyss, allowing King Yan's strength to gradually increase before delving deeper bit by bit. At this position, even when using the Qi perception technique, the visibility was quite limited. Qin Sang could only see his senior brother sitting cross-legged on the cliffs on either side of the Yin malevolent valley, controlling King Yin to absorb the malevolent Yin Qi. Every time King Yin absorbed a wisp of malevolent Yin Qi, the senior brother would collect it into the Yin Luo banner, his spiritual consciousness sinking into the banner to suppress King Yin, and then repeat the process after a while. Others, lacking the protection of the Jade Buddha, had to be extremely cautious whether they were controlling King Yin to absorb malevolent yin qi or using soul pills for cultivation. Only Qin Sang dared to use soul pills continuously and let King Yin be so unrestrained. Finding a secluded corner, Qin Sang activated the malevolence-avoiding pouch to its fullest, ventured into the malevolent yin qi, and, after a certain distance, took out the Yin Luo banner, clearly feeling King Yan's excited emotions. Indeed, the efficiency of absorbing malevolent yin qi was much higher than that of devouring souls. In no time, King Yan's strength was restored, and Qin Sang ordered him to produce soul pills until he had accumulated a month's worth. After waiting a few more hours, he set up the malevolence-avoiding pouch and returned to his cave dwelling. From then on, Qin Sang's life became highly regimented. At the end of each month, he would consult Senior Uncle Yu, retrieve soul pills from the Yin malevolent abyss, and then remain in his cave dwelling, where food was delivered daily. With no disturbances, he could focus entirely on cultivation, balancing both his arts and spells. In less than a year, Qin Sang reached the peak of the 5th stage, feeling the bottleneck of the 6th stage, and the sense of helplessness returned. He had now received guidance from Senior Uncle Yu, understanding that being more anxious only worsened the situation. Therefore, he only spent 3 to 4 hours daily on cultivation, dedicating the rest of his time to practicing spells and the Song family sword art. 6 months later, Qin Sang became quite proficient with Cloud Evasion and Thousandly Ice Seal. Although not yet at the level of manipulating spells with ease, he was adept enough for combat. Nowadays, even without the malevolence-avoiding pouch, Qin Sang could use Cloud Evasion to traverse the air for a while. The primary use of Cloud Evasion remained in concealment, allowing him to hide within clouds and mist or make a swift escape when faced with powerful foes. Regarding Thousandly Ice Seal, Qin Sang focused not only on the extent and strength of the mystic ice, but also on refining his techniques, transforming ice into swords, knives, or even ice needles for traps. The mystic ice created by this spell was exceptionally sturdy, and with precise timing, it could yield surprising results in battle. The Song family sword art progressed the slowest. Despite prolonged nurturing, Qin Sang still struggled to master the ebony sword. Today was another session where Senior Uncle Yu lectured on the scriptures. Qin Sang stopped his training and walked out of his cave dwelling, coincidentally encountering Tan Jie coming out as well. Among the 7 who had entered, only 4 remained: Qin Sang, the Tan brothers, and Shi Hong. One senior brother had died in the cave dwelling due to King Yan's backlash, while the other 2 had never emerged from the Yin malevolent abyss, with their deaths being predictable. Qin Sang privately sighed, realizing why senior brothers and sisters had been so indifferent to seeing someone struck by King Yan's backlash on their first day. Such occurrences were too common. Over the past year, Qin Sang had witnessed several backlashes firsthand, and countless had died inexplicably in the Yin malevolent abyss. The fact that more than half of their batch had survived was quite rare. Later batches of junior brothers and sisters had suffered complete annihilation. The entire Queen sect, though said to have over 1,000 disciples, only had 300 to 400 listeners each time Senior Uncle Yu gave a lecture. This was with a continuous influx of new disciples. Seeing only Tan Jie coming out, Qin Sang knew that Tan Hao was once again in secluded cultivation. Since joining the sect, Qin Sang had only seen Tan Hao twice. Tan Hao had never attended Senior Uncle Yu's lectures, with only Tan Jie attending each time. Tan Jie explained that his older brother was obsessed with cultivation and did not want to waste time, so any questions were posed by Tan Jie on his behalf. Although Qin Sang had a good relationship with Tan Jie, he remained quite unfamiliar with Tan Hao. Passing by Shi Hong's cave dwelling, Tan Jie glanced over and asked softly, "Brother Qin, is senior sister Shi Hong still in secluded cultivation?" Qin Sang nodded. She's been in seclusion for 2 full months. She should be on the verge of breaking through to the 6th stage. Shi Hong was the most talented among their group, and, like Tan Hao, was a cultivation fanatic. 2 months ago, she sensed an opportunity for a breakthrough and had since been in seclusion. Tanjie expressed his envy. If senior sister Shi Hong can break through within 6 months, she will receive a top-grade artifact as a reward. Brother Qin, you should be close to a breakthrough yourself, right? Qin Sang smiled wryly. It's not that easy. You know my aptitude. I'm still struggling to find a breakthrough. You'll likely advance faster than I will. In fact, Qin Sang had felt a loosening of the bottleneck 3 months ago. With a period of secluded cultivation, breaking through to the 6th stage would be possible, but he had held back. The two continued exchanging cultivation insights as they walked towards Senior Uncle Yu's cave dwelling. During this lecture, Qin Sang focused on asking about issues related to spell cultivation. Senior Uncle Yu was generous with his teachings, providing detailed explanations that greatly benefited Qin Sang. As the lecture was nearing its end, a red streak of light suddenly pierced the air with considerable momentum. Qin Sang turned to see that it was senior sister Shi Hong. Shi Hong had a red silk artifact before joining the sect, which now enveloped her and condensed into a streak of light. Her speed was astonishing. Shi Hong's spiritual power fluctuations were noticeably more profound than before. Qin Sang, sensing this, stepped aside and cupped his hands, saying, "Congratulations, senior sister, on breaking through to the 6th stage of the Qi refining realm." Even though Shi Hong was typically reserved, her excitement was apparent as she nodded at Qin Sang and then addressed Senior Uncle Yu. "I pay my respects to Senior Uncle Yu." Senior Uncle Yu, having examined Shi Hong's cultivation, clapped his hands and smiled. "Excellent, excellent, excellent. Truly deserving of your dual spiritual roots. You all may leave for now. Shi Hong, come with me." By evening, Qin Sang heard the sound of Shi Hong's streak of light as she exited the cave dwelling. Just then, he coincidentally encountered Tan Jie, also leaving his room. The two shared a smile and knocked on Shi Hong's cave dwelling door. Though they had entered the sect together and exchanged little on a daily basis, they were closer to each other than to other senior brothers. Qin Sang and Tan Jie inquired about various matters, and Shi Hong answered them with great care. It turned out that the promised top-grade artifact were not given out at the moment of breakthrough, but were distributed to all disciples meeting the requirements at an agreed-upon time. During this period, Shi Hong was to remain focused on cultivation in her cave dwelling. Senior Uncle Yu provided her with the latter part of the cultivation method and gave her detailed guidance and encouragement, without assigning her any additional tasks. After leaving Shi Hong's cave dwelling, Qin Sang gathered enough soul pills from the malevolent abyss and immediately began his secluded cultivation. In less than 2 months, Qin Sang emerged from seclusion, having successfully broken through to the 6th stage of the Qi refining realm. At Senior Uncle Yu's cave dwelling, when Qin Sang knocked and entered, he found Liang Yin also present in Senior Uncle Yu's cave dwelling. Hearing that Qin Sang had successfully broken through to the 6th stage of the Qi refining realm, even Senior Uncle Yu showed a look of surprise. In their view, Qin Sang was considered the least likely among the 7 to make a breakthrough. Liang Yan's eyes brightened. Junior Brother Qin must have an exceptionally resilient will to achieve this breakthrough. Senior Uncle Yu, let's have Junior Brother Qin join me in cultivation. Senior Uncle Yu shot Liang Yin a stern look, and Liang Yin quickly fell silent, his expression awkward. Senior Uncle Yu then looked at Qin Sang and said after a moment of contemplation, "Junior Nephew Qin, your achievement with your 5 elemental spiritual roots is truly remarkable. You will certainly receive a top-grade artifact as a reward. However, you'll need to wait another 4 months for the sect leader to personally distribute the rewards to all qualifying disciples. In the meantime, you should return to your cave dwelling for cultivation. Since you've already broken through to the 6th stage, you can now also focus on practicing spells. You had previously asked me about spell cultivation, so you must have similar ideas. You may choose one of these spells, and if you encounter any issues, feel free to come to my cave dwelling." As he spoke, Senior Uncle Yu handed Qin Sang a jade slip. Qin Sang took it and saw that it contained a comprehensive list of spells, including water-based spells and five-elemental spell, with hundreds of varieties densely packed within. Senior Uncle Yu also reminded Qin Sang that while any spell could be practiced, his cultivation art was the netherworld scripture, and practicing water-based spells would be easier. Otherwise, it would be a case of more effort for less result. Qin Sang focused on the water-based spells and quickly found the water barrier and cloud evasion. Upon comparison, he realized that the river-locking fog was originally named mist-binding technique, which left him a bit speechless. Looking at the numerous intriguing spells, Qin Sang was almost overwhelmed with choices. However, as Senior Uncle Yu had mentioned, quality mattered more than quantity when it came to spells. Having many spells was useless if one was not proficient in them. After careful consideration, Qin Sang's attention settled on a spell called the Gui Shui Yin Thunder Spell. The Jade Slip described the Gui Shui Yin Thunder Spell as an extremely powerful and Yin Thunder spell. Furthermore, if the caster later found a spiritual item imbued with thunderous power, they could release even more terrifying Yin Thunderbolts. Seeing this, Qin Sang was thrilled. This was exactly the type of offensive spell he needed. Although he did not have a spiritual item, the power of the Gui Shui Yin Thunder spell itself was formidable. The spell was as swift as lightning and difficult to evade, and it had a certain restraining effect on demons and evil spirits. Once Qin Sang made his selection, Senior Uncle Yu patiently explained the cultivation essentials for the spell and then handed over the latter part of the netherworld scripture before sending him on his way. Back in his cave dwelling, Qin Sang compared the two netherworld scriptures and found no discrepancies. That morning, Qin Sang woke from his meditation. It was the appointed time for the disciples who had broken through to the sixth stage of the Qi refining realm to gather at Senior Uncle Yu's cave dwelling to pay their respects to the sect leader. Knock, knock. Someone knocked on the door from outside. Qin Sang opened it and invited Tan Jian. Tan Jie had been stuck at the bottleneck of the sixth stage and had not made any progress, missing out on the reward. Congratulations, Brother Qin. After receiving a top-grade artifact, you'll definitely become even more formidable and gain the sect's favor, Tan Jie said with a face full of envy, grinning widely. Qin Sang waved his hand. Don't tease me. It was just luck. I heard that senior sister Shi Hong is almost at the seventh stage. Even if the sect favors someone, it will likely be her. Is she still in her cave dwelling? I haven't heard of her leaving, so she's probably still inside. After meeting with Shi Hong, Tan Jie saw them off. Qin Sang and Shi Hong waved goodbye to Tan Jie and then headed towards Senior Uncle Yu's cave dwelling together. A with ring above New ES. By the time they arrived at Senior Uncle Yu's cave dwelling, there were already over a dozen people present, but Senior Uncle Yu was not among them. The people in the cave dwelling were all influential figures. Qin Sang had heard of them, and some he had seen a few times during Senior Uncle Yu's teachings. He greeted those he was familiar with, and then quietly waited in a corner. More people arrived one after another. In the end, only 22 people from the Kuei-yin sect were qualified to stand there. Once everyone had arrived, the sound of footsteps suddenly came from outside the cave dwelling. Senior Uncle Yu and Liang Yin then entered, accompanied by 4 other individuals, including Senior Uncles Dong and Wu, as well as 2 others who were foundation-building realm cultivators whom Qin Sang had never met. After they entered, Senior Uncle Yu scanned the room and looked at Shi Hong. Shi Hong, come here and stand behind Liang Yin. Shi Hong, not understanding the reason, could only follow Senior Uncle Yu's instructions. Next, the other senior uncles also began designating individuals to stand behind them. That boy with the scar on his face and that young girl. Yes, you two come here. Senior Uncle Dong pointed out the 2 people, but Senior Uncle Yu intervened. Senior Brother Dong, this is not acceptable. You can only take one. Otherwise, I won't be able to account for it with the sect leader. Senior Uncle Dong looked displeased. It's just a disciple. There's still so many left. It's perfectly fine to report to the sect leader. What are you worried about? Absolutely not. Senior Uncle Yu was adamant. Senior Brother Dong, you should be very clear on the priorities. I am only making an exception due to our shared sect affiliation and because some of these disciples are exceptionally talented. Otherwise, none of these disciples would be chosen by you. If you're dissatisfied, you can speak to the sect leader directly. Senior Uncle Dong's face alternated between green and white. Finally, in frustration, he pointed at the scar-faced youth. You come here. The youth glanced at the girl beside him, looking somewhat hesitant. Senior Uncle Dong, already fuming, glared with his eyes wide open and shouted, Stop dawdling. Do you think I'm going to steal your top-grade artifacts or something? After giving the scar-faced youth a harsh reprimand, Senior Uncle Dong took him away. The other senior uncles also bid farewell to Senior Uncle Yu, while Shi Hong followed Liang Yin out of the cave dwelling, casting a parting glance at Qin Sang. With 17 disciples remaining in the cave dwelling, they whispered among themselves, their voices filled with envy. The 5 who had been selected were all exceptionally talented, with even the least gifted possessing a 3 spiritual root constitution. Qin Sang could roughly guess that the senior uncles were selecting them as their disciples, while Senior Uncle Yu was focused on Shi Hong. During his time in the Qin sect, Qin Sang had heard that disciples with exceptional talent might be taken on as apprentices by foundation-building senior uncles, moving to the back mountains for cultivation and becoming true disciples of the Qin sect. Such disciples not only received more cultivation resources, but also had a powerful backing, making their status vastly different from before. Qin Sang was not envious of the resources they would gain after becoming apprentices. As long as he had enough soul pills, he was confident his cultivation speed would not lag behind theirs. What he envied was that they would have a master, eliminating the need to worry about foundation-building pills. Senior Uncle Yu stepped out of the cave dwelling. The sword light surged, carrying everyone upward. In the blink of an eye, it broke through the layers of fog and revealed the clear sky. Since joining the Qin sect, not only was it impossible to leave the sect, but they were also forbidden from leaving the malevolent abyss. Staying all day in the abyss, shrouded in howling winds and thick fog, the sudden view of the vast, clear sky and the boundless earth made someone unable to help but throw their head back and howl, releasing the pent-up emotions within. The sword light flew straight to the mountain peak, parting the layers of clouds, and finally settled in front of a cave dwelling atop the peak. This dwelling, carved out of the cliff, was covered with mysterious and ever-changing barriers that gave it an enigmatic aura. The Qin sect leader was practicing inside this cave dwelling, where the spirit tablet of the founder Qin was also placed. Every sect meeting was held here. Senior Uncle Yu respectfully bowed to the cave dwelling and said, I report to the esteemed master that I have brought this batch of disciples. The cave dwelling's main door opened silently, and a deep voice soon followed. Come in. All the disciples followed Senior Uncle Yu obediently, not daring to act out. They had expected the interior to resemble a celestial realm, but were instead greeted by a rather simple setting. There were no decorations along the way, and the cave dwelling's sides were smooth stone walls. After walking a short distance, they arrived at a resplendent hall. Senior Uncle Yu knelt on the ground and said, Disciple Yu Wu pays respects to the master. Qin Sang quickly followed suit, kneeling and keeping his head down as instructed by Senior Uncle Yu, to pay his respects to the sect leader. For dragon pillars stood in the corners of the hall, each adorned with a pearl the size of a fist, whose light illuminated every corner of the hall. The furnishings inside were simple, with the founder Qin's portrait hanging on the innermost wall. Below the portrait were several grand master chairs, and a man seated in one of them was the current sect leader, Eti. Sect leader wore an ordinary cyan robe and appeared as young as Qin Sang and the others. In contrast, his disciple Yu looked more like he was from an older generation. Sect leader spoke in a gentle tone, Rise. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Sang stole a glance at the sect leader, astonished by his youthful appearance. He had heard that the sect leader was nearing 500 years old, yet he looked so young. Yu Wu stepped aside and pointed to a row of disciples behind him, saying, Master, These 17 disciples have met the requirements and are here. Sect leader E nodded, a look of approval on his face. Having 17 people break through to the 6th stage of the Qi refining realm is quite an accomplishment for you, Yu Wu. Yu Wu's eyes shone with excitement as he quickly replied, I am unworthy of such praise. It is my duty to ease the master's concerns, and I will certainly do my utmost. Sect leader E pondered for a moment and said, I see you have reached the middle stage of foundation building. These are some insights I gained from the Tongshan record during my foundation building stage. Take them and study them well. Sect leader Yi's finger flicked, sending a ray of spiritual light into Yu Wu's forehead. Yu Wu was overjoyed, exclaiming, Thank you, Master. Sect leader E nodded and then addressed the disciples below. Yu should have told you that those who break through to the 6th stage of the Qi refining realm before this would be rewarded with a top-grade artifact. You may choose one now. As he spoke, sect leader E lightly pressed a mustard seed pouch, and a dazzling stream of light burst forth, filling the hall with the brilliance of the artifacts. R.A. Omicron. Swoosh. Artifacts flew before the crowd, swirling around them. All the artifacts were enveloped in the stream of light. Qin Sang used his spiritual consciousness to probe, but was blocked by the light. The Qi perception technique also couldn't penetrate the light, so he had to rely on his own judgment to choose, leaving the quality of the artifacts to chance. Since all were top-grade artifacts, their power was roughly similar, though they had different emphasis. Like Qin Sang, others were seeing so many top-grade artifacts for the first time. They were dazzled and wished they could possess them all. While everyone hesitated, a senior brother named Yang Yuanzong suddenly leaped forward and reached out to grab a streak of light. Within this streak of light was a sword-shaped artifact. It was easy to guess that this was likely a spiritual sword. In the realm of immortal cultivation, offensive artifacts with sufficient power were extremely rare and precious. Senior brother Yang had made a keen choice. Once senior brother Yang's hand grasped the streak of light, it dissipated automatically, and the spiritual sword within fell into his hand, returning to its normal size. The 3 Qilong, 1 azure blade was surrounded by a swirling black-blue cold aura, constantly flowing and exuding a chilling presence. The cold aura resembled a Qi dragon, with faint dragon roars emanating from it. Holding the sword, senior brother Yang stood in mid-air, surrounded by the Qi dragon too, radiating a heroic demeanor. Seeing this, everyone was jolted awake and immediately scrambled to grab the streaks of light in the air. The most fiercely contested was a black, cone-shaped artifact. The cone-shaped artifact and the sword-shaped artifact were the most formidable among the artifacts. Qin Sang had actually had his eye on them for a while, but after some thought, he decided to choose an artifact that suited him better. He had the ebony sword, an Astra. As long as he mastered the Song family sword art, it would be as powerful as the Qi dragon sword. What he lacked was an artifact to aid in escaping from danger. Scanning the available options, Qin Sang focused on a streak of light that contained a pair of white feathered wings. Originally, Qin Sang had his eye on an artifact that looked like a pair of shoes, but a senior sister, quick on her feet, snatched them up before him. It seemed this senior sister had the same intention as Qin Sang. With no choice, Qin Sang settled for the feathered wings. After everyone had chosen an artifact, sect leader Yi gathered the remaining artifacts and handed each disciple a jade slip, which contained an introduction to the artifacts and their refining methods. Qin Sang used his spiritual consciousness to scan the jade slip, furrowing his brow slightly. The feathered wings were called falling cloud wings. Contrary to Qin Sang's expectations, they did not function as an enhancement for speed, but rather as a concealment artifact, covering the entire body, obscuring one's aura and form, making them a pure stealth tool, even more refined than cloud evasion. It was still useful for saving his life. Qin Sang reassured himself. Seeing everyone's delight as they clutched their artifacts, sect leader Yi said calmly, distributing a top-grade artifact to each disciple is quite a generous act. Even in sects with spiritual infant grandmasters, Such a gesture is rare. You must have significant doubts in your hearts. The reason for this is that the sect has a task that requires you to undertake. Are you willing? Sect leader E paused, smiling at the crowd. In the face of the sect leader, who would dare to refuse? Everyone, clutching their artifacts and looking pleased, bowed in unison. Please give your orders, sect leader. We will not shirk our responsibilities. Qin Sang knelt with the others, but his heart raced with concern. With 3 golden core grandmasters in the sect and countless foundation-building cultivators, what could require the Qi-refining realm disciples to be mobilized? 1. The Qi is a traditional Chinese unit of length. Although it is often translated as the Chinese foot, its length was originally derived from the distance measured by a human hand, from the tip of the thumb to the tip of the forefinger, and is similar to the ancient span. It is approximately 1/3 of a meter. 2. The Qi dragon is a hornless dragon in Chinese mythology. Seeing their anxious and unsettled expressions, sect leader Yi chuckled softly and said, "Don't be afraid. There will indeed be dangers, but it's not a life or death situation. It's merely a matter of attending an immortal sect's ascension conference." Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned, thinking they had misheard. Qin Sang had heard of the ascension conference before. Not every immortal sect remained insular. Some recruited rogue cultivators through various selection processes to bring in fresh blood. This was one of the few opportunities for rogue cultivators to join an immortal sect. Each sect had its own way of selecting disciples, but collectively, these events were referred to as the Ascension Conference. In a sense, the Kuei-yin sect's use of the Divine Artifact Pavilion to issue a jade disc and recruit rogue cultivators could also be considered an Ascension Conference. However, those who passed the Ascension Conference were either exceptionally powerful or gifted, making the process quite difficult. They were already disciples of the Kuei-yin sect, and now sect leader Yi was asking them to participate in another sect's Ascension Conference. Even someone as naive as a fool could sense the strong undercurrents of conspiracy, and fear surged even more. With their current level of cultivation, getting entangled in the schemes of a golden core master and 2 immortal sects could easily result in their demise. Moreover, immortal sects despise traitors and spies the most. Once discovered, the punishments were always severe, meant to serve as a deterrent. In the world of immortal cultivation, there were countless methods of torture. Even wishing for death was a luxury. Despite the disciples' terror and the turmoil in their hearts, sect leader Yi continued, "I understand your concerns. The sect will never assign tasks beyond your capabilities. As long as you are cautious, you will complete the task with ease. Of course, it's too early to discuss this now. You must first pass the Ascension Conference. To this end, I have prepared a Qi gathering pill for you in advance." Sect leader Yi produced a jade vial from which emerged a series of azure pills, resembling translucent glass. The vial was uncorked, releasing a fragrant aroma that immediately drew everyone's attention. In the world of immortal cultivation, alchemists were rare, and the spiritual herbs required for crafting spiritual pills were even rarer. Powerful pills required not only rare herbs, but also specific ages of those herbs. Common cultivators often encountered herbs that were either too young or guarded by formidable demonic beasts. True immortal and divine herbs grew in perilous and obscure places, fraught with countless dangers and potentially ancient barriers. Without sufficient strength, even entering these places was almost a death sentence. Elixirs made from mundane herbs, like those for strengthening the body or detoxification, were useful to lower-level cultivators and were the most commonly encountered by rogue cultivators. However, those who could craft such elixirs were considered neophytes in the field of alchemy and were not yet worthy of the title of alchemist. The Qi Gathering Pill was an elixir capable of directly enhancing one's cultivation, effective even for foundation-building cultivators, and was truly an immortal pill. There is a saying, "The emperor does not lack hungry soldiers." As long as you agree to attend the Ascension Conference, this Qi Gathering Pill is yours. Furthermore, if you achieve notable success, there will be even greater rewards. If you make enough contributions, becoming my direct disciple is not out of the question. Sect leader Yi's words were as tempting as a devil's whisper. Is there anyone who does not wish to attend the Ascension Conference? You may speak now. We are all willing to go. Without hesitation, Qin Sang knelt and responded loudly. Even if 10 Qi gathering pills were placed before him, Qin Sang would still have refused to attend. But once sect leader Yi had spoken, there was no room for choice. Qin Sang had no desire to know the consequences of refusal. Among the 17, none were fools. Sect leader Yi was very pleased. With a wave of his hand, the Qi gathering pills flew out of the vial and into the hands of each person. You should take the Qi gathering pills now. You Wu and I will act as your protectors. Holding the Qi gathering pill, Qin Sang's gaze wavered. He had seen through his sect and doubted that the pill was without its tricks. However, with a Golden Core Master watching, he dared not make any small moves. Seeing a few senior brothers and sisters happily swallowing their pills without suspicion, Qin Sang felt a pang of sadness and quickly swallowed his own pill. The Qi gathering pill turned into a cool medicinal energy that flowed down his throat into his abdomen, then spread through his meridians, causing his internal spiritual power to surge chaotically like a turbulent sea. Qin Sang hurriedly activated his cultivation technique to stabilize the restless spiritual power. When he assessed his cultivation level, he found it had significantly improved from before. After digesting the medicinal energy of the Qi gathering pill, his cultivation level had at least risen to the late 6th stage of the Qi refining realm, achieving what would have otherwise required a year of arduous training with just one pill. If I can survive this task, it might turn out to be an opportunity. Perhaps I won't have to worry about foundation-building pills. Just as Qin Sang was comforting himself, he suddenly felt an unusual sensation in his primordial spirit. He quickly used his inner vision and was horrified to see a black dot on his primordial spirit. Upon closer inspection, it was a worm. Specifically, the worm was on the surface of the Jade Buddha's golden light on his primordial spirit, resembling a wriggling worm with 2 fangs at its mouth, fiercely gnawing at the golden light. Qin Sang was appalled. He was certain that there had been no worm on his primordial spirit before. The only possibility was that the worm had come from the Qi gathering pill. Suddenly, he heard a scream and jolted. Opening his eyes, he saw his fellow disciples writhing on the ground, clutching their heads in agony, their faces contorted in pain, their cries of distress making Qin Sang's hair stand on end. This is bad. Qin Sang realized with a shock that the worm was causing this suffering by gnawing at their primordial spirits. Thanks to the Jade Buddha's protection, the worm was kept outside his primordial spirit, so he hadn't felt the pain and seemed out of place in the hall. He sensed sect leader Yi and senior Uncle Yu's gaze on him. In his desperation, Qin Sang made a decisive move, immediately directing his spiritual consciousness into a sharp spear to stab at his own primordial spirit. The pain in his primordial spirit was unimaginable, a soul-wrenching agony. At that moment, Qin Sang felt as if he were being torn apart, his face turning ashen. He screamed loudly, his eyes rolled back, and he fainted, collapsing to the ground with a thud. Seeing this, sect leader Yi expressed his displeasure. How can someone who has broken through to the 6th stage of the Qi refining realm at such a young age have such a fragile primordial spirit? Yu Wu was also surprised and after a moment of thought, replied, reporting to the master, his name is Qin Sang. I remember he has a 5-elemental spiritual root and took a spiritual fruit in his youth to broaden his meridians. Although his cultivation speed is not slow, his talent is somewhat lacking compared to others. A 5-elemental spiritual root? Sect leader Yi glanced at the unconscious Qin Sang and remarked indifferently, what a waste of a Qi gathering pill. Qin Sang was carried out of the sect leader's cave dwelling by 2 senior brothers. 17 people were all pale-faced, looking ashen as though they had sheets of gold paper pasted on their faces. Others were terrified, but Qin Sang was injured. In a moment of desperation, he had overexerted himself, and his primordial spirit was severely damaged. It would likely take a long time to recover. The insect was called the heart-devouring insect, an ancient demonic creature that had long since gone extinct in the current world of immortal cultivation. It fed on the primordial spirits of cultivators, moving stealthily and almost impossible to defend against. Once it had caused a demonic insect disaster, striking fear into the hearts of immortal cultivators. As the sect leader had explained, planting the heart-devouring insects inside them was not meant to control them, but as a precaution. As long as they obeyed and put all their efforts into completing the tasks assigned by the sect, the heart-devouring insects would remain dormant within their primordial spirits, posing no danger. Once the mission was over, the sect would provide them with the antidote. However, should anyone harbor thoughts of fleeing or attempt to leak information and betray the sect, the heart-devouring insects would immediately awaken, devouring their primordial spirits in the blink of an eye. No one knew how much truth was in the sect leader's words and how much was a lie, but they had already experienced the pain firsthand. Just the thought of the terror they had felt when the heart-devouring insects gnawed at their primordial spirits sent shivers down their spines. No one wanted to experience it a second time. Senior Uncle Yu unleashed a beam of sword light, sweeping everyone toward the malevolent abyss. This time, however, they did not return to the previous cave dwelling. Instead, they descended deep into the abyss. On the pitch-black cliffside, a row of cave dwellings could be seen, each sealed tightly with a barrier. They resembled prisons more than homes. You have 1 month left. Do your best to absorb the medicinal energy from the chi-gathering pills. Only by becoming strong enough will you have a chance of surviving the Ascension Conference. Many have died at Yuan Zhao's sect's Ascension Conference. Yu Wu casted a meaningful glance at them before sealing them inside the cave, dwelling with a wave of spiritual power, then flying off on his sword. In the pitch-black cave dwelling, Qin Sang lay unconscious on the ground for an unknown amount of time. When he awoke, he felt a bit better, but his head still throbbed with pain. Lying on the icy cold floor, Qin Sang stared into the darkness, wide-eyed. He repeatedly recited the scripture of tranquility. But no matter how many times he did, he couldn't calm the fear and unease in his heart. After a long while, a weary sigh echoed through the deathly, silent cave dwelling. Qin Sang got up, enduring the pain in his head. He flicked his fingers to summon a flame for light. The cave was much like the one he had been in before, the only difference being that the door was now sealed by a barrier. Fortunately, before leaving, Senior Uncle Yu had told them that if they needed to absorb the malevolent yin qi, they could activate a barrier within the cave dwelling, and the qi would flow in. Qin Sang returned to his sea of consciousness, where he saw that the heart-devouring insect was wrapped in a layer of black membrane, clinging to the golden light emitted by the Jade Buddha, sleeping soundly. Although the golden light of the Jade Buddha had been gnawed at by the heart-devouring insect, it showed no sign of being pierced. The insect was firmly held at bay. It was the second time the Jade Buddha had saved his life. Qin Sang couldn't help but wonder what the others were thinking right now. He was fortunate to have the protection of the Jade Buddha, making him unafraid of the heart-devouring insect devouring his primordial spirit. This gave him a slight margin of maneuver. With a sliver of hope, he had to give it his all. The confusion in Qin Sang's eyes gradually gave way to unwavering determination. He cleared his mind of distractions, sat cross-legged, and began to cultivate. After dozens of cosmic orbits, the excruciating pain in his primordial spirit finally subsided, allowing him to calm down and carefully assess his situation. RES. This Ascension Conference was being hosted by an immortal sect called Yuan Zhao Sect. Only rogue cultivators under the age of 30 who had broken through to the 6th stage of the Qi refining realm were eligible to participate, and each time, only 12 people would be accepted into the sect. If they failed, even if they didn't die in the Ascension Conference, Qin Sang didn't believe sect leader Yi would be kind enough to spare their lives. With only 1 month left, even if Qin Sang absorbed all the medicinal energy from the Qi gathering pill, He could at most reach the late 6th stage of the Qi refining realm, but this would not result in a qualitative breakthrough. Only by advancing a whole stage could his strength significantly increase. In the end, Qin Sang decided to stop cultivating. He would spend the entire month practicing the Song family sword art and spells instead. Those rogue cultivators did not possess the Yin Luo banner, yet they had all managed to break through to the 6th stage of the Qi refining realm before the age of 30. Each of them was a formidable opponent. Without a doubt, merely surviving would not be enough in this situation. To stand out, he had to give it his all. Even the 16 fellow disciples were potential competitors. Moreover, after entering Yuan Zhao's sect, there would likely be no more malevolent Yin Qi available, so he needed to collect more soul pills while he could. Qin Sang opened the barrier on his cave dwelling, releasing King Yin to absorb the malevolent Yin Qi. He then sat in the lotus position, his mind sinking into his dantian. Within his Qi-Hai acupoint 1, the ebony sword trembled faintly. The Ascension Conference of Yuan Zhao sect has always been held in a place where ancient barriers still exist. It used to be a forbidden ground, but after the treasures inside were looted clean, Yuan Zhao sect claimed it. The terrain inside is shaped like the 8 trigrams, and once you enter, the barriers will randomly send you to one of the 8 outer areas. Due to the barriers, no messaging artifacts will work inside. I will give you a secret signal. When you meet fellow disciples, you must work together to compete for a spot. Under no circumstances should you kill each other. Otherwise, you will not be spared. That's it. I've explained everything. You can now head to Yuan Zhao's sect, and remember, travel separately. And don't even think about running away. I can sense your location through the heart-devouring insect. If you try, you will be killed without mercy. Is that clear? The dark night was thick with clouds, obscuring the moon. In a deserted mountain forest, Senior Uncle Yu stood with a slightly darkened expression, his gaze carrying a heavy warning. Qin Sang and the others quickly responded affirmatively. They had been confined at the bottom of the Yin malevolent cliff for an entire month and had only been released today. Senior Uncle Yu had flown them here in a shuttle all day, landing in this forest. Not far ahead was the mountain gate of Yuan Zhao sect, and the Ascension Conference would begin in 2 days. Qin Sang waited until the others had left one by one before taking his leave from Senior Uncle Yu. He then used cloud evasion to vanish into the forest. From his observations, out of the 16 fellow disciples, 5 had broken through to the 7th stage of the Qi refining realm after taking the Qi gathering pill. One senior brother's spiritual power was especially deep, likely close to breaking through to the 8th stage of the Qi refining realm. This filled Qin Sang with worry. Each of them carried top-grade artifacts, making them formidable foes. As for Senior Uncle Yu's words about not killing fellow disciples, Qin Sang had long since dismissed them. He could only hope he wouldn't be sent to the same area as any of the others. After leaving the forest, Qin Sang stood beneath a large boulder, pondering for a long time before letting out a soft sigh. He circled around and made his way toward Yuan Zhao sect. Even though Senior Uncle Yu had said it wasn't far, Qin Sang still traveled for an entire day before finally reaching the mountain gate of Yuan Zhao sect by dusk. The place appeared surrounded by treacherous peaks, ancient trees towering high, and clouds shrouding the area year-round. In reality, this was just a barrier meant to block mortals. Only by using the Qi perception technique could one see that within the mountains, there were no thick clouds covering the sky. Instead, there were countless pavilions, bridges, and water pavilions, all enveloped in immortal clouds, creating a grand and otherworldly scene. 1. This acupoint is where the Dantian is located. Many immortal cultivators were gathering at the mountain gate of the Yuan Zhao sect. Some were flying through the air, some relied on artifacts, and others had no choice but to travel on foot. These were likely all participants of the upcoming Ascension Conference. However, not all of them were rogue cultivators. Senior Uncle Yu had warned them not to let their guard down against any opponents once they entered the 8 trigrams forbidden ground. The Yuan Zhao sect was a prominent righteous sect, well known in the local cultivation world. Disciples who broke through the 10th stage before the age of 40 would be rewarded with a foundation-building pill. Many disciples from well-established immortal cultivation families participated in the Ascension Conference, and they were certainly not as poor and miserable as rogue cultivators. Each of them had deep foundations and were equipped with family-past artifacts for protection. As Qin Sang gazed at the mountain from below, two immortal cultivators flew past him. Everyone was a competitor. It was very likely that they would meet again in the 8 trigrams forbidden ground, where they would become rivals. There was no need for pleasantries. "What is your name?" "My name is Qin Sang." "Where are you from?" "I am from Ning Kingdom and once served as a general in the mortal world of Great Sui Kingdom." When faced with the questioning of a foundation-building realm cultivator from the Yuan Zhao sect, Qin Sang answered truthfully as instructed by Senior Uncle Yu. If he passed the Ascension Conference and joined the Yuan Zhao sect, the sect might send someone to investigate. Ning Kingdom, Great Sui. The cultivator from Yuan Zhao sect thought for a moment and then said, somewhat surprised, "The participants in the Ascension Conference are coming from farther and farther away these days." Qin Sang respectfully replied, "I have long admired the path of immortality, but have never been able to find a way in. When I heard that the Yuan Zhao sect was willing to guide rogue cultivators like myself on the path to immortality, opening its doors wide, I couldn't resist the urge and traveled thousands of li to come here." The Yuan Zhao sect cultivator stroked his beard and smiled. "For a rogue cultivator like yourself to reach the 6th stage of the Qi refining realm at your age is no easy feat. There's no need to look down on yourself. Take this jade token, go to the dwelling behind the mountain, and rest up. Early the day after tomorrow, the sect's cultivators will take you all to the 8 trigrams forbidden ground. Do not miss the timing." "Yes." Qin Sang took the jade token and followed a young cultivator from the Yuan Zhao sect toward the back of the mountain. Along the way, he crossed paths with a senior sister from the Queen sect. Their eyes met briefly, but both NCE, he settled into the dwelling. Qin Sang took out the jade token and recalled the rules of the Ascension Conference that Senior Uncle Yu had explained to them. Unlike other immortal cultivation sects, the Yuan Zhao sect's Ascension Conference was not a competition fought on platforms. The 8 trigrams forbidden ground was divided into 9 regions. All participants would be randomly transported to one of the 8 outer regions, each of which was separated by a barrier, but connected to the core region. Among all the participants, the first 12 to reach the core region would be the winners of this Ascension Conference. Due to the barriers within the 8 trigrams forbidden ground, even immortal cultivators couldn't tell directions clearly. Each rogue cultivator participating in the Ascension Conference would have a jade token. Once inside, they had to seize jade tokens from others, and only after collecting 10 tokens would the jade token show the direction to the core region. Without enough tokens, even if one managed to find the core region by sheer luck, they wouldn't be able to enter. In the 8 trigrams forbidden ground, fighting was inevitable. If luck was on one side and they encountered a weaker opponent, they could quickly gather enough tokens. But if they were unlucky and faced a bloodthirsty opponent, not only would they fail to obtain tokens, but they might even lose their lives. Moreover, there were many demonic beasts living in the forbidden ground, making every step a potential danger. On the 3rd morning, Qin Sang hurried to the gathering spot in front of the dwelling and found that 300 to 400 people had already assembled, with more still arriving. When the time came, the cultivators from the Yuan Zhao sect explained the rules for the Ascension Conference, which were largely the same as what Senior Uncle Yu had told them. Yes. Finally, a cultivator from the Yuan Zhao sect summoned an unremarkable wooden raft. Listening to the murmurs around him, Qin Sang learned that this raft was called the Moon Crossing Raft, a well-known artifact of the sect. Though the raft appeared small, it expanded with each person who boarded it, until it eventually grew large enough to carry everyone and soared into the sky. As the raft flew through the clouds, a cold wind battered it, but the azure light it emitted kept the chill at bay. Despite carrying so many people, The raft moved with lightning speed, and the mountains, rivers, and lakes below passed by in a blur, leaving everyone in awe. The mountain range where the Yuanzhao sect was located was as vast as the Yu mountain range. The moon-crossing raft flew through the mountains for 2 hours before finally descending onto a stone platform atop a desolate peak. Looking around from the platform, all that could be seen were barren mountains and wilderness, a desolate landscape without the rich spiritual power they had expected. There was no sign of the so-called 8 trigrams forbidden ground. As Qin Sang glanced left and right, puzzled, he noticed a cave dwelling next to the platform. Just as the raft landed, the doors of the cave opened, and 4 cultivators from the Yuanzhao sect emerged. All of them had reached the 10th stage of the Qi refining realm or higher. They hurried over to the raft and bowed deeply. "Greetings, senior uncle." The Yuanzhao sect cultivator who had been controlling the moon-crossing raft nodded and said, "The Ascension conference begins today. Go and open the barrier." "Yes." The 4 Yuanzhao sect cultivators moved to the edges of the platform, each taking a position in one of the 4 corners. They sat cross-legged and began chanting softly. On the platform, spiritual inscriptions manifested, forming a mysterious array. Each of the 4 cultivators then summoned a short sword. The swords were all different, shining in 4 distinct colors: azure, red, yellow, and white. It was impossible to discern their material. The 4 cultivators' expressions turned serious as they tapped the short swords several times. Instantly, the swords shone brightly, forming 4 fluctuating orbs of light that swirled around their fingertips. In the next moment, the orbs of light elongated, transforming into 4 towering swords, several zhang high. With a sudden movement, the 4 of them raised their hands, pointing the swords toward the sky, and shouted in unison, "Go!" The sword shot forward. Swoosh! Unexpectedly, the swords didn't fly into the distant heavens. Instead, they seemed to collide with an invisible barrier, their momentum abruptly halted. Then, the space above the swords began to ripple, creating massive waves in the air. The surrounding winds howled, and clouds churned as the outline of the ancient barrier finally appeared before everyone's eyes. It was as though the sky had been torn open, revealing a massive, gaping hole. From the hole, fierce winds roared, and even visible wind blades sliced through the air, threatening to tear anything apart. Multicolored divine lights clashed and dissipated, sending shockwaves of terrifying pressure that made everyone's scalps tingle. At the sight of this apocalyptic scene, the faces of everyone on the raft turned deathly pale. They had no doubt that if they were sucked into the barrier, they would be instantly torn to shreds. At that moment, the 4 cultivators let out a soft shout, and the 4 swords plunged into the hole, shattering into countless fragments. As the 4 swords disintegrated, their fragments scattered into the dark hole, and for a brief moment, the chaotic barrier seemed to calm. The Yuanzhao sect cultivator controlling the raft seized the opportunity. With a slight tremor, the moon-crossing raft shot forward, heading straight for the barrier. Amid cries of shock, just as they were about to enter the hole, the Yuanzhao sect cultivator suddenly withdrew the raft, causing everyone to tumble into the abyss like dumplings being dropped into a pot. Qin Sang only felt the world spinning around him before he plunged into it. It wasn't night, but it wasn't the bright daylight found outside either. It felt as if a thin layer of mist lingered, making it hard to see clearly into the distance. Only the vague outlines of mountains were visible, and the forbidden grounds were larger than Qin Sang had initially imagined. A thick stench of decay assaulted his nose. Qin Sang immediately held his breath and glanced around. Ahead of him was a swamp emitting a foul odor, while behind him lay a seemingly endless stretch of dark forest. The forest was overgrown with tangled branches, shrouded in a thick mist. Whether it was water vapor or miasma, Qin Sang couldn't tell. The shadows of the trees seemed to transform into the forms of countless evil spirits, bearing their fangs and claws. Upon entering the 8 trigrams forbidden ground, Where one landed was a matter of luck. If one were unfortunate enough to land in a demonic beast lair, it could only be attributed to fate. This place was far from a safe haven. Qin Sang pondered for a moment, and soon, wings sprouted from his back. Clouds formed around the wings, enveloping him until he vanished from sight. He climbed up a tree and waited in silence. After ensuring there were no unusual sounds or movements around him, Qin Sang leapt down from the tree and, using cloud evasion, swiftly moved in the direction he had chosen. After traveling some distance through the forest without incident, Qin Sang eventually arrived at the foot of a mountain. The mountain was not very large, but from Qin Sang's observations, it appeared to be the highest point in the surrounding area. However, as he neared the summit, Qin Sang quietly hid behind a large rock. Moments later, another Qin Sang emerged from behind the rock, boldly walking upward. Just as Qin Sang was about to reach the summit, he suddenly collapsed with a splash, turning into a puddle of water that soaked the ground. A while later, the real Qin Sang cautiously stepped out from behind the rock. The previous figure had been a clone he had created using the shapeshift spell. In preparation for the upcoming Ascension conference, he had spent extra time practicing this particular spell. Due to limited time and energy, he had not chosen to master more difficult spells, such as the water barrier or the river-locking fog. His mastery of shapeshift was far from perfect, and the clone it produced wasn't flawless either. However, if his opponent wasn't paying close attention, it could still be enough to deceive them, allowing Qin Sang to gain the upper hand. As his cultivation level advanced, Qin Sang's perspective broadened. He realized that each spell had its own unique use. What he once considered an insignificant spell, such as shapeshift, turned out to be incredibly versatile. Its applications range from scouting ahead to luring enemies. Being this cautious would inevitably cost him time, but in a place filled with danger at every step, he had no other choice. The mountain appeared free of threats, but Qin Sang remained on high alert. The mountain's wide view of the surrounding terrain was an advantage for observation, but it also posed a risk. If there were others in the area, they might be thinking the same as he was. Qin Sang gripped the purple soul bell in his palm, while his spiritual consciousness was ready to activate the ice silkworm armor at any moment. Although this armor was only a middle-grade artifact, it could still block a surprise attack and buy him some time. Omicron BS. With everything in place, Qin Sang continued to use his falling cloud wings, stealthily making his way toward the summit. Every few steps, he scanned his surroundings cautiously. It took him quite some time, but he eventually reached the peak. The view instantly broadened. Within his line of sight, the terrain varied dramatically. To his left was the area he had just come from, the boundary between the swamp and the forest. Both the swamp and the forest stretched out as far as the eye could see, with no end in sight. Occasionally, he could see the treetops in the forest swaying, though it was unclear whether something was moving below or if the wind was causing the motion. The swamp was no safer. While the edges seemed passable, the deeper parts appeared to be boiling, constantly bubbling with mud. Above the swamp, colorful clouds of mist gathered, likely containing toxins. Those two places were definitely off-limits. Qin Sang feared he might not even encounter another person before being devoured by demonic beasts or poisonous creatures lurking within. After all, the 8 trigrams forbidden ground was home to demonic beasts that had reached the ordinary demon realm. Birds, beasts, plants, spirits, and even stones or objects, if blessed with good fortune or awakened by instinct, could absorb spiritual power from the heavens and earth, drawing in the essence of the sun, moon, and stars. These were called demons. All the so-called demons, spirits, and ghosts in the mortal world were of this nature. These demons possessed only the instinct to seek fortune and avoid danger, without true intelligence. They were classified as ordinary demons. Some ordinary demons were so weak that even ordinary humans could kill them using special techniques. However, older and stronger demons often developed considerable intelligence, along with various strange and formidable abilities, making them a challenge even for chi-refining realm cultivators. At the peak of the ordinary demon realm, When a demonic beast was on the verge of nurturing a true demonic spirit, it would possess strength equivalent to a cultivator at the 13th stage of the chi refining realm. Once a true demonic spirit was formed, the creature would gain intelligence and enter the demonic spirit realm, comparable to the foundation building stage of human cultivators. Fortunately, the 8 trigrams forbidden ground did not harbor any demons at the demonic spirit realm, but it was said that there were demonic beasts in the late stage of the ordinary demon realm, some even at its peak. Even though Qin Sang possessed top-grade artifacts, he dared not provoke them recklessly. The Kuein sect did not have a map of the 8 trigrams forbidden ground, and Qin Sang had no idea which part of the area he had been sent to. With no clear direction, he could go anywhere. Only after collecting enough jade tokens would he know the way to the core region. Until then, his only goals were to survive and to seize jade tokens from others. Qin Sang surveyed the surrounding terrain and pondered for a moment before deciding to head in the direction to his right, where there was a large mountain range. The mountains were lush with vegetation, but not as dense and dark as the forest. The complex terrain would suit his abilities well. Having made his decision, Qin Sang was just about to descend the mountain when he sensed something was wrong. He looked up sharply and focused on a bird that resembled a yellow oriole hovering in the sky. Shortly after he had climbed the mountain, this oriole had appeared. There were wild animals in the forbidden ground, so at first, Qin Sang had paid it little attention. But this oriole never descended to feed. Since its arrival, it had been circling the peak, patrolling like an eagle, especially around the summit, where it had made several rounds. The more Qin Sang observed the bird, the more suspicious he became. After a moment of contemplation, he scanned the mountainside below him, carefully inspecting every inch, but found nothing unusual. Just as Qin Sang was beginning to think he was being overly cautious, the oriole suddenly spread its wings and flew down the mountain. Qin Sang's eyes lit up as he followed the bird with his gaze, watching as it landed in a patch of wild grass and disappeared. The area was a small depression in the mountain, overgrown with tall mugwort grass, making it a highly concealed spot. Soon, the grass rustled, and a figure emerged from within. The oriole perched on his shoulder, grooming its feathers with its beak. The person glanced around before swiftly heading toward the summit. Good thing I didn't put away my falling cloud wings. Qin Sang was secretly relieved by his caution. He hadn't expected someone to land so close to him, and now his nerves were on edge. Though he had taken many lives in the past, this was the first time he was facing another immortal cultivator as an opponent. Qin Sang quickly used the chi perception technique and found that the person's cultivation was about the same as his own, so there was no need to avoid a confrontation. However, given the many strange techniques at the disposal of immortal cultivators, he knew he couldn't afford to be careless. This man had disheveled hair, an unkempt appearance, and his Taoist robe was filthy, giving him the look of a scruffy Taoist. Judging by his appearance, no one would have guessed he was under 30. Swish! The scruffy Taoist tapped his toes on the tips of the grass, covering several zhang in the blink of an eye. There was no spiritual power fluctuation from his body. It seemed like he was using a mortal world Qigong movement art. This wasn't unusual. Many rogue cultivators lacked spells and had to rely on martial arts, which could sometimes produce remarkable effects. Such speed. It was too late to prepare the ebony sword now, unless the scruffy Taoist lingered at the summit after surveying the terrain. Otherwise, activating the ebony sword would only waste a spirit stone. Qin Sang frowned, thinking carefully. He had the upper hand, and it was a sneak attack, so there was no need to resort to the ebony sword. As the scruffy Taoist neared the summit, Qin Sang held his breath, his heart pounding. The moment the Taoist stepped onto the peak, Qin Sang suddenly activated the purple soul bell. Jingle. Under Qin Sang's full control, the crisp sound of the bell echoed across the mountain peak like an enchanting melody. The scruffy Taoist, shocked to find someone lying in wait on the seemingly empty summit, paled and hurriedly reached for his waist. But he was too late. The purple soul bell captured his mind, freezing his body in place. His eyes grew dull, reflecting pain and confusion. Seeing that the purple soul bell had worked, Qin Sang was delighted but did not relax. He quickly began silently chanting the Gui Shui Yin Thunder spell, and in a moment, a dark Yin thunderbolt appeared in his palm. The Yin thunderbolts resembled flowing water, writhing in his hand, with occasional flickers of blinding lightning surging within, displaying its fierce power. At the same time, Qin Sang noticed that the confusion in the Taoist's eyes was gradually being replaced by a look of ferocity and desperation. His body had begun to tremble. Seeing this, Qin Sang's heart sank. In just 3 breaths' time, the Taoist was already beginning to break free. He's an immortal cultivator, after all. Qin Sang sighed inwardly, knowing he couldn't afford to wait any longer. He hastily stopped his chanting and hurled the Yin thunderbolt toward the Taoist. Boom! The Yin thunderbolt shot forward with incredible speed. Almost as soon as it left Qin Sang's palm, it struck the scruffy Taoist. A blinding bolt of lightning stretched between them. But in that moment, Qin Sang's expression did not show relief. Instead, his face darkened. He had aimed to kill with one blow, targeting the Taoist's heart. But just as the Yin thunderbolt was about to strike, a black shield appeared out of thin air on the Taoist's chest. The shield was only the size of a palm, slender in shape, entirely black. 3 sword-shaped grooves converged at the sharp tip of the shield, exuding a murderous aura. The Yin thunderbolt struck the shield directly. Lightning flickered across the surface, but the shield absorbed the impact, leaving the Taoist completely unharmed. An automatically defending artifact, Qin Sang cursed inwardly. Though the black shield was only a middle-grade artifact, it possessed the rare ability to defend its owner automatically. Such artifacts required no activation from their owner. As long as danger was sensed, they would appear on their own to provide protection. Their value couldn't be measured by grade alone. Even disciples of major immortal sects would dream of having such an artifact. Qin Sang hadn't expected his first opponent to be so troublesome. Despite his ragged appearance, the Taoist possessed such a rare artifact. For safety, Qin Sang had even avoided using the more familiar but slightly weaker Thousand Li Eye seal, only for something unexpected to occur anyway. Had he known, he might have gambled and summoned the ebony sword directly. After all, the black shield was only a middle-grade artifact and couldn't possibly withstand the power of the ebony sword. Bang! The power of the Yin thunderbolt dissipated, and an unexpected scene unfolded. The black shield, having lost its spiritual qi, dropped to the ground as if its connection had been severed. It shattered into 3 pieces and rolled into a crevice between the rocks. After all, it was only a middle-grade artifact. Being able to block the Gui Shui Yin Thunder spell was already its limit. Qin Sang hadn't expected it to be destroyed outright, which was a pleasant surprise. Feeling emboldened, Qin Sang abandoned the idea of retreating. Without hesitation, he raised his hand, and suddenly cold winds howled across the mountaintop, and the temperature plummeted. Before the scruffy Taoist, strands of blue-white cold qi emerged, carrying countless shards of ice, which quickly began to condense. But at that moment, the scruffy Taoist let out a sudden shout, his eyes widened, and he unexpectedly broke free from the sound of the bell. Huff! Huff! The scruffy Taoist gasped for breath, still shaken. As soon as his mind cleared, he noticed the cold qi in front of him and the shattered remains of his wishing shield at his feet. His expression changed drastically, filled with terror. The wishing shield was something he had specifically prepared for this ascension conference. He had competed fiercely for it at an auction, nearly exhausting all his wealth. Yet, he hadn't expected to use it so soon after entering the forbidden ground. His eyes darted around frantically until he finally spotted Qin Sang, standing at the edge of the mountain peak. Qin Sang had to focus his spiritual consciousness on casting the spell, so he couldn't maintain the falling cloud wings to hide his figure. His form naturally became visible. "You despicable coward!" The scruffy Taoist gritted his teeth, glaring at Qin Sang with hatred as he cursed him viciously. Without waiting for a response, he turned and fled, not even daring to retrieve the shattered wishing shield. This move greatly surprised Qin Sang. He frowned. If he let the scruffy Taoist escape, all his efforts would have been for nothing. More importantly, he still had a chance to seize a jade token. He couldn't give up so easily. Qin Sang quickly made up his mind. Calmly watching as the Taoist fled, he waited until the man stepped onto the edge of a boulder, ready to leap down the mountain. At that moment, a thin layer of ice silently spread over the edge of the stone. With a startled cry, the Taoist slipped, losing control of his body, and fell down the mountain. The terrain was steep, and the direction the Taoist had chosen to flee led directly to a high cliff. At the base of the cliff were ancient trees, their trunks as thick as several people. As the Taoist tumbled, the cold chief finally solidified into several long, sharp ice spikes, their tips gleaming coldly and lethally. Go! Qin Sang flicked his finger, and the ice spikes shot out like lightning, tracing an arc through the air. They caught up to the Taoist, just as he was about to fall into the dense, ancient forest below. The Taoist, suspended in mid-air, had no chance to dodge. He could only muster a bit of spiritual power to defend himself. But how could that withstand the ice spikes Qin Sang had meticulously prepared? A scream echoed through the air as the ice spikes drew a spray of blood, and the scruffy Taoist, along with the spikes, crashed into the forest below. Snap! 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 Countless branches snapped, and leaves scattered in all directions. After the chaos subsided, the forest fell silent. Is he dead? Qin Sang stood at the edge, peering down, but his view was obstructed by the leaves. He couldn't see where the scruffy Taoist had fallen or whether he was dead. All that stood out was the vivid blood staining the trees. The timing of his attack had been perfect, and even if the Taoist wasn't dead, he was at least incapacitated. Feeling a bit pleased with himself, Qin Sang allowed himself a small smile. Qin Sang focused his gaze on the silent and eerie forest below. After a moment of contemplation, he decided not to descend immediately. Instead, he pretended to search the surroundings for a path down the mountain. As he passed a spot where the rocks protruded, he quickly created a clone using his spiritual power. Hiding his real body at the mountain's peak, he cast the airborne technique on his clone, controlling it to glide toward the base of the cliff. The clone leaped swiftly between the rocks and trees on the cliffside. Just as it landed on the branch of an ancient tree, an unexpected change occurred. Without warning, a beam of green light shot out from the forest. Within the light, there was a vibrant green vine. The vine twisted like a snake, coiling and extending, and in an instant, it shot toward Qin Sang's clone. The vine swiftly wrapped around the clone, binding it tightly. Ha! A burst of wild laughter echoed from within the forest. A scruffy Taoist, his hair disheveled, flew up to the treetops. His entire body was drenched in blood, covered with rotten grass and leaves. Broken ice spikes protruded from his arms and legs, making him appear very battered, but his injuries were far less severe than Qin Sang had expected. The scruffy Taoist glared fiercely at the clone bound by the vine and said viciously, "Dare to ambush me? Let me show you the power of the spirit binding technique." Then the Taoist raised his head and looked toward the mountaintop, chanting something under his breath. Suddenly, a whistling sound came from the peak, and 3 beams of black light shot out. They were fragments of the wishing shield. Qin Sang, who was hiding on the mountaintop, looked furious and shocked. Had he not been so cautious, if he had boldly gone down to loot the corpse or greedily tried to pick up that shield fragment, he would have undoubtedly fallen into the Taoist trap and faced a grim fate. Sword transformation, the Taoist shouted, and with 2 sharp bang sounds, the wishing shield fragments merged in midair like 3 sharp swords. The wishing shield was no longer in its original shield form, but had transformed into a strange 3-edged black sword, each with ferocious blood grooves, making one's heart tremble at the sight. The sword tips gleamed with a chilling light, as if they were imbued with sword energy. There was no trace of damage anymore, and instead, the shield was now unleashing power far exceeding that of a middle-grade artifact. Looking at the transformed wishing shield, the Taoist's face was full of pain. His eyes showed even deeper hatred as he glared at Qin Sang's clone. With a wave of his hand, the black sword immediately changed direction, piercing straight into the clone's body. Splash! The black sword passed through and embedded itself into the ancient tree, causing water to splash everywhere. The Taoist's pupils suddenly constricted, his expression drastically changing. An uneasy feeling gripped his heart, and he hastily looked up, only to see a brilliant flash of lightning, like a bolt from the blue. The Taoist was utterly terrified and tried to flee in panic, but how could his speed compare to that of lightning? He barely took half a step before the Yin thunderbolt struck him right in the forehead. The full force of the Yin thunderbolt exploded, splitting the giant tree branch beneath the Taoist's feet. With a loud crash, a large crater appeared on the ground, and inside lay a charred figure. Still feeling cautious, Qin Sang condensed several ice spikes and shot them into the crater. After seeing no signs of movement from the Taoist, he finally relaxed and leaped off the cliff. RES. When he landed at the edge of the crater, Qin Sang suddenly stopped, a look of surprise flashing across his face. The Taoist was in such a miserable state, yet there was still a faint breath of life left in him. After a moment of thought, Qin Sang put away the spirit stone in his hand and took out the Yin Luo banner. Summoning King Yin, he commanded it to devour the Taoist's soul. Qin Sang had always been curious about the Taoist's beast-taming abilities. The yellow Oriole had fled when Qin Sang first attacked, and its whereabouts were now unknown. Although it had no combat abilities, it could be useful for scouting. However, King Yin was easily detected by immortal cultivators and struggled to get close. Moreover, it tended to cower when facing such opponents, making it unreliable in battle. If the Taoist hadn't been on the brink of death, King Yin wouldn't have dared to rush in and devour his soul. Qin Sang still couldn't understand where King Yan's ferocity had gone, the same ferocity it had shown when it turned against him in the past. Unexpectedly, when King Yin flew out of the Taoist's body, it hadn't captured the soul, but was only holding a small wisp of green light. Qin Sang was greatly surprised. He took the green light and examined it, discovering it was just a trace of primordial spirit. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Sang suddenly remembered that when he previously commanded King Yin to extract Saint Yujue's soul, it only lasted for half the usual time. Yunjue, an innate stage master, had a soul that was more solid than that of an ordinary person. For an immortal cultivator who had refined their soul into a primordial spirit, the soul would be even stronger. Qin Sang hadn't expected King Yin to be ineffective against immortal cultivators, which left him feeling disappointed. His gaze swept over and fell upon the mustard seed pouch, still intact and hanging at the waist of the Taoist. With a sweep of his hand, Qin Sang took the pouch, then cast a flame to incinerate the Taoist's body. Without rushing to inspect the contents of the pouch, Qin Sang swiftly moved to the side of an ancient tree. He dug out the deformed wishing shield from within the tree trunk and then flew up to the treetops, vigilantly scanning the surroundings. The battle between him and the Taoist had caused quite a commotion. He wasn't sure if anyone else had been drawn over. Having used several spells and artifacts in succession, more than half of his spiritual power was already depleted. If he encountered another formidable enemy, he was certain he wouldn't stand a chance. Seeing no signs of anyone approaching, Qin Sang used an evading method, fleeing a great distance in one go and finding a hidden spot to take refuge. He placed the two jade tokens together, but there was no reaction at all. After examining them for a moment, he put them back into the mustard seed pouch. Aside from that, the Taoist's mustard seed pouch contained nothing of value, just a foundational wood-based cultivation art and a few mundane martial arts techniques. There wasn't even a single beast-taming method, nor a single spirit stone. What caught Qin Sang's attention the most, however, were a dozen large pouches of blood stored in the bladders of some unknown animal. The bladders were washed spotlessly clean, without a trace of stench. Blood packs. Staring at these items, Qin Sang was speechless for a long time. In his previous life, Qin Sang's family background wasn't good. He worked hard to finish his studies, and his first job was very demanding. He worked tirelessly without allowing himself any slack, and when he could no longer bear the stress, the only way he could unwind was by watching action-packed movies. That was one of his few ways of relaxing. Now, seeing props that looked like something out of those movies, he couldn't help but feel a wave of nostalgia. There was also a jade slip that contained information about the wishing shield. After reading it, Qin Sang's expression shifted, and he silently cursed for quite a while. He had thought that apart from the jade token, the biggest reward was the wishing shield. But to his surprise, the shield was already destroyed. It turned out that, besides its ability to automatically protect its owner, the wishing shield had another feature. It could change form and transform into a flying sword, instantly concentrating the power of the 3 shield fragments to unleash an attack with the sharpness of a high-grade artifact. This transformation could happen in a split second, catching an opponent off guard, a truly strange and unpredictable ability. But there was only one chance for this transformation. After becoming a sword, all 3 fragments of the wishing shield would shatter. Upon examining the shield closely, Qin Sang saw that the 3 black fragments were indeed covered in cracks, and before leaving, Qin Sang quietly made another round around the mountain. Lying in wait was always easier than rushing into an encounter, but unfortunately, he gained nothing. In the end, Qin Sang sped off in the direction he had previously chosen. Meanwhile, the entire 8 trigrams forbidden ground had already descended into chaos. The core area of the 8 trigrams forbidden ground was not large. It was a circular lake with water as clear as jade, undisturbed by even the slightest ripple. In the center of the lake was a small island, lush with green plants and vibrant flowers. At the center of the island stood a towering tree with huge, coiling roots and its fiery red leaves stacked in layers, resembling a pagoda. A Yuan Zhao sect cultivator, who had been operating the moon crossing raft, was meditating on a reef at the edge of the island. Suddenly, his face twitched slightly, and he opened his eyes, looking upward. The sky above suddenly shifted, with wild winds raging, but they couldn't shake the massive tree in the slightest. 2 figures surrounded by the glow of protective artifacts flew through the winds and headed toward the island. Seeing the faces of the newcomers, the tense expression of the Yuan Zhao sect cultivator relaxed, and he asked in surprise, "Junior brother Yu, why are you here? Where is senior brother Du?" The man was a foundation building stage cultivator in his 40s, followed by a young man in white who appeared to be in his 20s, with cultivation at the 8th stage of the Qi refining realm. The 2 landed on the island, and the young man bowed respectfully. "Zhaoyan greets senior Uncle Luan." The cultivator, surnamed Yu, smiled and said, "Senior brother Luan, you may not know, but it seems something happened within senior brother Du's family. Early this morning, one of his children rushed up the mountain seeking help. Senior brother Du was overwhelmed, so he entrusted me to handle the assignment of menial tasks for the new disciples. So that's it. No wonder senior brother Du hasn't shown up." Wan Shan suddenly understood. Most of the new recruits from the Ascension Conference were wandering cultivators with unruly temperaments, and they needed to be tempered. For the first 2 years, many menial tasks that the inner disciples were unwilling to do would be assigned to them, under the pretense of refining their temperament. These tasks, which often earned resentment, were typically assigned by senior brother Du. Since senior brother Du had delegated this to junior brother Yu, Wan Shan was more than happy to let him take over. "I'll leave it to you, junior brother Yu." After a few more exchanges, the 3 of them each found a reef to meditate on, not daring to step onto the island itself. In a dark, damp canyon on a desolate mountain, the rocks were covered in moss, and strange bugs occasionally crawled through the crevices, emitting a faint, rotting stench. Qin Sang weighed the mustard seed pouch in his hand and flicked a finger, casting a flame to burn the corpse at his feet. This was the second opponent he had encountered after entering the 8 trigrams forbidden ground. Although not as troublesome as the Taoist, This fight still left Qin Sang drenched in cold sweat. He had concealed himself in the shadows and used the purple soul bell to bewilder the opponent, following up with the Een thunderbolt that severely injured him, then finished him off with a few ice spikes. The opponent hadn't even had time to activate his protective artifact. Qin Sang was becoming increasingly adept at using this method. He only aimed to severely injure the man and steal his jade token. But while pleading for mercy, the man had secretly reached for his mustard seed pouch, with a faint red glow flickering in his palm. This infuriated Qin Sang. Having nearly suffered from not finishing off an opponent before, he wasn't about to take any more chances. Without hesitation, he killed the man to be sure. When Qin Sang opened the mustard seed pouch and searched through it, he couldn't find the jade token. The man's jade token had either been stolen or hidden away. There was no distinction between day and night inside the 8 trigrams forbidden ground, but Qin Sang estimated that he had been inside for about 2 hours and had only obtained 1 jade token. Collecting 10 jade tokens was turning out to be far more difficult than he had imagined. He couldn't afford to be so cautious anymore. However, this man's possessions were more valuable than the Taoists. When Qin Sang unfolded the man's hand, he found a stack of 12 talismans clenched in his palm. Taking a closer look, they were all fire feather talismans, which made Qin Sang break out in a cold sweat. The fire feather technique was a type of fire-based spell. Once activated, countless flames would transform into feathers, each one shooting out like an arrow, filling the sky. Although the dispersed fire feathers lacked the concentrated power of the Guisha Een thunder spell, they were still more powerful than the ice spikes formed by the thousandly ice seal. If an opponent used a single fire feather talisman, Qin Sang naturally wouldn't be afraid, but the thought of 12 fire feather talismans being unleashed at once made his scalp tingle. He was grateful that he hadn't given his opponent the chance to release them. Aside from the dozen fire feather talismans, the man's artifacts were nothing remarkable. A defensive artifact resembling a green gauze canopy, which wasn't even as good as the ice silkworm armor, and a blood-colored long saber. It was decent for a middle-grade artifact and could be barely used. Qin Sang gave the saber a few swings and found it surprisingly handy, so he kept it. Once the corpse was fully burned, Qin Sang glanced around before hiding himself. After leaving the canyon, he crossed over 2 mountains and found a cave to take shelter in. After meditating to recover his strength, Qin Sang gripped the blood saber and set off again. The mountains seemed endless, and the terrain was incredibly complex. Picking up his pace, he continued for a while until he spotted a solitary peak ahead. It stood tall, with its summit nearly piercing the clouds. Being the tallest mountain in the area, it promised a broad and expansive view, so Qin Sang decided to ascend and take a look. In a place like this, one had to be extremely cautious. Qin Sang silently climbed to the summit, where his eyes suddenly sharpened. On a rock at the top, there was a subtle mark that only the 17 of them could recognize. It was the secret sign that Senior Uncle Yu had arranged for them. Since entering the 8 trigrams forbidden ground, Qin Sang had completely forgotten about the secret sign. He had no intention of leaving one himself for others to find him and assumed the others shared the same mindset. To his surprise, one of his fellow disciples had actually left a sign. Naivety? Or a trap? Qin Sang furrowed his brows, following the direction indicated by the mark. It pointed exactly where he was planning to go, suggesting that the fellow disciple was likely not far ahead. After 2 battles and only obtaining 1 jade token, Qin Sang realized that standing out in the Ascension Conference was far from easy. Compared to the consequences of failing to join the Yuan Zhao sect, is it more acceptable to team up with a potential adversary? Qin Sang hesitated for a moment, deep in thought, before deciding that each person should walk their own path. He had no idea which disciple lay ahead, and if it turned out to be someone at the 7th stage of the Qi refining realm with ill intentions, he might be in serious danger. The allure of a top-grade artifact was almost as tempting as a jade token. Changing his direction, Qin Sang noticed shimmering waves in the distance to his left, which seemed to be a large river. The land around the riverbank was open, and not far across was the poisonous swamp. After descending the mountain, Qin Sang changed course to the right, continuing his trek through the deep mountains. "Who's there? Show yourself." By a mountain stream, a man and a woman stood facing each other from opposite sides. The man was dressed like a martial artist from the mundane world, even wearing a straw hat, but the sword in his hand was clearly an artifact. It was completely blue, with a faint ripple of water flowing over it. The woman, on the other hand, was beautiful with a seductive figure, holding a palm-sized copper mirror. She gazed warily across the stream, looking rather pitiful. Both of them simultaneously looked up and fixed their gaze on the same spot upstream. The woman even let out a startled cry. At the stream's edge, there was a rustling sound in the grass. Moments later, Qin Sang emerged from it, his face showing no embarrassment at being discovered. He calmly nodded at the woman. It turned out that this woman was a fellow disciple from the Queen sect, a senior sister named Shun Jing, who, like Qin Sang, had a cultivation level of the 6th stage of the Qi refining realm. Although they had never spoken, they had seen each other once when Senior Uncle Yu was giving a lecture. However, Qin Sang hadn't revealed himself because of Shun Jing's identity. In fact, he had little choice. The falling cloud wings, being a top-grade artifact, consumed a large amount of spiritual power, making it unsustainable for long periods. If he kept it active, he wouldn't be able to maintain it for much longer given his current cultivation. He had been cautious enough, stopping periodically to scout for mountaintops and using cloud evasion to travel. Yet, he hadn't expected to stumble upon two people hiding in this unremarkable mountain stream. The towering trees on both sides of the stream obscured the area entirely. When Qin Sang discovered the two, he was both surprised and pleased, immediately attempting to use the falling cloud wings to hide himself, hoping to profit from their confrontation. Unfortunately, it was too late. Shun Jing and her opponent were on high alert, their lives hanging in the balance. In such a tense state, even the slightest disturbance couldn't escape their notice. Cloud evasion was just a basic evasion technique and insufficient to conceal him at such close range. He was easily detected. Qin Sang decided not to hide any longer and walked out boldly. When Shun Jing saw that it was Qin Sang, her eyes lit up and her wary expression turned into one of joy as she exclaimed, "Junior brother Qin, senior sister Shun." Qin Sang acknowledged her with a nod, then turned his gaze toward the man in the straw hat across the stream. Yu had not placed any strict restrictions on their behavior, and the Yuanzhao sect couldn't monitor the 8 trigrams forbidden ground. Upon hearing how Qin Sang and Shun Jing addressed each other, the Straw Hat Man's already dark expression became even more grim, and his grip on his sword tightened. His eyes darted around, as if considering which direction to flee. "Junior brother Qin, this is wonderful. We've ended up in the same area." Shun Jing's eyes sparkled with excitement, making her seem even more charming. "Senior sister Shun, let's deal with the trouble in front of us before catching up." Before the words had even left his mouth, Qin Sang's figure flickered as he blocked the Straw Hat Man's escape route. If it had been him in this situation, his first instinct would have been to run. With the Jade token right in front of him, there was no reason to let this man go. As for how to divide the spoils, that could be discussed once they had it in hand. New Epsilon. Shun Jing suddenly realized this and hurriedly said, "Yes, yes." Luckily, junior brother Qin came. Otherwise, I would have been in serious danger. But be careful. This man's sword art is quite strange. As she spoke, Shun Jing raised the copper mirror in her hand, aiming it at the Straw Hat Man. Suddenly, the Straw Hat Man rasped, "I'll give you my Jade token. Can you let me go?" Qin Sang didn't respond. If the man cooperated, negotiations might have been possible. But Shun Jing had foolishly revealed their connection the moment Qin Sang appeared, making it impossible to let him go. Shun Jing glared angrily at the Straw Hat Man, clearly unwilling to agree either. The Straw Hat Man sneered, "I wonder how the two of you plan to split the Jade token." "I don't want it." Before Qin Sang could say anything, Shun Jing suddenly declared, "Junior brother Qin, if it weren't for you, I'd have lost my life today. You can take everything. I don't want a single thing. This response took Qin Sang by surprise. He glanced at Shun Jing with a strange expression, wondering if he had overthought things earlier. After all, there were people like immortal Master Han who repaid kindness generously, as well as those like the Tan brothers, who were righteous and intolerant of evil. Since Shun Jing had willingly given up the spoils, Qin Sang naturally had no objections. The two of them easily handled the Straw Hat Man. Qin Sang severely injured him with the Gui Shui Yin Thunder spell, then swiftly beheaded him with a single stroke. Qin Sang didn't even need to use the purple soul bell. He used the tip of his blade to pick up the mustard seed pouch and the sword from the Straw Hat Man's body, then looked up at Shun Jing, praising her, "Senior Sister Shun, your treasure mirror is truly formidable." During the battle, the Straw Hat Man, uncertain of Qin Sang's strength, had initially chosen to break through on Shun Jing's side. However, he was tightly bound by Shun Jing's copper mirror. Each time the man thrust his sword, Shun Jing's mirror emitted a golden ring that firmly blocked him, giving Qin Sang ample time to prepare his spell. By the time a man realized his mistake and turned his attack toward Qin Sang, it was already too late. Qin Sang recalled that this copper mirror was Shun Jing's reward from the sect leader's cave dwelling, a top-grade artifact, as expected. "Junior brother Qin, you overpraise me," Shun Jing said, a hint of shyness flashing across her face. It seemed that the recent battle had drained her strength. Shun Jing's breathing was slightly hurried, her cheeks flushed, and the sweat on her forehead had dampened her bangs. She curled her finger to brush her hair aside, her delicate lips parting as she softly said, "If it weren't for your help, no matter how sturdy this mirror is, it would have only been a matter of time before he wore me down. It's your Gui Shui Yin Thunder spell that's truly impressive." As she spoke, Shun Jing naturally began to move toward Qin Sang. "Senior Sister Shun, stop right there." Qin Sang suddenly retreated, putting some distance between them before calmly saying, "It's better if we maintain some space between us." Shun Jing looked stunned, a trace of grievance in her expression. "Junior brother Qin, what do you mean by this? I haven't taken anything from him at all. Isn't that enough to show my sincerity? Do you still not trust me?" Qin Sang cupped his hands in a polite gesture. "It's not that I don't trust Senior Sister Shun, but the Ascension Conference is too brutal, and I'm merely taking precautions. Please forgive me." "Junior brother Qin, are you saying you don't plan to team up with me?" Shun Jing asked in disbelief. "Have you forgotten Senior Uncle Yu's instructions? Aren't you afraid of punishment from the sect?" Qin Sang smiled slightly. "As long as I can enter the Yuan Zhao sect and complete the sect's mission, why would Senior Uncle Yu punish me for such a trivial matter?" "What Junior brother Qin says does make sense," Shun Jing muttered, but she still seemed reluctant. She spoke softly, her voice tinged with sorrow. "But don't you realize how difficult it is to obtain a jade token? I've been here for so long and only managed to snatch one, using up all the talismans I accumulated as a rogue cultivator. If it weren't for my treasure mirror, you'd be looking at my corpse right now. There are 5 of our fellow disciples who've broken through to the 7th stage of the Qi refining realm, and even among the rogue cultivators, there are experts at the 7th stage. How can the 2 of us compete with them?" Upon hearing these words, Qin Sang's gaze narrowed, and a hint of hesitation appeared on his face. Shun Jing, thinking that Qin Sang was tempted, hurriedly urged, "Junior brother Qin, right now, there are definitely quite a few people cooperating within the Forbidden Ground. You just saw how easily the 2 of us handled our enemies together. If you're concerned, we can make an agreement. After defeating our foes, we'll take turns choosing the spoils. Once we build trust, we can plan further." Qin Sang pondered for a moment, then suddenly lifted his head. His eyes, sharp and bright, locked on to Shun Jing as he asked, "Senior Sister Shun, was it you who carved the mark on that mountain peak?" Shun Jing was startled at first, but then it dawned on her. She glanced back at the faint silhouette of the solitary mountain peak in the distance and said, "So you came from that direction as well." "To be honest, after leaving the mark, I kept moving forward. I didn't expect to encounter a mountain crocodile deep in the forest. It was perched by a deep pool, luckily devouring a corpse. Fortunately, it only glanced at me and didn't pursue. In my terror, I kept a wide distance, but in my panic, I lost my way and was stopped by this man. Fear and frailty flickered in Shun Jing's eyes, as if she was still shaken by the memory. A demonic beast? Since entering the 8 trigrams forbidden ground, Qin Sang hadn't encountered a demonic beast yet, likely due to his caution in avoiding places that seemed abnormal. That's right. Shun Jing suddenly clapped her hands, exclaiming in surprise, "Junior brother Qin, that mountain crocodile only devours corpses, so the jade token should still be intact. Moreover, I've heard that where demonic beasts dwell, there are always precious spiritual herbs, and the 8 trigrams forbidden ground must be no exception. If the two of us join forces, combining the strength of our top-grade artifacts, even if we can't kill it, we should at least be able to retreat safely. Why don't we?" The more Shun Jing spoke, the more excited she became, but she was abruptly interrupted by Qin Sang's shaking head. If that mountain crocodile could easily kill an immortal cultivator, and it scared senior sister Shun away with just one glance, it won't be that simple. Senior uncle you once said that the Forbidden Ground is home to many late-stage and peak ordinary Demon Realm beasts. There are plenty of jade tokens available, so why take the risk for just one? As for the spiritual herbs, only a few can directly enhance one's cultivation, and neither of us is an alchemist. What's the point of seizing them now? Qin Sang knew well how difficult the participants of the Ascension Conference could be to deal with. Even the scruffy Taoist had his own methods of survival. That mountain crocodile had killed an immortal cultivator without a scratch, clearly indicating its formidable strength. Shun Jing gave a dry laugh, her face flushing with embarrassment. "You are right. I was too reckless." Reckless? More like being swayed by the allure of treasure and power. After all, immortal cultivators were still humans, merely wielding immense power. Qin Sang smiled without taking offense. His spiritual consciousness delved into the mustard seed pouch of the straw-hatted man and was pleasantly surprised to find 2 jade tokens inside. It was clear this man had already defeated an opponent, but had the misfortune of running into Qin Sang and Shun Jing. Seeing the 2 jade tokens in Qin Sang's hand, Shun Jing's eyes were filled with envy, but soon her face showed a trace of determination, and she remained silent. Qin Sang noticed this, nodded slightly, and then pulled a low-grade spiritual sword from the straw-hatted man's mustard seed pouch and tossed it over to her. "Senior sister Shun, take this artifact for now to defend yourself. We may face more tough battles ahead, and we'll need to work together." With that, Qin Sang replaced his sword with the straw-hatted man's emerald wave sword, activated his evading method, and swiftly moved towards the mountain stream. Shun Jing, overjoyed at receiving the spiritual sword, was about to say something but saw Qin Sang's figure moving farther away. Hastily, she stamped her foot and hurried to catch up. The two moved in tandem, though Qin Sang always maintained some distance from Shun Jing. Qin Sang's cloud evasion was slightly superior to Shun Jing's evading method, so he let her reveal herself while he concealed his aura, trailing behind. Yet, it seemed that everyone around had disappeared without a trace. After walking for some time, they didn't encounter a single soul. Just as Qin Sang was frowning, considering whether to change direction, Shun Jing, ahead of him, crossed over a hill and suddenly stopped. She turned and called out, "Junior brother Qin, there seems to be a mountain ahead." "Yes." Qin Sang leaped onto the treetops, and sure enough, he saw a towering peak at the edge of his vision. Now that Shun Jing was his ally, it was best to encounter others as soon as possible. Qin Sang decided to go up and survey the surrounding terrain. "Senior sister, wait for me at the foot of the mountain." Shun Jing agreed without hesitation. The two hurried to the base of the mountain, where Shun Jing found a hiding spot. Qin Sang, cloaking himself, began climbing toward the summit. Standing on the mountaintop, Qin Sang realized they were nearing the edge of the mountain range. Beyond a few more peaks lay a vast plain overgrown with wild grass, tall enough to reach a person's height. The wind stirred the grass like rolling waves. unless one lay hidden in the grass. There was nothing around to obscure their presence. This place was quite suitable for an ambush. Qin Sang, eager for the opportunity, was about to descend the mountain to inform Shenjing when he suddenly heard a loud crash from below. His expression shifted slightly. He moved to the edge of the mountaintop and saw that rocks were collapsing at the base of the mountain, with dust and smoke billowing up. Amidst the haze, flashes of blades and swords could be vaguely seen, along with Shun Jing's urgent shouts, suggesting that the situation was dire. Seeing this, Qin Sang made to rush down the mountain to rescue Shun Jing, but hesitated as he took a few steps. Could it be a trap? Qin Sang's face was uncertain. After all, he had been on the mountaintop for some time and had seen no sign of anyone passing by. Yet Shun Jing, who had been hidden, suddenly encountered enemies. This thought crossed his mind. Although he deemed it unlikely, he remained cautious and used his falling cloud wings to conceal his presence, approaching the base of the mountain silently. Unexpectedly, as Qin Sang reached halfway down the mountain and was about to pass over a valley, an unusual change occurred. Suddenly, several strands of eerie black mist shot out from the valley. The source of the mist was a series of copper mirrors arranged in a formation, hidden and carefully placed, making them difficult to detect. These mists were ghostly and chilling, moving with lightning speed. The concealment of the falling cloud wings seemed ineffective against them as they headed straight for Qin Sang. These copper mirrors. Qin Sang's face was a mix of surprise and anger. In his haste, he couldn't avoid the attack and swung his emerald wave sword. Swish! The sword light from the emerald wave sword surged like concentric ripples, spreading rapidly around Qin Sang and striking the advancing black mist. To Qin Sang's surprise, the sword light passed through the mist without any obstruction, proving ineffective. He barely had time to activate his ice silkworm armor, forming a layer of frost around him before the mist enveloped him. The mist made no sound upon hitting Qin Sang, and he felt no pain. Buzz! The copper mirrors on the ground began to vibrate simultaneously, slowly rising into the air. More mist poured out from the mirrors, completely surrounding Qin Sang in a thick, pitch-black haze. A figure suddenly appeared in the valley. It was Shun Jing, unharmed. Shun Jing, clutching her copper mirror artifact, nervously watched the mirror array. Her fingers quickly tapped the surface of the mirror several times. The mirror then floated into the air and positioned itself above the array, sealing the only gap. The trembling copper mirrors immediately stabilized and emitted even more black mist, which gathered into a dark, iron-like curtain. Sweat beaded on Shun Jing's forehead as she exhaled deeply, murmuring, "Junior brother Qin, it's not easy to set a trap for you." A look of hesitation appeared on Shun Jing's face. Finally, she tapped her mustard seed pouch, from which flew a crystal-like arrow. Infusing spiritual power into the arrow, it shone with a cold light as it shot into the sky. Mid-air, it exploded with a loud bang, shaking the mountains and spreading ice shards like fireworks. Moments later, a gray whirlwind roared towards them from the direction they had come. It soon arrived before Shun Jing, where the wind abruptly ceased, and the swirling mist was drawn into the mouth of a young man. The man carried a treasured sword and had a small azure snake coiled around his left arm. The azure snake hissed and flicked its tongue, then leapt from his arm to Shun Jing's hand, rubbing its small head affectionately against her palm. The man glared at Shun Jing, his expression clearly displeased. "Junior sister Shun, I told you before that I could refine the 100-year-old stone milk in a few hours. Once I break through to the 7th stage, gathering our jade tokens won't be a problem. Why did you have to wake me with the azure snake?" Jing turned her head away with a huff. "The stone milk can't be lost if not refined immediately. In senior brother Yang's mind, is my life less important than those few drops of stone milk?" The man's expression turned awkward. After a moment of hesitation, he walked over to Shun Jing, gently lifting her shoulders and softly reassuring her. "Junior sister, I'm anxious too. With so many experts in the 8 trigrams forbidden ground, If we can't enter the Yuanzhao sect, we don't know how those old demons from the Kuei-yin sect will deal with us. Besides, this person has already been easily trapped by your bewitching mirror. What are you still afraid of? Qin sang, trapped within the mirror array, heard their conversation clearly. The sound of the man's voice and Shun Jing's address shocked him profoundly. The newcomer was also a Kuei-yin sect disciple, senior brother Yang Yuanzong, whom he had encountered at the sect leader's cave dwelling while obtaining the Qi Dragon Sword. It was a coincidence that all three had ended up in the same area, and these two had evidently been colluding. Qin Sang's expression shifted unpredictably as he stared at the barrier of black mist around him. He was beginning to understand how he had fallen into this trap. During his fight with the straw-hatted swordsman, the golden rings were definitely not produced by the bewitching mirror. Shen Jing must have another defensive artifact to conceal the true function of the bewitching mirror, deceiving even him. The trap was not without cause. The woman's acting was too superb. She had disguised the real power of the bewitching mirror, pretending to be weak to lower his guard. It was likely that she had been plotting against him since he first appeared. Qin Sang sighed inwardly, his brow furrowed in worry. Facing two fellow disciples with top-grade artifacts, how could he escape? The mist seemed only to trap him. Qin Sang felt as if he were confined within a hollow iron ball. The mist around him was chilling, but other than that, there was no significant effect. He swung his hand, releasing a blast of cold air that turned into ice shards, which were deflected by the mist barrier. At the same time, the mirror array outside quivered. Shen Jing's eyes widened as she pointed at the mirror array and exclaimed, "Easily? Do you know who this person is?" Yang Yuanzong looked stunned. "Could it be?" Shen Jing nodded. "Yes, it's our fellow disciple, Qin Sang. The one who fainted out of fear in the sect leader's cave dwelling." Yang Yuanzong chuckled, clearly remembering Qin Sang vividly. "I recall seeing your uncle you mentioning that he has 5 elemental spiritual roots. It seems he stumbled upon some incredible luck and consumed a rare fruit, barely stepping onto the path of immortality. A coward like him isn't worth worrying about. Alphoton bot epsilon." Shun Jing snorted. "Senior brother Yang, if you keep underestimating people like this, you might suffer a serious setback in the future. You have no idea how difficult junior brother Qin is to deal with. I used every method I could, but I still couldn't gain even a sliver of his trust. I didn't even get the chance to leave a secret mark on him. I tried tempting him with jade tokens and spiritual medicines to lure him into the mountain crocodile's lair where you were, but he wasn't moved at all, and he never once revealed the full extent of the abilities of his winged artifact. I had to rack my brain just to find an opportunity to set up the bewitching mirror, otherwise." Before she could finish, Yang Yuanzong's face had already darkened like the bottom of a pot, and he barked angrily. "What means did you use to win his trust? Could it be that you? What do you take me for?" Shun Jing looked utterly aggrieved, on the verge of tears. "Ever since I committed myself to you, I've been loyal and devoted. After being coerced by junior brother Qin, I had no choice but to put on an act while secretly signaling the Azure Snake to call for your help. I never forgot to seek an escape for even a moment, and yet you still doubt me. I only care about you, that's why." Seeing Shun Jing's tearful expression, Yang Yuanzong's fiery temper quickly dissipated. He hurriedly apologized, but when it didn't seem to help, he immediately shouted, "Junior sister Shun, open the mirror array. That wretch Qin dared to threaten you. I'll cut him down with the Qi Dragon Sword and avenge you right now. The one I hate the most is you." Shen Jing cast a seductive yet annoyed glance at Yang Yuanzong. "Why are you in such a hurry? I suspect junior brother Qin's winged artifact likely has an escape ability, and the artifact refined by the sect might be too fast for your empty wind to catch. Let him stay in the array for a while longer. The mist from the bewitching mirror has a disorienting effect. Once he's confused and disoriented, it won't be too late to strike. He's carrying at least 3 jade tokens. You absolutely can't afford to let this opportunity slip." Yang Yuanzong's eyes gleamed. 3 jade tokens? With ours combined, that makes 7. Shen Jing smiled and nodded. Inside the mirror array, countless fragments of ice swirled into a pale blue wind, filling the confined space and crashing against the mist barrier, blocking any view outside. Qin Sang, however, sat cross-legged, holding a spirit stone in each hand. His ebony sword flew out from his Qihai acupoint and hovered in front of him, its spiritual power growing ever brighter. The blade trembled incessantly, as if it could barely contain its thirst for blood. Trapped in the mirror array, Qin Sang initially planned to escape the moment Shenjing opened the array by using the falling cloud wings. However, after hearing the conversation between Shun Jing and Yang Yuanzong, he immediately decided to deploy his ebony sword instead. He hadn't felt any disorienting effect from the mist inside the mirror array. His mind was as clear as ever. To quickly accumulate enough spiritual power, Qin Sang took a risk by simultaneously absorbing the energy from two spirit stones. The immense spiritual power surged into his meridians, causing him excruciating pain, as though his meridians were being torn apart. His Qihai felt like it was on the verge of exploding. Gritting his teeth to endure the agony, Qin Sang's face twisted with pain, but his gaze remained icy calm. The commotion within the mirror array grew smaller and smaller until, at last, it completely fell silent. The two exchanged glances, and Shun Jing said, "Senior Brother Yang, I will now open the bewitching mirror. Do not let him escape." Yang Yuanzong casually nodded, and the Qi dragon sword in his hand suddenly emitted a deep dragon roar. The cold Qi surrounding the sword transformed into a Qi dragon, raising its head, glaring at the heavens with fury and roaring like thunder. Shen Jing took a deep breath and waved her hand gently. The topmost bronze mirror soared through the air and landed in her palm. She held the copper mirror toward the mirror array and softly shouted, "Gather!" Swoosh! Swoosh! All the copper mirrors flew back simultaneously, stacking on top of each other until they merged into one. The fog, sustained by the mirror array, instantly collapsed. The thick mist exploded as though it had been boiled, violently surging like waves. Within the tumultuous tide, it seemed as if a ferocious dragon was sealed inside, ready to break free. Whoosh! A cold wind, sharp as a blade, sliced through the dark mist. The blue-white cold Qi carried countless ice shards, followed by even more shards that shredded the black mist into pieces, covering the sky and nearly blotting out the sun. The scene was so powerful it seemed as though it would tear everything in the valley to shreds. Shen Jing's expression immediately changed, and she cried out, "Senior Brother Yang, act quickly." Yang Yuanzong's gaze sharpened. He suddenly stomped the ground, propelling himself into the air. With a swift motion, the Qi dragon sword easily cut through the ice shards in his path. The cold Qi on the sword coalesced into an even larger ice sword. It's just as Yang Yuanzong was about to slash toward the center of the cold Qi, he felt a sudden change in his heart. From the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a figure concealed within the ice on the other side of the valley, slipping away without a backward glance. Yang Yuanzong halted his strike, sneering coldly. A fierce wind rose under his feet, propelling his speed to new heights. In an instant, he appeared behind the fleeing figure and, without hesitation, swung his sword down. Just as Qin Sang was about to be sliced in two by the Qi dragon sword, a faint smile crept across Yang Yuanzong's lips. But then, from behind, he heard Shun Jing shout, "Senior Brother Yang, be careful." At that very moment, a streak of black light shot out from the center of the cold Qi. Within the black light was a small flying sword. The speed of the flying sword was astounding. By the time Shen Jing noticed it, it was too late to provide assistance. Yang Yuanzong's heart was gripped by terror. He already sensed the razor-sharp Qi approaching from behind. Twisting his body with all his might, he saw the ebony flying sword hurtling toward his chest, mere inches away. Yang Yuanzong let out a desperate cry. His arm bulged with veins as he forcefully pulled the Qi dragon sword back, positioning it in front of his chest. At the very last moment, the Chi Dragon sword barely blocked the trajectory of the ebony sword. However, due to the waning force, the ebony sword struck the Chi Dragon sword, sending it flying from Yang Yuanzong's grip. It smashed into his body before falling to the ground. With a muffled grunt, Yang Yuanzong felt an overwhelming force hit him, his body curling up like a shrimp. He was flung away like a rag doll, crashing into a large boulder. In Beit Epsilon, the ebony sword, relentless, paused in the air for a moment before resuming its pursuit. Terror filled Yang Yuanzong's face. In a panicked rush, he managed to raise his body by a few inches with the help of the empty wind. Whoosh! The ebony sword, sharp and unstoppable, pierced straight through Yang Yuanzong's abdomen, leaving a trail of blood that slowly seeped from the wound. The pain was excruciating. Yang Yuanzong let out a heart-wrenching scream. Just then, Shun Jing's figure flashed before his eyes, and hope filled his gaze. "Junior sister, save me." But to his shock, Shun Jing smiled sweetly at him and raised her hand, plunging it directly into Yang Yuanzong's abdomen. Blood sprayed all over Shun Jing as she withdrew her hand, grasping a wisp of smoke. In the next instant, the returning ebony sword pierced through the back of Yang Yuanzong's skull. His face was filled with terror and disbelief as he collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Shun Jing waved her hand, snatching Yang Yuanzong's mustard seed pouch into her grasp. A gust of wind and smoke swirled beneath her feet as she swiftly retreated, clearly having mastered Yang Yuanzong's empty wind. In an instant, Shun Jing's figure flashed more than 10 zhang away, rushing toward the mouth of the valley. Her face was filled with vigilance as she glanced at the ebony sword, and a golden ring flew from her wrist, hovering above her head. "Junior brother Qin, how about we stop here?" Shun Jing called loudly toward the center of the valley. Whoosh! The cold wind within the valley gradually dissipated, revealing Qin Sang's figure. He was sitting cross-legged on the ground, secretly clutching 2 spirit stones in his hands. His face was deathly pale as he gazed at Shun Jing, his voice hoarse. "Senior sister Shun, you truly have remarkable methods. I'm afraid senior brother Yang won't die in peace." Qin Sang hadn't expected Shun Jing to be so ruthless, killing her ally without hesitation and stealing his belongings. He hadn't had time to stop her. Now, with Yang Yuanzong's artifact of wind and smoke in her possession, it would be difficult to stop Shun Jing if she intended to flee. Moreover, after controlling the ebony sword in that intense maneuver, Qin Sang had nearly exhausted all of his spiritual power. He had been forced to replace his depleted spirit stones with 2 new ones. If he pursued her too far, both his spiritual power and spiritual consciousness would be drained. "I was only acting in self-defense. Junior brother Qin, you certainly hid your strength well. I warned senior brother Yang not to underestimate you, but he was too overconfident and brought this disaster upon himself. I didn't expect junior brother Qin to possess such a powerful flying sword. Could it be a talisman, Astra?" Shun Jing stared at the ebony sword, a flicker of fear passing through her eyes. Qin Sang's gaze flickered. During Yu Wu's teachings, he had heard his fellow disciples mention talisman Astra. It was said that a talisman Astra was a type of talisman imbued with a portion of the power of an Astra. Only cultivators at or above the core formation realm could sacrifice their own Astra to forge one, intended as protection for their descendants. In the hands of a Chi refining realm cultivator, it could display a power slightly stronger than that of top-grade artifacts. Qin Sang had no elder at the core formation realm, nor the financial resources to purchase a talisman Astra, and he had never seen one before. Since Shun Jing had misunderstood the ebony sword to be a talisman Astra, Qin Sang had no reason to correct her. He responded in a low voice, "Since senior sister Shun wishes for peace, why haven't you left yet?" Shun Jing let out a charming laugh. "Junior brother Qin, have you forgotten our previous agreement?" Qin Sang glanced at Yang Yuanzong's corpse and scoffed. "I don't want to follow in senior brother Yang's footsteps." Shun Jing's eyes reddened slightly, and her tone turned pitiful. "Junior brother Qin, you misunderstand me. I have always kept myself pure, but I was forced by that vile Yang. Enough, Qin Sang interrupted coldly. I heard everything you and senior brother Yang discussed while I was inside the array. Don't pretend in front of me. So, junior brother Qin's winged artifact can really resist the bewitching mirror's mind-altering effects. The sorrowful expression on Shun Jing's face vanished without a trace, replaced by a look of feigned confusion. Now that we both know each other's abilities, why can't we continue to cooperate? I have nothing on me that could threaten you. So what are you afraid of? Between the three of us, we already have 9 jade tokens. If we seize just one more, we can gather all the tokens and find the entrance to the core area. Once we ambush one person at the entrance, you and I can join the Yuan Zhao sect together, saving so much time. Why not? Senior sister Shun, with your cunning mind and having obtained senior brother Yang's jade token, why insist on dragging me into this? Qin Sang's face showed a contemplative expression, though he was actually stalling for time. Without pause, he absorbed the spiritual power from his spirit stones. Since Shun Jing wasn't willing to leave, she wouldn't be leaving. He would never collaborate with Shun Jing again. How can one expect to guard against a thief every day without fail? He had to admit that, facing such a ruthless and calculating woman with exceptional acting skills, Qin Sang couldn't help but feel a chill deep in his heart. To be honest, junior brother Qin, my original set of needle-shaped artifacts was destroyed by Yang Yuanzong's Qi Dragon Sword. The Golden Ring, Bewitching Mirror, Empty Wind, and even the Sand Mirage spell I practice can protect my life, but they lack sufficient power when it comes to killing enemies. I had no choice but to rely on you and senior brother Yang. As Shun Jing spoke, her eyes flickered toward the ground between the two of them. The Qi Dragon sword lay quietly there, with the ebony sword hovering above it. Seeing Qin Sang ignore her, Shun Jing opened Yang Yuanzong's mustard seed pouch and took out 4 jade tokens, displaying them to Qin Sang. Junior brother Qin, here are 4 jade tokens. I'll give you 2, and I'll keep 2 for myself. With the 2 I already have, we just need to seize 1 more, and then we can jointly control the jade tokens. There's also that bottle of century-old stone milk. Once we join the Yuan Zhao sect, I'll split half with you. How about that? Before Qin Sang could respond, Shun Jing decisively tossed 2 jade tokens toward him, waiting patiently for his decision. Qin Sang hesitated for a long time. Since they were too far apart, he couldn't examine them with his spiritual consciousness. So he sent a wave of spiritual power to lift the jade tokens. There was nothing unusual. The jade tokens flew toward Qin Sang, and he raised his hand as if to catch them, but suddenly stopped midway, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. He shouted, "Go!" Without warning, the ebony sword, suspended in midair, shot out like lightning. Unexpectedly, Shun Jing showed no signs of panic. Facing the attack, she neither dodged nor evaded, laughing softly. I knew you wouldn't agree. Before her words had even faded, the golden ring above her head shot up, releasing a dazzling golden light that accurately intercepted the incoming ebony sword. With a loud clang, the golden ring encased the ebony sword. Brilliant golden light erupted, pressing inward and trapping the sword. For the moment, the ebony sword couldn't break free. Bang, bang, bang. As the ebony sword continued its relentless assault, cracks began to appear on the golden ring. Shun Jing was willing to sacrifice this defensive artifact just to trap the sword for an instant. At the same time, an enraged shout came from the center of the valley. While Qin Sang was fully focused on controlling the ebony sword, 2 jade tokens suddenly emitted a blue glow, and in the blink of an eye, a blue sphere of light flew toward his face with lightning speed. It was Yang Yuanzong's primordial spirit. When a cultivator's physical body died, if the primordial spirit didn't escape in time, it would perish along with the body. However, Yang Yuanzong had been killed by Shun Jing, who had cunningly extracted his primordial spirit before finishing him off. Seeing her plan succeed, Shun Jing was overjoyed. Wind rose beneath her feet as she swiftly flew toward Qin Sang. A flash of cruelty passed through her eyes as she raised her sword to stab at his head. Just as she was about to succeed, The smile on Shun Jing's face froze. She saw Qin Sang's eyes suddenly open, clear and calm, even carrying a hint of mockery. There was no trace of fear or pain from someone about to be possessed. You, a deep unease surged within Shun Jing, and from the corner of her eye, she saw a flash of red light in Qin Sang's hand. He raised his hand and threw a stack of talismans at her. Whoosh! In an instant, all the talismans shattered, and the space between them was filled with swirling pieces of paper, transforming into endless fire feathers. These feathers filled the sky, shimmering like the plumes of a fire phoenix, with each one burning with ethereal flames. It was as if the area had turned into a sea of fire, the scorching and wild energy sweeping in all directions. Intense waves of heat surged skyward, and in mere moments, the plants and trees in the valley withered to ash. Every fire feather pointed directly at Shun Jing. Shun Jing's hair stood on end as she screamed in terror. No! Qin Sang sneered, and without hesitation, he fiercely waved his hand. All the fire feathers trembled slightly before shooting out in unison. Poof, poof, poof. At such close range, Shun Jing had nowhere to escape. When the smoke cleared, a charred corpse lay on the ground. Qin Sang had deliberately aimed at her head, obliterating it with a barrage of fire feathers. Her body was burned beyond recognition, and she met a tragic end. At this moment, the danger was over. Though Qin Sang's body throbbed with unbearable pain, he felt a profound sense of relief. He cast a complicated look at Shun Jing's corpse. This woman had truly taught him a hard lesson. Fortunately, he had never let his guard down, keeping the fire feather talismans hidden in his palm. When Yang Yuanzhang's primordial spirit appeared, he could have immediately unleashed the fire feather talismans, but he held back, trusting in the Jade Buddha and playing along with the plan. As expected, Shun Jing had fallen into the trap. It might have seemed like a waste to use all 12 fire feather talismans at once, but Qin Sang wasn't sure if this deceitful woman had any other protective artifacts. There's still one more thing, Qin Sang muttered to himself. Focusing inward, he entered his sea of consciousness and saw Yang Yuanzhang attacking his primordial spirit with futile strikes of spiritual consciousness. The golden glow of the Jade Buddha remained unmoved. Qin Sang immediately began to counterattack. As his power grew and Yang Yuanzhang's diminished, his primordial spirit weakened rapidly. Terrified, Yang Yuanzhang no longer dared to linger and quickly fled from Qin Sang's sea of consciousness. Junior brother Qin, spare me. I can help you. Yang Yuanzhang's plea for mercy echoed in Qin Sang's mind, but he ignored it. Without hesitation, he directed the ebony sword outside and mercilessly shattered Yang Yuanzhang's primordial spirit. Thud! Just as Qin Sang was about to stand up from the ground, a wave of excruciating pain surged through his body, causing him to collapse, screaming in agony. Earlier, the intense focus during the fight had helped him endure the pain. But now that he relaxed, it felt like his entire body had turned into a tattered cloth, riddled with pain. Especially his chi and meridians, which felt as though they had been mercilessly stirred with a knife. After absorbing 4 spirit stones in succession, it was a miracle that his meridians hadn't burst from the excess spiritual power. Qin Sang could only smile bitterly. He pulled out several jade bottles from the mustard seed pouch. Most of them had been taken from the pouch of the straw hat swordsman, and Qin Sang didn't recognize most of them. However, one bottle contained water dew pills, which he was familiar with. There were 8 water dew pills in the bottle. Qin Sang took out 2 and swallowed them. A cool medicinal energy flowed through his body, relieving much of the pain. Struggling to his feet, Qin Sang stumbled over to search through the remains of Yang Yuanzhang and Shun Jing. After looting their belongings, he burned the corpses. Not daring to retrieve the ebony sword, he endured the pain and used the remaining spiritual power within him to activate his evading method, fleeing from this perilous place as quickly as possible. He crossed several mountain ranges in succession before finally hiding in a stone cave. Qin Sang didn't even have the energy to assess his spoils. He set up the bewitching mirror at the cave's entrance and hurriedly activated the netherworld scripture to begin meditating. It was unclear how much time had passed when Qin Sang finally woke up. Although his meridians and chi still throbbed with a dull ache, time didn't permit him to continue meditating indefinitely. After taking 2 more water-dew pills, Qin Sang allowed his body to gradually recover. He couldn't wait any longer and opened the mustard seed pouch, pouring its contents onto the ground. On his way here, he had already refined the bewitching mirror, making it his own. The bewitching mirror wasn't actually a single mirror, but a set of 8 copper mirrors stacked together, 1 primary and 7 auxiliary mirrors. These 8 copper mirrors could form a mirror array, which was exceptionally sturdy and could trap opponents. The mist emitted by the array had a bewitching effect. However, setting up the mirror array wasn't easy. It required some time to prepare and was even harder to use than the ebony sword. The array couldn't be moved once set up, so it could only trap opponents if they entered it of their own accord. Otherwise, it was useless. Additionally, the bewitching effect of the mist was short-lived. One had to seize the moment when the array was first activated, before the opponent could break free from the mist to achieve the best results. While inside the mirror array, Qin Sang had not felt any confusion, and after some thought, he realized it must have been due to the Jade Buddha. The power of the bewitching mirror was undeniable, but it was difficult to unleash its full potential in the 8 trigrams forbidden ground. He couldn't tell whether Shinjing's luck had been good or bad. Compared to the bewitching mirror, what excited Qin Sang the most were the Qi Dragon Sword and Empty Wind. With these 2 artifacts alone, Yang Yuanzong would have been guaranteed a place in the competition if he hadn't fallen at the hands of Qin Sang and Shinjing. The power of the Qi Dragon Sword was unquestionable. It was a top-grade spiritual sword, far superior to the Blood Saber and Emerald Wave Sword. While Qin Sang's ebony sword was sharp, it consumed a great deal of energy and required preparation before use. The Qi Dragon Sword, on the other hand, could be used directly in battle with comparable power. Empty Wind was a high-grade artifact, resembling a wisp of gray-white wind that felt smooth like silk when held in the palm. This was Qin Sang's first time seeing such an artifact, and he couldn't help but marvel at it. Once refined, Empty Wind would allow its wielder to ride the wind and fly a short distance off the ground. The speed was impressive, and it consumed little spiritual power. Though it could only carry one a couple of zhang above the ground, it was enough to cross mountains and escape danger. For cultivators in the Qi refining realm, this was an extraordinary treasure. Qin Sang immediately used his spiritual consciousness to refine Empty Wind. It was easily absorbed, and with a single breath, he swallowed it into his body, hiding it within his Qi. With just a thought, a gust of wind would rise beneath his feet. Fully armed, Qin Sang felt incredibly satisfied, though he regretted not having a good defensive artifact. Unfortunately, the golden ring had been destroyed in its clash with the ebony sword. Yang Yuanzong had been quite loaded. Besides Empty Wind, he also had a few low-grade artifacts and some spirit stones. Shenjing's mustard seed pouch, on the other hand, was filled with worthless items, fabrics, cosmetics, and jewelry. The only thing that surprised Qin Sang was finding a middle-grade spirit stone in Yang Yuanzong's pouch. In terms of value, 1 middle-grade spirit stone was equivalent to 100 low-grade spirit stones, though the exact trade value could vary depending on negotiations. RAO. The spiritual power contained within a middle-grade spirit stone was not only more abundant than that in low-grade stones, but also purer. This meant that it could be absorbed and refined much faster. However, for Qin Sang, the middle-grade spirit stone held even greater significance. According to the Song family sword art's explanation of the swordsmanship realms, Qin Sang had now reached the point where he could control his sword with spiritual consciousness, making it move according to his will. He had begun to grasp the fundamentals, but his low cultivation limited how far his flying sword could be sent. Once he advanced further in swordsmanship, he would be able to generate sword chi, eventually reaching the realm where sword chi would arc like a rainbow across the sky. The Song family sword art stated that one sword chi was mastered, the ebony sword would be imbued with it, doubling its power and dramatically increasing its speed, swift as lightning, streaking across the sky like a white rainbow piercing the sun. But with this increase in power came a significantly higher consumption of spiritual power, several times greater than before. Cultivators above the 10th stage of the chi refining realm could no longer rely solely on low-grade spirit stones to sustain their cultivation. They would need to use middle-grade spirit stones just to barely activate sword chi. Although Qin Sang hadn't reached the sword chi realm yet, he carefully stored the middle-grade spirit stone away. Originally, Qin Sang hadn't expected to obtain a middle-grade spirit stone. He had planned to focus on advancing his cultivation after reaching the stage where he could control his sword with his spiritual consciousness. Now, it seemed like the time to prioritize it had come. Being a spy in an immortal sect was undoubtedly dangerous. Qin Sang had no idea what the Koyin sect was planning, nor did he care to know. The only thing he could do was wait for the right moment to escape. If escape proved impossible, he would need to increase his strength as much as possible to face any dangers ahead. With this thought in mind, Qin Sang continued searching and picked up a jade bottle from Yang Yuanzong's mustard seed pouch. The thumb-sized bottle contained a few drops of milky white liquid, thick like ointment. As he opened the lid, a fragrant aroma wafted into his nose, instantly reducing some of his pain. This must be the stone milk that Yang Yuanzong and Shun Jing had mentioned, possibly found in the mountain crocodile's nest. Although the treasures of the 8 trigrams Forbidden Ground have been almost entirely looted by the Yuan Zhao sect, it wasn't unusual to find overlooked remnants. Besides, the Yuan Zhao sect might not have considered this small amount of stone milk to be valuable. Yang Yuanzong had already reached the peak of the 6th stage. By refining the stone milk, he would have had a high chance of breaking through to the 7th stage. However, the medicinal energy of the chi-gathering pill was still building up in Qin Sang's body, and he was far from breaking through. For now, the stone milk held little value for him, so he stored it alongside the middle-grade spirit stone. In front of him, 10 jade tokens were neatly laid out. 4 from Yang Yuanzong, 2 from Shun Jing, and 4 from Qin Sang himself. Qin Sang thought to himself that there shouldn't be many others in the Forbidden Ground who had collected tokens faster than him. Despite all the struggles, it hadn't been in vain. When the 10 jade tokens were brought together, they formed a jade booklet. The tokens were crystal clear, and a layer of mist appeared out of thin air on them. Beneath the mist, mountains, rivers, and lakes seemed to be faintly visible, but the mist obscured everything, making it impossible to see clearly. The only visible feature was a bright arrow, which remained pointed in the same direction no matter how Qin Sang moved the jade tokens. The more tokens one gathered, the thinner the mist on the jade booklet became, and the clearer the guidance. With 10 tokens, all Qin Sang could see was the arrow. He had no idea what the terrain ahead looked like or whether the path was navigable. Qin Sang had long known about this, so he wasn't surprised. After confirming the direction, he placed the jade tokens and other useful items into his mustard seed pouch. He checked his internal injuries and, feeling that they weren't too serious, strapped the Chi Dragon's sword to his back, activated Empty Wind, and flew out of the cave. Flying on the wind felt exhilarating, though it made him an obvious target. The direction indicated by the jade tokens led deep into the plains, and luckily, he wouldn't need to return to the poisonous swamp. In the blink of an eye, Qin Sang flew out of the mountains and onto the plains. He lowered himself into the grass to race across the land. The wide expanse of the plain gave him a clear view, and with the speed of Empty Wind and 3 top-grade artifacts at his disposal, Qin Sang felt confident that no one would dare provoke him. Even if they did, he was sure he could escape if necessary. He had hoped to collect a few more jade tokens while flying across the plain, but to his surprise, after traveling for quite some time, he hadn't encountered a single opponent. It was truly strange. Less than 2 hours later, Qin Sang had crossed the plain, and before him appeared numerous ravines. In the field of vision, The earth appeared as if it had been torn apart, with deep ravines crisscrossing the landscape. Between these ravines stood rock cliffs of varying heights. Most of the cliffs had razor-thin summits, resembling sharp blades, making it nearly impossible to find footing. Separated by a single cliff, the ecosystems within each ravine were surprisingly different. In some, lush grass thrived with small streams meandering through, while in others, rivers surged wildly. Towering ancient trees, some even taller than the cliffs themselves, loomed, while in other areas, barren red soil or exposed rocks dominated. When two ravines merged or intersected, even more complex and striking scenery appeared, making one wonder how such a unique landscape had formed. This kind of place was perfect for an ambush. If a demonic beast's nest were hidden within one of these ravines, it would be nearly impossible to detect. Traversing the ridge tops was definitely not an option. Qin Sang stood at the edge, observing for a while, quietly sighing in his heart. He took out a jade token, checked his direction, and leaped into one of the ravines. Not daring to recklessly fly through the air, he relied on cloud evasion to move forward. The ravines were chaotic and winding, forcing Qin Sang to take many detours and frequently adjust his course. Fortunately, he had not encountered any demonic beasts blocking his path, but he also had not seen any immortal cultivators. Qin Sang had been running through the ravines for more than an hour, yet he still hadn't reached the end. Feeling somewhat frustrated, he concealed his figure and climbed to the top of a cliff. However, all he saw ahead were more endless ravines, and his patience finally wore thin. After carefully examining the terrain, Qin Sang let out a soft of surprise. Up ahead, about a dozen ravines converged like the neck of a gourd, gathering at a single point before dispersing again. The various landscapes intersected there, creating what must have been an extraordinarily unique sight. After checking his direction, he found that the route pointed by his jade token led directly toward this gourd-shaped junction. He sped toward the area, but just as he neared the convergence point, his body abruptly halted. Suddenly, clouds of mist appeared around Qin Sang, and he immediately used his falling cloud wings to conceal his form, swiftly hiding behind a boulder. From his vantage point, he saw that in the area where the ravines converged, streams from several of the ravines pooled into a clear pond. The water was so transparent that the bottom was visible, and the banks were lined with all kinds of flowers, grasses, and trees. However, beside the pond lay a person. The ravine where Qin Sang was hiding only had low shrubs, and he immediately spotted the person. The individual had disheveled hair and was dressed in a white robe, lying face down on the grass, completely motionless. A trail of bloody footprints, chaotic and disorderly, stretched from the person's location into the forest behind them. The white robe on the person was heavily damaged and stained with dark red blood, making it strikingly conspicuous. Though no wounds were visible, they were likely on the chest or abdomen. It was easy to imagine that this person must have fled to this spot after suffering severe injuries. Their steps had become increasingly unsteady, and they ultimately collapsed by the pond, unconscious from exhaustion. Judging by the color of the bloodstains on the robe, it seemed the person had been dead for quite some time. Their opponent hadn't come after them, as the mustard seed pouch hanging from their waist remained untouched. Though it appeared like an easy opportunity to pick up something valuable, Qin Sang's expression remained somber. Instead of joy, his face grew serious, lost in thought. The incident with Shun Jing had left Qin Sang wary of ever underestimating any immortal cultivator, no matter how powerless they seemed. After all, finding a corpse so suddenly in this desolate ravine was extremely suspicious. He narrowed his eyes and carefully observed the area around the pond. The water gurgled softly and birds chirped cheerfully, but he didn't notice anything out of the ordinary. Just as Qin Sang was about to conjure a clone to investigate, a thought struck him. After pondering for a moment, he quietly retreated to the mouth of the ravine. There, in a hidden spot, he took out the bewitching mirror and set up the mirror array, finally feeling a sense of security. It was better to be cautious. After all, he only had one life, and he couldn't rely on the Jade Buddha to save him every time he encountered danger. Returning to the ravine, Qin Sang hid himself and summoned a clone, directing it to rush toward the pond from behind the boulder. The clone reached the edge of the pond without any obstacles and crouched down to inspect the person in the white robe. Lifting the body slightly, the clone revealed a gaping wound in the abdomen, with mangled flesh and organs spilling out, forming a pool on the ground. The person was undeniably dead. Maybe I've become too fearful of death. A trace of self-mockery appeared on Qin Sang's face. He was just about to order the clone to take the mustard seed pouch from the white-robed figure when a sudden wave of dread washed over him. A piercing whistle of an arrow rang out from above. A rainbow streaked down from the sky, plunging rapidly towards his hiding spot like a bolt of lightning. Within the rainbow was unmistakably an arrow. Qin Sang was startled and reacted instantly, quickly summoning the empty wind to dash out from behind the rock without hesitation. Boom! The rock shattered into pieces, and the ground was blasted into a deep pit by the fierce arrow. A storm of spiritual power whipped up debris and grass, creating chaos in its wake. Not far away, Qin Sang felt a chill run down his spine. Had he stayed behind that boulder, he would have been severely injured, if not killed. Qin Sang's eyes quickly scanned the area, and he finally spotted the archer standing on top of the cliff. The person appeared young, dressed in tight-fitting clothing, standing tall in the wind like a graceful noble youth. The young man held a bow in his hand. The bowstring seemed to be made from the tendons of some demonic beast, and the bow itself shone with a seven-colored radiance like a rainbow. It was embedded with dazzling gemstones, and the spiritual power lingering on the bow had yet to dissipate. It was clearly a top-grade artifact. The terrifying arrow from earlier had undoubtedly been fired from this very bow. The young man in the tight clothing lowered his head slightly, locking his gaze on Qin Sang. It was clear he hadn't expected Qin Sang to dodge his sneak attack. But without hesitation, he raised the bow again, aiming directly at Qin Sang. Seeing this, Qin Sang's heart sank. He knew he couldn't remain a target in the ravine, so he decisively drew the Chi Dragon sword from his back. Wind surged beneath his feet, and in the blink of an eye, he shot up towards the cliff. The young man hadn't anticipated Qin Sang's sudden burst of incredible speed and was momentarily startled. He quickly raised his bow and shot again. Remarkably, the bow didn't require physical arrows. The moment the young man pulled back the string, the bow shimmered with light, which coalesced into an arrow. Whoosh! The arrow streaked towards Qin Sang's face, just as powerful as the previous. Qin Sang narrowly dodged the first arrow with quick movements, but the second arrow followed immediately, its angle impossibly tricky, leaving him no room to evade. Out of options, Qin Sang dispersed the empty wind, knowing his spiritual consciousness couldn't support wielding two high-grade artifacts simultaneously. Fortunately, the cliff's summit was wide enough to stand on. Landing on solid ground, Qin Sang raised his Chi Dragon sword, ready to face the next attack. The spinning arrow trailed a seven-colored glow, like a comet streaking toward him. Qin Sang's eyes were fixed on the arrow's tip, and with a sudden movement, he slashed out with his sword. The cold chi of the Chi Dragon sword erupted with a thunderous roar, surging forward to meet the arrow. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed through the air as the cold chi of the Chi Dragon sword collided head-on with the rainbow arrow. The two forces expanded violently, neither yielding an inch. Moments later, both lights dimmed simultaneously, resulting in a deadlock between the two powers. Seeing this, both of their expressions turned grim. Qin Sang took a step forward, and the young man in tight clothes immediately retreated gracefully. Then, he drew his bow and shot another arrow, forcing Qin Sang to raise his sword once more to defend. Above the ravine, streaks of rainbow light flashed continuously, while the Chi Dragon that had been formed by the cold chi of the sword dissipated and reformed again and again. Neither could gain the upper hand. Qin Sang had also attempted to cast 2 thunderbolts and some ice spikes, but the young man easily dodged them. So far, Qin Sang had been unable to close the gap between them. The spirit arrows came one after another, and the young man's archery was superb. Qin Sang couldn't even find an opportunity to escape. Moreover, at this distance, his purple soul bell was of no use. Qin Sang could feel his spiritual power depleting at an alarming rate, but he didn't have the chance to absorb spirit stones to replenish his energy. However, Qin Sang had already noticed that the bow was taking longer to condense the spirit arrows. Although the young man's cultivation was one stage higher, the bow required frequent condensation of spiritual power to form arrows, which drained far more energy than the Chi Dragon Sword. If this deadlock continued, the advantage would eventually shift in his favor. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Qin Sang's eyes sharpened. He saw the young man smirk after firing another arrow, then swiftly pulled out a jade bottle from his mustard seed pouch. Inside were 2 pills that Qin Sang didn't recognize. Without hesitation, the young man swallowed one. His face, previously pale from the overuse of spiritual power, gradually regained its color, and he looked at Qin Sang with mocking disdain. A pill to restore spiritual power. Seeing this, Qin Sang couldn't help but curse silently. This man's resources were too profound. The bow was undoubtedly a top-grade artifact among top-grade artifacts, and the rare spirit pills. He had 2 of them and consumed one without hesitation, not showing the slightest sign of reluctance. Is this even a rogue cultivator? The young man fired arrow after arrow without pause, forcing Qin Sang into a tight spot. Knowing that continuing like this would only put him at a disadvantage, Qin Sang's gaze began to flicker uncertainly. The young man suddenly let out a sharp cry, and an overwhelming surge of spiritual power poured from his hands into the bow. The bow flared brightly as the young man lifted it high, his eyes glaring fiercely at Qin Sang. His arm muscles bulged with effort as he pulled the bowstring taut, instantly forming 3 enormous spirit arrows. Kill! With a thunderous roar, the 3 arrows shot forth together, merging into one in midair. The whirlwind created by the spirit arrow blasted toward Qin Sang, its sharp whistle carrying a trace of thunderous might that shook the heavens. The power behind it far surpassed any of the previous arrows, and it was upon him in an instant. Qin Sang's instincts screamed in alarm, and every hair on his body stood on end. The arrow was too fast. There was no time to dodge. Gripping the Chi Dragon Sword with both hands, Qin Sang focused entirely on the sword, pushing all distractions aside. He poured all his strength into one desperate strike. The cold chi of the Chi Dragon Sword was completely drained, leaving both the sword and Qin Sang's face unnaturally pale. The Chi Dragon's body doubled in size, resembling a true Jiao dragon, one rising proudly to face the challenge without fear. The Chi Dragon opened its maw wide and roared, swallowing the spirit arrow whole. Suddenly, a streak of rainbow light appeared within the Chi Dragon's body, churning violently as it struggled against the cold chi but failed to break free. Astonishingly, it seemed the Chi Dragon had the upper hand. This scene greatly exceeded the young man's expectations, causing his brows to furrow. On the other side, Qin Sang's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly raised the Chi Dragon Sword in front of his face to shield himself. The next moment, with a thunderous explosion, the Chi Dragon burst apart. The cold chi that had formed its body shattered into countless fragments, unleashing a violent gust of cold wind in all directions. The ravine on either side seemed to instantly plunge into winter, as frost coated the surrounding plants with a layer of ice. Although the spirit arrow had dimmed significantly compared to before, it still had some power left. In a flash, it appeared right in front of Qin Sang's face, striking the Chi Dragon Sword dead center. Luckily, Qin Sang reacted quickly. Feeling fortunate, he sensed an immense force hit him, causing his arms to tremble. The Chi Dragon Sword emitted a crisp, ringing sound, and the tone seemed somewhat off. Qin Sang had no time to dwell on this. Using the force of the impact, he he took the opportunity to retreat swiftly. Then, without hesitation, he summoned the empty wind and turned to flee. The young man wasn't about to let him off easily. He raised his bow again, aiming at Qin Sang. The first arrow missed, and as he was preparing to fire a second, the spirit arrow dissipated before it could even form. Alarmed, he flipped his bow around to inspect it, finding that most of the gems embedded in it had lost their luster, with some even showing faint cracks. With an angry snort, the young man swung his arm in frustration, glaring hatefully at the fleeing Qin Sang. After a moment's thought, he stowed the bow in his mustard seed pouch and drew a pair of slender swords. He then summoned a green leaf. The leaf resembled a bamboo leaf, vibrant and jade-like. It grew larger as it caught the wind. The young man leaped onto it, holding his swords, and gave chase relentlessly. His speed was no slower than that of Qin Sang's empty wind. The mirror array was not far from the mouth of the ravine. Riding the wind, Qin Sang quickly reached it after a few swift moves. The young man, unsuspecting, followed closely behind. Seeing Qin Sang's speed slow down, he assumed that Qin Sang's spiritual power had been exhausted and that he could no longer control his artifacts. A hint of delight appeared on his face. But just as that smile emerged, the ground beneath him shifted, revealing copper mirrors that unleashed plumes of black chi. The young man's expression turned to shock and fury as he fell into the trap. The misty barriers of the mirror array reverberated with loud bangs, and the copper mirrors trembled continuously, emitting crisp vibrations. Clearly, the young man inside was fighting back wildly. Qin Sang clutched the bewitching mirror, his expression tense. When a mirror array was finally completed, the copper mirrors rose to cover the top of the array, stabilizing it. Qin Sang exhaled deeply, wiping the sweat from his brow. Thankfully, he had been prepared. Otherwise, facing such a formidable opponent, his only option would have been to flee for his life. Letting the young man struggle inside the mirror array, Qin Sang suddenly recalled something and hurriedly took out the Chi Dragon sword to inspect it. What he saw made his face darken instantly. A noticeable crack had appeared along the rain guard of the Chi Dragon sword. Whether by coincidence or due to the sword's inherent fragility, this top-grade artifact had been damaged so easily. Qin Sang's expression flickered. The Chi Dragon sword didn't seem to be completely broken, but until it was repaired, he didn't dare use it again. A damaged sword was a minor issue, but if it broke mid-battle, his life could be at risk. Stowing the Chi Dragon sword back into his mustard seed pouch, Qin Sang glared at the mirror array. The thought of such a fine top-grade artifact being ruined by this person filled him with frustration. He promptly sat down cross-legged, grasping a spirit stone and summoning the ebony sword. 1. Jiaolong or Jiao is a dragon in Chinese mythology, often defined as a scale dragon. It is hornless according to certain scholars and said to be aquatic or river-dwelling. Before long, Qin Sang opened his eyes, and the ebony sword stirred from its stillness, flying to the edge of the mirror array. By now, the mirror array had become completely silent, and it seemed the young man had already fallen under the bewitching mirror's charm. Qin Sang ordered the ebony sword to hover before the array, took a deep breath, and reached out to fully withdraw the bewitching mirror. Without waiting for the mist to clear, the ebony sword shot forward in a flash. Immediately, a crisp ding rang out from within the fog. As the mist gradually dispersed, Qin Sang saw that the ebony sword had been tightly blocked by a crescent-shaped machete. The two weapons were locked in a stalemate, suspended mid-air, neither able to advance. The young man's face was filled with shock and fury as he cried out, "You have a talisman, Astra too?" "No. Why is your talisman Astra so strange?" Qin Sang looked at him coldly, saying nothing, but inwardly, he felt a wave of fear. He hadn't expected the young man to resist the bewitching mirror's charm. Atop the young man's head was a gray cloth cap, something Qin Sang hadn't seen before, likely the reason he was immune to the mirror's effect. What surprised Qin Sang even more was the crescent-shaped machete. Judging by the young man's words, it was also a talisman Astra. This was the first time Qin Sang had ever seen a talisman Astra. The scimitar, shaped like a crescent moon, was slightly larger than the ebony sword, its blade emitting a cold, sharp light. No wonder it could match the ebony sword in strength. While Qin Sang had prepared the ebony sword outside, the young man had pretended to be ensnared by the charm while preparing his talisman astra inside the array. Both had anticipated the other's moves. Qin Sang now deeply regretted not being able to kill the young man, even after using the ebony sword. If he had known how difficult this opponent would be, he would have avoided him entirely. Now, with the ebony sword locked against the machete, neither dared retreat, as doing so would mean instant death. Yet continuing this stalemate would make it hard to determine who would emerge victorious. The young man realized this as well, his face darkening. He certainly didn't want to lose his life here over something so trivial, nor was he willing to die alongside Qin Sang. His life was far more precious than that of some mere rogue cultivator. Gritting his teeth, the young man channeled all his spiritual power into the machete. The machete gleamed coldly, forcing the ebony sword to retreat bit by bit. Qin Sang's expression shifted slightly, and he quickly responded, driving the ebony sword forward again to block the machete. Both were burning through their spiritual power at a rapid rate. Soon, Qin Sang felt a crisp crack in his palm. The spirit stone in his hand had shattered into useless fragments, and he immediately replaced it with a new one. The young man across from him did the same, but the spiritual power supplied by the spirit stones was little more than a drop in the ocean compared to the immense consumption. The young man's expression flickered, and he suddenly called out, "You're definitely not a rogue cultivator. Which family do you belong to?" Qin Sang's heart stirred, and he replied sternly, "I am just a rogue cultivator." The young man snorted in dissatisfaction. There's no way a rogue cultivator could have such vast resources. A talisman astra is beyond a rogue cultivator's reach. Even if you don't admit it, I can guess. You didn't come here to join the Yuan Zhao sect, but to gain experience and collect a few useful artifacts. Yes. Hearing this, Qin Sang was surprised and asked in return, "Isn't that your goal?" "Exactly." The young man didn't bother to hide it, saying proudly, "I'm the most talented descendant in my family. I don't lack foundation-building pills, so why would I lower myself to be a servant disciple of the Yuan Zhao sect? This is my second time participating in the Yuan Zhao sect's ascension conference. This green leaf artifact was something I snatched last time, and it's very useful. But you're the toughest opponent I've encountered so far. Since we share the same goals, there's no need for us to fight to the death. How about we call it a truce and go our separate ways from now on?" Qin Sang sneered. "You're mistaken. I'm participating in the Ascension Conference to join the Yuan Zhao sect. However, if you put away your talisman astra first, I'll agree to stop here. You think I'm a fool?" The young man's face filled with anger as he flipped his hand, producing a jade bottle filled with spiritual pills, preparing to swallow them. Qin Sang couldn't afford to lose momentum either. Ignoring the pain in his heart, he took out his last middle-grade spirit stone, adopting a stance that showed he was willing to risk everything. The young man's face stiffened, his eyes shifting. After a long moment, he grudgingly said, "Fine. I'll admit defeat today. You want to join the Yuan Zhao sect, right? I have 4 jade tokens here. You can take them all. Consider it a payment for you to stop." With that, the young man tossed out 4 jade tokens onto the ground, as if he truly didn't care about them. Qin Sang glanced at the jade tokens on the ground, his face showing a pensive expression. Then, he suddenly fixed his sharp gaze on the young man. "With your strength, if you're here for experience, why not seek out opponents proactively? Why set a trap in such a remote area, waiting for someone to stumble upon it? Unless you're certain that someone powerful would pass through here. Either you have more than just 4 jade tokens, or you already know that anyone going to the core area has to come through this place. Am I right?" The young man's expression shifted slightly. He opened his mouth to speak, but Qin Sang cut him off. "Don't try telling me that you just happened to end up in the same area twice by coincidence. That kind of lie might fool an idiot." The young man was left speechless for a moment before finally offering a bitter smile. "You arrived too soon. I really only have 4 jade tokens. Qin Sang's eyes narrowed slightly. So that means... The young man nodded. That's right. I have a map of the 8 trigrams Forbidden Ground. Though the Yuanzhao sect now controls it, before all the treasures were completely plundered, it was co-managed by several factions. This map was lost during that time. If you're willing to stop here, I can give you a copy. It shows a shortcut that will allow you to bypass the dangers ahead, ensuring you secure a spot. But you must swear not to reveal it to anyone. Qin Sang responded, Even if I swear, you wouldn't believe me. All I can tell you is that I won't do anything that doesn't benefit me. You're just trying to stir up trouble in the Ascension Conference. Do you really think the Yuanzhao sect, a great righteous sect, would go out of their way to hunt you down over such a trivial matter? A great righteous sect? The young man sneered. You really think so highly of them? Have you ever wondered why, when they could easily host the Ascension Conference in an arena, they go through all the trouble to hold it in a forbidden ground, where so many people die each time? Qin Sang asked curiously why. The barriers on the 8 trigrams Forbidden Ground began crumbling 200 years ago, but the Yuanzhao sect discovered a secret art to prolong them. Ever since then, they moved the Ascension Conference into the Forbidden Ground and changed the rules. What is truly righteous? What is demonic? The young man wore a mocking smile as he pulled out a jade slip. Here's the map. Let's both withdraw our talisman astra at the same time, and I'll give it to you. Qin Sang gently shook his head. Wait. The young man's face twisted in anger. Do you think I'm really afraid of you? If you keep pushing, I swear, even if I die, I'll make sure you come down with me. It seemed he had already been pushed to his limit. Qin Sang's eyes flickered, and he spoke with a relaxed tone. What's the rush? I just want to inspect the goods first. What if the jade slip you have doesn't contain a map? In the end, the young man reluctantly threw the jade slip over to Qin Sang. After confirming that it indeed contained the map, Qin Sang agreed to make peace. Both of them retracted their spiritual power at the same time, keeping a close watch on each other while slowly retreating, wary that the other might break their promise. Once the young man's figure was nearly out of sight, Qin Sang finally put away his ebony sword and rode the empty wind to make a swift escape. The young man, still staring in the direction Qin Sang had left, was filled with unwillingness. Suddenly remembering something, he quickly raised the talisman astra in his hand. To his dismay, he saw several cracks of varying sizes across its surface. This was a sign that the talisman astra's power was nearly depleted. It could only be used one more time before being completely destroyed. In this battle, both of his life-saving treasures had suffered significant damage. A deep sense of heartache filled his eyes as he carefully put away the talisman astra. He then cursed a few times in the direction Qin Sang had escaped, slightly relieving some of the frustration in his heart. After swallowing a spiritual pill, he flickered to the side of a pond. With a wave of his hand, the waters rippled, and a large cyan flag floated to the surface. After retrieving the flag and burning the bait, the young man paused in contemplation. He then summoned his green leaf artifact and disappeared into the ravine. Qin Sang had found a secluded place to heal. Both had pushed their limits during the confrontation. His spiritual power had been completely drained, leaving him more exhausted than the last time. He had merely been putting on a brave front before the young man. However, he estimated that the young man's condition was likely just as bad. Otherwise, he wouldn't have yielded so easily. It was 2 full hours before Qin Sang emerged from his hiding place, his face still pale. It was clear that fully recovering wouldn't be easy. Qin Sang took out both the map and the jade token. He couldn't be sure if the map given by the young man contained any trickery, but he had to be cautious. Therefore, he cross-referenced the map with the jade token. When the 14 jade tokens were placed together, the mist on them thinned slightly, revealing a faint outline of the nearby terrain. In the core region of the 8 trigrams Forbidden Ground, 5 rocky skerries along the edge of a small island had already been claimed by others. Besides Yuanzhao sect's 2 foundation-building cultivators, Yu and Luan, as well as Zhao Yin, there was also a man and a woman. If Qin Sang were here, he would have recognized them at a glance. The man was none other than senior brother Ruan Nanfeng, who was on the verge of breaking through to the 8th stage. The woman, however, was an unknown rogue cultivator, but her cultivation was profound, no weaker than Ruan Nanfeng's. It was clear that these two were the first to stand out from the Ascension Conference. Each of the 5 had taken a position on one of the scaries, silently meditating, with no one speaking. Wan Shan suddenly opened his eyes and raised a hand, sending out a stream of spiritual power into the void. A moment later, a glowing portal appeared where the spiritual power had vanished. 14 jade tokens emerged from the portal first. Wan Shan nodded slightly. Impressive. Then, a figure followed, closely behind, flying out from the portal along with the jade tokens. Wan Shan frowned slightly and commented indifferently, "Fortunate, I see." It was Qin Sang who had appeared. The map given by the young man was accurate, allowing Qin Sang to easily avoid all the dangerous areas. He had gathered enough jade tokens. Along the way, he encountered a few rogue cultivators but didn't engage with them. Without any major obstacles, he soon found the entrance to the core region. Qin Sang rode the wind, scanning the area. He spotted 5 people sitting cross-legged along the edge of the small island. He flew over and landed on one of the scaries, bowing respectfully. Qin Sang greets the 2 senior uncles and the senior brother and sister. Ruan Nanfeng and the woman nodded in acknowledgement toward Qin Sang. Zhao Yin, on the other hand, looked at Qin Sang with interest and took the initiative to introduce the others to him. Junior brother Qin, this is senior uncle Wan Shan, and this is senior uncle Yu Hua. I am Zhao Yin. You can call me senior brother Zhao. Senior uncle Wan, senior uncle Yu, senior brother Zhao. After respectfully greeting each of them, Qin Sang heard senior uncle Wan speak. The Ascension Conference has not yet ended. Find a scary and meditate in silence. Do not enter the island or cause any disturbance, or you will be expelled from the Forbidden Ground. Once all 12 have gathered, we will return to the sect together. Qin Sang had no objections. After glancing at the mysterious island, he followed the instructions and sat cross-legged on a scarry. However, instead of immediately entering meditation, he kept his head slightly lowered, his eyes flickering with thoughts, as if lost in contemplation. Just then, Qin Sang sensed something odd. He casually lifted his head and saw Zhao Yin staring at him with a playful look. Feeling a chill in his heart, Qin Sang forced a smile in return and quickly cleared his mind, focusing on his cultivation art as he entered meditation. It was unclear how much time had passed when Wan Shan opened the glowing portal again, allowing 2 more men to enter, who were both accepted. After a while, Wan Shan opened the portal several more times, letting in 2 more people. By this point, everyone knew that the remaining participants would arrive more quickly, and that the Ascension Conference was about to conclude, so they ceased meditating. Qin Sang noticed that, aside from himself and Ruan Nanfeng, another member of Kuyin sect, senior brother Lu Yi, had also stood out. He was one of the 5 who had broken through to the 7th stage of qi refining. Strangely, ever since entering the core region, Lu Yi had appeared deeply troubled, sitting on his scarry with a sullen expression, as if weighed down by a difficult matter. Lu Yi sat restlessly, suddenly clenching his fists. He abruptly lifted his head and spoke. "Senior uncles, I have something to report." But before he could finish, his face contorted in pain, and his voice cut off. A foul stench spread as black mist enveloped his face. His body slumped to the side and fell into the lake without a sound. The sudden turn of events startled everyone. They immediately flew into the air, while Yu Hua quickly rushed to Lu Yi's scarry, pulling out his lifeless body. After inspecting it briefly, he said calmly, "It seems to be a type of insect poison that had been lying dormant until now." Senior brother Luan, could there still be poisonous insects roaming in the Forbidden Ground? As he mentioned the insect poison, Yu Hua cast a meaningful glance at Qin Sang and Ruan Nanfeng. Qin Sang felt a chill run through his entire body. He noticed the same deep fear hidden in Ruan Nanfeng's eyes. Could it be that Senior Uncle Yu is also an informant for Kuein's sect? How many people from Kuein's sect has infiltrated Yuan Zhao's sect, even among the foundation-building cultivators? Earlier, Qin Sang had considered reporting the matter. After all, he wasn't afraid of the heart-devouring insect's threat. Fortunately, reason had prevailed, and he had abandoned the idea. Now, reflecting on it, Qin Sang couldn't help but feel a lingering sense of fear. Wan Shan, oblivious to the subtle exchange between them, remarked indifferently, "I've only been in charge of the Ascension Conference for a short time, but I did hear that there are poisonous marshes inside. There must be poisonous insects residing there. This disciple was poisoned without even realizing it. He deserved to die. Junior brother Yu, throw the body outside. We don't want to contaminate this place. We'll just replace him with the next participant." Yuhua clapped his hands and smiled. "No need to rush. Let's leave the body as a warning for the disciples who come later. It might teach them to be more careful in the world of immortal cultivation, so they won't die without knowing how." Lu Yi's corpse was left on the skerry, with all the disciples keeping their distance. After some time, the moon-crossing raft carried Luan Shan, Yuhua, Zhao Yin, along with Qin Sang and the 11 newly inducted disciples, back to Yuan Zhao's sect, retracing their steps. The other rogue cultivators, who had failed to make it into the top 12, were dismissed on the spot. Besides Qin Sang and Ruan Nanfeng, there was also a senior sister named Wu Luiwe who earned one of the spots, though her cultivation level was only at the 6th stage of the Qi refining realm. Had Lu Yi not died, Kuein's sect members would have made up 1/3 of the group. Qin Sang also saw several senior brothers and sisters who had failed to pass, leaving the 8 trigrams forbidden ground with heavy hearts. What fate awaited them, he could not tell. However, Qin Sang's biggest concern was still himself. You are now disciples of the Yuan Zhao sect, and must follow the sect's rules. If you betray the sect, you will be killed without mercy. Yu Hua was giving them a lengthy speech on the rules of Yuan Zhao's sect, his expression full of righteous fervor. To Qin Sang, it felt incredibly ironic. After joining the sect, you will begin as servant disciples to temper your hearts and minds. Normally, Senior Uncle Du would personally handle the allocation of tasks, but he is occupied today, so I will take his place. As he spoke, Yu Hua retrieved 12 blank wooden waste tokens from his mustard seed pouch, sweeping his gaze over the group. After a moment of thought, he pulled out one token and, with a stroke of spiritual power, quickly inscribed it before tossing it to Ruan Nanfeng. "Ruan Nanfeng, since you cultivate the true art of fire, you will go to the fire room and guard the furnace." Kuin Li, Wu Luiwe. One by one, Yu Hua assigned each person their task, and no one dared object. Then, Qin Sang heard his own name. "Qin Sang, since you cultivate a water-based art, you will go to Cloud Valley to tend to the spirit fields. Take this." Under Yu Hua's watchful gaze, Qin Sang obediently answered, reaching out to catch the waste token. He flipped it open and saw a few lines written on it. Yuan Zhao sect disciple, Cloud Valley, Qin Sang. In the end, all 12 were assigned to different places. Ruan Nanfeng went to the fire room, while Wu Luiwe was sent to the beast-taming ridge. None of the assignments seemed particularly important, and from Yu Hua's tone, it was clear that these tasks were rather burdensome. Qin Sang recalled the disdainful tone of the young man in the combat suit when he mentioned servant disciples. With a bitter smile, he reflected on how he had joined the immortal sect seeking the path to immortality, only to end up with such menial duties. Not only were they tiring, but they would also take up most of his time, leaving little for cultivation. No wonder the young man looked down on them. Do your best in your assigned tasks, and the sect will take notice. If you are diligent enough, it is not uncommon for a senior brother at the foundation-building realm to accept you as a true disciple. RNB Epsilon-S. Yuhua offered some words of encouragement. As he spoke, the moon-crossing raft was already nearing the gates of Yuan Zhao's sect. Just then, a streak of light flew out from the nearby mountains. A thin elder, appearing to be in his 50s or 60s, with a slightly anxious expression, wearing a cyan Taoist robe, stood atop a green bamboo staff, speeding toward them. Senior Brother Du, Shan quickly halted the moon-crossing raft, and both he and Yu Hua greeted the approaching figure with a bow. Zhao Yan addressed him as Senior Uncle Du, and Qin Sang, along with the others, followed suit. They had already heard from Yu Hua that this was Du Siyu, the one responsible for assigning tasks to new disciples. Senior Brother Du, wasn't there a family matter? Why have you returned so hastily? Yu Hua asked curiously. Du Siyu shook his head, a hint of anger in his tone. It was nothing worth mentioning, Junior Brother Yu. My family's younger generation made a fuss over a minor issue, nearly delaying my important matters. I've already ordered them to reflect on their actions. Yu Hua offered words of comfort. Senior Brother Du, as the head of the family, managing household affairs isn't easy. Don't let trivial matters upset you. Rest assured, I've followed your instructions and assigned tasks to the disciples accordingly. Take a look and see if there are any oversights that need adjustment. Oh, after inspecting the waste tokens of everyone present, the elder's surname Du's expression softened. He praised, Junior Brother Yu, your assignments fit each person's strengths perfectly. No adjustments are needed. I was merely making a casual remark before, but you went to the trouble of personally handling it. I truly appreciate it. After a few more compliments, Du Si turned his attention to Qin Sang and the others. With a wave of his hand, countless items flew out from his mustard seed pouch, filling the sky and almost blotting out the sun. These are entry artifacts for you. Some are for cultivation, while others will be used for your duties as servant disciples. Qin Sang saw several beams of light flying toward him and quickly reached out to catch them. Among the items were a dusty-looking mustard seed pouch and a book inscribed with 5 elemental incantations. As for the artifacts, there was a rather ordinary spiritual sword, which was only a low-grade artifact. This sword was actually a flying artifact and not related to sword cultivation's sword-flying technique. It was simply shaped like a sword, though its speed was far inferior to the empty wind. There was also a cyan Taoist robe, likewise a low-grade artifact. Though useless in combat, wearing it could keep one free of dirt and dust, quite practical. Another item was a mat woven from bamboo leaves. Senior Uncle Du explained that it was crafted from the leaves of a spiritual bamboo called Waterheart bamboo. Sitting on it during cultivation was said to help immensely with calming the mind. Lastly, there was an artifact resembling a cloud, and after looking around, Qin Sang realized he was the only one who had received this particular item. With various items in hand, Qin Sang carefully sorted them and stored them in his mustard seed pouch. By this time, the moon-crossing raft had entered Yuan Zhao's sect. At a dormitory area, Shan dropped them off. It was said that Yuan Zhao's sect's leader was not one of the 2 Golden Core Realm Masters, but a foundation-building realm cultivator. People like Du Siyu had reached the foundation-building realm, but, due to their age and lack of further breakthroughs, had taken on the sect's worldly affairs. Qin Sang had hoped to meet the sect leader, but to his disappointment, there was no such opportunity. As soon as they landed, Du Siyu handed them over to a few senior brothers and departed swiftly. Dozens of majestic spiritual peaks surrounded the towering central mountain, which was the main peak of Yuan Zhao's sect, Yuan Zhao Peak. Standing on his spiritual sword, Qin Sang followed a senior brother, surnamed Zhu, listening as he explained the sect's entry protocols. Qin Sang nodded frequently as he absorbed the information. It was said that the main peak was the convergence point of the sect's spirit veins, and the spiritual power within the gates was even denser than that of Qin's sect. Senior brother Zhu led Qin Sang through the area for quite some time. Yuan Zhao Peak and several nearby mountains were filled with forbidden grounds. Eventually, they arrived at a grand complex of halls. Junior brother Qin, this is the lecture hall. Senior uncles and senior brothers frequently hold lectures here on cultivation, spells, and how to wield artifacts. However, to listen in, you'll need spirit stones, and the cost varies depending on the speaker's cultivation level. Though your tasks will be arduous, the monthly stipend is generous, so you can attend a few lectures each month. Following senior brother Zhu's direction, Qin Sang took a distant look at the hall before senior brother Zhu hurried to leave. I've explained all the key locations in the sect. Now, let's head to Cloud Valley. You're in luck. Cloud Valley is within the inner sect. Though the duties are heavier, the spiritual power there is far denser than in the outer sect, and it's close to the lecture hall. Plus, you're more likely to encounter senior sect members. You might even be chosen as a disciple. Qin Sang learned that the territory under Yuan Zhao's sect's control was actually vast. Once a disciple earned the qualification to establish a cave dwelling, they could freely choose any spot within this immense mountain range with concentrated spiritual power to build it. Yuan Zhao Peak was the foundation of Yuan Zhao sect's protective array. The supreme sect leader cultivated on the main peak, and important places like the sect leaders' hall were also built around the main peak. Thus it was referred to as the inner sect. Following behind senior brother Zhu, after flying for a while, they reached the edge of the sect's protective array. Senior brother Zhu landed and pointed to the entrance of a valley shrouded in mist. He said to Qin Sang, "Junior brother Qin, ahead is Cloud Valley. The valley is protected by an array, and only those with a Cloud Valley waste token can enter. I won't go further. That cloud-like artifact you have is for managing clouds and rain, nourishing spiritual plants. Inside your mustard seed pouch are things like 9-spirit sand, which are used for cultivating spiritual plants. This is a month's supply, and new supplies will be delivered later." As he spoke, senior brother Zhu raised his hand and sent a streak of spiritual power into the valley. A moment later, the mist parted, and an old man, even older than senior Uncle Du, but only at the 13th stage of the Qi refining realm, flew out of the valley. The old man descended in front of them, eyeing Qin Sang with a strange, sarcastic tone. "Senior brother Zhu, you rarely come here without reason. Truly a rare guest. This junior brother seems unfamiliar. What's his name?" Qin Sang quickly bowed. "I am junior brother Qin Sang. Greetings to senior brother." Senior brother Zhu gave a wry smile, but did not get angry, responding in a slightly bitter tone. "Senior brother Meng, this is junior brother Qin Sang, who just joined and has been assigned to help in Cloud Valley. I personally brought him over, only to receive such a welcome from you." Senior brother Meng's eyes lit up. "Has old Du finally let someone go? Oh, I nearly forgot today is the Ascension Conference." Senior brother Zhu seemed to tease him deliberately, shaking his head. "I heard senior uncle Du had other matters today and entrusted senior uncle Yu to assign the servant disciples. Otherwise, with so many senior uncles waiting for extra hands, it wouldn't have been your turn." Senior brother Meng snorted, but suddenly froze. "Senior uncle Yu? Which senior uncle Yu?" Senior brother Zhu replied calmly. "It's junior brother Yu Hua, who recently entered seclusion to break through to foundation building and succeeded. From now on, you'll need to address him as senior uncle Yu." The two fell silent, both looking dejected and disheartened. After senior brother Zhu left, Qin Sang followed senior brother Meng into Cloud Valley. After a few exchanges, Qin Sang learned that this senior brother Meng's full name was Meng Ruhui. He was now 88 years old and had long accepted that breaking through to foundation building was hopeless. 30 years ago, he completely gave up on the idea of cultivating immortality, left the sect, and returned home. However, his parents had long passed, and his hometown was filled with unfamiliar faces. Disheartened, Meng Ruhui returned to the sect to take up mundane duties, planning to spend the rest of his life in the sect. Over the past 30 years, his cultivation had gradually reached the peak of the 13th stage of the Qi refining realm, but it was impossible for him to reach the foundation building realm. Out of recognition for his diligence, the sect assigned him to manage Cloud Valley. Cloud Valley consisted of several interconnected valleys, each of which had been cultivated into numerous spirit fields. These fields grew countless spiritual trees, bamboo, and grains, along with spiritual herbs. Meng Ruhui led Qin Sang further into the valley, and along the way, they encountered several senior brothers and sisters, all in a rush. They greeted each other briefly before continuing with their tasks. Seeing how busy everyone was, Qin Sang couldn't help but feel a heavy weight in his heart. Finally, they arrived at a small valley. Compared to other areas, this valley wasn't large. Both sides of the slopes were planted with purple bamboo, and at the center was a large herb garden. Junior brother Qin, from now on, you'll be responsible for taking care of this herb garden. Every so often, a portion of the spiritual herbs must be handed over, and the sect will send someone to collect them. The characteristics of each herb and the methods of care are all recorded in this jade slip. Some of the herbs are very delicate, so be extra careful. If you fail to meet the required quota, not only will your monthly stipend be deducted, but you could also be expelled from a sect. As for this valley, you can pick any spot you like to establish your cave dwelling. After giving Qin Sang a lengthy explanation, Meng Ruhue hurriedly left. Qin Sang rode the wind to the herb garden and looked at the various spiritual herbs inside. They were vibrant and lush, with colors he had never seen before. Qin Sang's face darkened completely after carefully reading the jade slip with his spiritual consciousness. The cloud-like artifact he had was actually called the five-elemental cloud. When activated, it could blend the five-elemental spiritual chi from the world into the rain, nourishing the spiritual plants. Since each spiritual herb had different characteristics, the frequency and timing of the rain, as well as the types and amounts of five-elemental spiritual power infused in the water, had to be carefully controlled. Missteps could not only hinder the growth, but could also damage the herbs, or in severe cases, cause them to wither and die. The nine-spirit sand was made from the feces of 9 different demon bats. For ordinary spiritual plants, it needed to be applied every 10 days, with no further maintenance required. But for spiritual herbs, the requirements are far more complex, and Qin Sang found himself increasingly overwhelmed. If he followed the jade slip's instructions strictly, he would have to spend more than half his time tending to the herb garden, leaving him precious little time for cultivation. No wonder Meng Ruhue left so quickly, not giving him a chance to protest. Qin Sang flew to a higher vantage point and spotted a bamboo building deep within the bamboo forest. He flew over and found that the building had fallen into disrepair. With the wind blowing, the whole structure swayed. He decided to find a cliff behind the bamboo forest, where he used the emerald wave sword to carve out a simple cave dwelling and sat down to reflect. Senior Uncle Yu had assigned him a Cloud Valley, but hadn't clearly stated his duties. It was possible that Du Siyu's sudden appearance had disrupted the plan. This left Qin Sang feeling unsettled. Qin Sang had considered reporting this, but in Yuan Zhao's sect, besides Yuhua, how many spies from Koin's sect were there? Could Meng Ruhue be one of them? Aside from the 2 Golden Core Realm Masters and the sect leader of Yuan Zhao's sect, Qin Sang really didn't trust anyone else. Moreover, seeing how Yuan Zhao's sect used the Ascension Conference to lure and kill rogue cultivators, would reporting them truly absolve him of guilt? It was a gamble with his life. If he reported them, to prove the truth, the secret of the Jade Buddha would inevitably be exposed. Qin Sang's understanding of the Jade Buddha had deepened. The primordial spirit was fundamental to an immortal cultivator. The Jade Buddha not only protected his primordial spirit from external malevolent influences, but also helped resist the bewitching mirror's mind-confusing effects. Qin Sang analyzed that this ability likely only affected the primordial spirit, ensuring it remained untainted and steadfast no matter where he was. However, for things like the misty array around Cloud Valley or Yushan Market, he couldn't see through them with his naked eye. Although he couldn't yet determine the limits of the Jade Buddha's protection, he could imagine that, under its safeguard, he would be able to resist any threats to his primordial spirit, mind-confusing artifacts, spells, evil influences, or even arrays. The Jade Buddha was definitely a priceless treasure, and its secret absolutely must not be leaked. It wasn't until the bright moon hung high in the sky that Qin Sang finally completed the day's tasks. Dragging his exhausted body, he entered a meditative state to cultivate. Controlling the 5-elemental cloud to nourish the spiritual herbs had nearly drained all of his spiritual power. However, as he felt that his cultivation seemed to have slightly improved, though the progress was so minimal that Qin Sang, with his poor aptitude, barely noticed. Having grown accustomed to the soul pills, this small improvement was hardly worth his attention. Since he had just joined the Yuan Zhao sect, even if he wanted to escape, now wasn't the right time. Qin Sang decided to endure for a while, keeping a low profile and observing the situation. His top priority now was to increase his strength. The medicinal energy from the qi-gathering pill had yet to be fully refined, and within his mustard seed pouch, there remained a bottle of stone milk and a sufficient supply of soul pills. Qin Sang estimated that it wouldn't take long before he could break through to the 7th stage of the qi refining realm. Qin Sang used his inner vision to observe his qi high, where the medicinal energy from the qi-gathering pill had been suppressed. It was time to start refining it. More than 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. This period had been incredibly peaceful, with no disturbances. The fellow disciples of Cloud Valley were all busy, each tending to their own small plots of land. No one paid any attention to this newly arrived junior brother, let alone caused him any trouble. During all this time, Qin Sang had only gotten to know one person, Meng Ruhui. However, what made Qin Sang uneasy was that Yu Hua still hadn't come to find him. Qin Sang had already adapted to the rhythm of life in Cloud Valley. During the day, he manipulated the clouds and rain, maintaining the herb garden. In the evenings, he quietly cultivated in his cave, dwelling, refining the medicinal energy from the qi-gathering pill. His cultivation level advanced rapidly. Another 10 days should be enough to completely refine the medicinal energy from the qi-gathering pill. Qin Sang calculated silently as he controlled the 5-elemental cloud to water a spirit field where a patch of 7-star Paris plants was growing. If everything went smoothly, by the time he had fully consumed the medicinal energy from the qi-gathering pill, his cultivation level would have solidly advanced to the late 6th stage, with only a small gap left to the 7th stage. At that point, consuming the bottle of stone milk would likely allow him to break through in one go. However, once he reached the 7th stage, he would need to find a way to rid himself of the menial chores. Currently, every time Qin Sang refined a portion of the qi-gathering pill's medicinal energy, he had to pause his cultivation and allow his body time to completely digest the energy. This also helped him adapt to the rapid advancement of his cultivation level. Rushing this process would not only be counterproductive, but might also leave hidden risks. Therefore, during this period, the chores in the herb garden hadn't actually hindered his cultivation. But after refining the medicinal energy and breaking through to the 7th stage, there would be no more shortcuts. He would have to rely on hard work, and at that point, the herb garden would become a significant obstacle. After he finished watering the last spirit field, the sky was still early. At that moment, 2 streaks of light flew into the valley. Seeing that it was Meng Ruhui, Qin Sang hurriedly went forward to greet him. Beside Meng Ruhui was a young man of similar age to Qin Sang, his face showing barely concealed joy. It was only when he saw Qin Sang that his expression slightly calmed. "Greetings, senior brother Meng. May I ask this senior brother's name?" Qin Sang cupped his hands in respect. The young man returned the gesture and said, "Junior brother Qin, my surname is Bai." Qin Sang noticed that Meng Ruhui appeared hesitant, his expression somewhat strange. Curiously, Qin Sang asked, "Senior brother Meng, senior brother Bai, is there something you need from me?" After a brief hesitation, Meng Ruhui spoke. "Junior brother Qin, be honest with me. Did you ever offend senior uncle Yu?" "Yuhua." Qin Sang's heart immediately tightened, but his face remained calm as he responded with confusion. "I've only met senior uncle Yu once during the Ascension conference, and I followed his instructions to come to Cloud Valley. I don't believe I've done anything disrespectful." With the cute new, Meng Ruhui shook his head and said, "Junior brother Qin, from now on, this part of the valley will be under junior brother Bai's care. Come with me." Qin Sang was filled with doubt, unsure of what Yu Hua intended. After bidding farewell to senior brother Bai, he returned to his cave dwelling, packed up his belongings, and flew after Meng Ruhui, using his artifacts to follow him to his residence. Meng Ruhui's residence was a simple thatched hut built in a river valley, nestled against a mountain and beside a stream. He even kept a few azure oxen for company, living a peaceful and leisurely life. According to him, the house was modeled after memories from his childhood. "Come in, junior brother Qin. Try some of junior sister Yan's freshly picked spirit-nourishing tea. You won't find tea this good anywhere else," Meng Ruhui said with a warm smile. Meng Ruhui had a friendly nature. Although Qin Sang had only met him a few times, he already felt that Meng Ruhui was a good person. However, Qin Sang wasn't in the mood for tea. He cupped his hands and said, "Senior brother Meng, please be honest with me. What exactly is going on? You've seen how I've conducted myself since joining the Yuanzhao sect. I've been diligently tending to the spiritual herbs in Cloud Valley and haven't even set foot in the lecture hall. There's no way I could have offended anyone." Meng Ruhui's smile faded as he let out a light sigh. "Junior brother Qin, I also believe you're not the type to act recklessly. But in this world of immortal cultivation, if your strength is lacking, there's no reasoning with others. Sometimes a single gesture, a look, or even the tone of your voice might cause someone to hold a grudge. From now on, junior brother, you must be more cautious in how you interact with others." After offering a long string of advice, Meng Ruhui finally said, "That junior brother by from earlier? He accidentally offended a foundation building realm senior uncle. I was given a hint and had no choice but to assign him the most difficult menial tasks. He endured for 10 years. Luckily, we're within the sect, where even foundation building realm cultivators must follow rules and can't just resort to violence. If this had happened outside, he might have lost his life." Qin Sang understood and spoke in a serious tone. "Senior brother Meng, are you saying?" Meng Ruhui nodded. "Follow me, junior brother." The two flew directly out of Cloud Valley, heading west. Along the way, Qin Sang noticed several valleys similar to Cloud Valley, all shrouded in mist. Before long, Meng Ruhui stopped in front of one such valley, took out a spiritual talisman, and opened the array. Then, he handed the talisman and a jade slip to Qin Sang. They entered one after the other, and Qin Sang immediately smelled a rich herbal fragrance. He guessed that this valley must also contain a herb garden. "This is Huiyang Valley. It's also under my care, and like before, it's planted with spiritual herbs," Meng Ruhui explained. After a pause, he glanced at Qin Sang. "However, the spiritual herbs here are all used by the Longevity Hall for refining pills. Each plant is far more troublesome to tend to than those in Purple Bamboo Valley. But since you're already familiar with how to care for herb gardens, you should find it easy to adapt." Huiyang Valley was slightly larger than Purple Bamboo Valley, and the variety of spiritual herbs in its fields was several times greater. When Qin Sang used his spiritual consciousness to scan the jade slip, he saw rows of detailed requirements and taboos, which left him feeling dizzy and overwhelmed. Caring for this herb garden would take up even more time than his duties in Purple Bamboo Valley. Just as Meng Ruhui turned to leave, Qin Sang hurried to catch up. "Senior brother Meng, please wait." Meng Ruhui assumed that Qin Sang was unwilling to endure the injustice and began to offer consoling words. "I understand your frustration, junior brother Qin, but you must endure for a few more years. Once Uncle Yu's anger subsides, things will go much more smoothly. When the next Ascension conference comes, I'll do my best to help mediate the situation." Qin Sang smiled and said, "Don't worry, senior brother. I'm quite familiar with the concept of endurance. What I wanted to ask, though, is if you could advise me on where I can buy a few." Meng Ruhui let out an "oh" and said, "Junior brother, you should be aware of the lecture hall, right? At the end of each 10-day period, a foundation building realm senior uncle will give a lecture in the lecture hall. At that time, most of the sect's disciples gather to listen. Since so many people come together, some take the opportunity to exchange items they need. Over time, it became a tradition, and now, every evening at the end of the 10-day period, The lecture hall becomes a place for the sect's disciples to conduct transactions. The sect doesn't forbid it. In fact, they actively encourage it. Sometimes, even foundation-building realm senior uncles will appear at the market, but Meng Ruhui's tone changed slightly. However, the marketplace is mainly for inner disciples, so the good items are limited. If Junior Brother wants to purchase high-quality artifacts or rare items, you'll need to visit an external immortal cultivation market. If you leave the sect and head north, you'll find Tianyuan Market. Tianyuan Market is owned by our Yuanzhao sect and is quite prosperous. It's well known throughout the surrounding immortal cultivation world. Once you enter, as long as you present your waste token, you'll be under our sect's protection, so there's no need to worry about your safety. Tianyuan Market. Qin Sang made a mental note of the location and cupped his hands in thanks. Senior Brother Meng, thank you for the guidance. There are still several days until the end of the 10-day period, so I'd like to visit Tianyuan Market and broaden my horizons. Since I'm making the trip, is there anything Senior Brother Meng needs? I can help with the errand. Upon hearing this, Meng Ruhui squinted and gave Qin Sang a once-over, then smiled and said, "Now that you mention it, there actually is something. Please wait for a moment." With that, Meng Ruhui took out a mustard seed pouch and handed it to Qin Sang. "Thank you, Junior Brother Qin. When you get to Tianyuan Market, give this pouch to the manager of Huichun Hall and tell him it's from Old Meng. Afterward, when you buy medicine at Huichun Hall, just mention my name, and you'll get a 20% discount." Qin Sang didn't ask what was inside the pouch. After seeing Meng Ruhui off, he took a walk around Huiyang Valley, set up a simple cave dwelling, and then prepared to depart. Unexpectedly, within just an hour, Qin Sang returned to Cloud Valley, his expression extremely grim. Only when he approached the thatched hut did he force a smile and return the mustard seed pouch to Meng Ruhui. Meng Ruhui's face darkened, and he frowned. "What is the meaning of this, Junior Brother?" Qin Sang forced a laugh and said, "Please forgive me, Senior Brother Meng. Just as I was about to leave the sect, I suddenly had a premonition of a breakthrough and felt the need to enter seclusion to comprehend it. I'm afraid I won't be able to visit Tianyuan Market for the time being. I haven't touched or even looked at the contents of the mustard seed pouch. Please, Senior Brother, check I." Meng Ruhui cast a cold glance at Qin Sang, grabbed the mustard seed pouch, and turned to enter the cottage, shutting the door with a loud bang. Qin Sang smiled bitterly, knowing he had just offended Senior Brother Meng. The days ahead would likely be difficult, but there was no other choice. He could only face whatever came next. Things can't get much worse, can they? With a light sigh, Qin Sang shook his head and rode the empty wind back to Huiyang Valley. He was extremely cautious on the way, constantly looking over his shoulder, fearing someone might be following him. After returning to his cave dwelling, he set up a mirror array with a bewitching mirror at the entrance, finally letting out a long sigh of relief. Sitting on a water-heart bamboo mat, Qin Sang appeared restless, his expression shifting constantly. After a long while, he slowly opened his left hand. In his palm was a black eye. The eye was entirely pitch black, and shockingly, it was alive. It rolled back and forth in Qin Sang's palm, and the black eyeball seemed to possess intelligence. When it swept across Qin Sang's face, he felt as if it carried a strange smile, as though it could see through to his very soul, making his hair stand on end. This demonic eye had been given to him by Zhao Yan. Recalling the events that had transpired earlier, Qin Sang's hand clenched tightly. He had inquired about Tianyuan Market with his own plans in mind. If no one had intercepted him by the time he reached the market, he had intended to flee and never look back, running as far as he could. However, just as he stepped out of Huiyang Valley, Zhao Yan's voice suddenly echoed in his ear. "Junior Brother Qin, where are you going this late at night?" Qin Sang's heart tightened, and he quickly suppressed his artifacts. When he looked up, Zhao Yan had already appeared in front of him, staring at him with a dark expression. Back at the 8 trigrams Forbidden Ground, Qin Sang had already noticed that Zhao Yan and Yu Hua had a suspicious relationship, and it was likely that Zhao Yan was also a spy from Koin's sect. Thus, he wasn't surprised. He calmly saluted Zhao Yan, ready with the excuse he had prepared in advance. Greetings, Senior Brother Zhao. Senior Brother Meng from Cloud Valley has asked me to deliver something to Tianyuan Market. Seeing that it's getting late, I was hurrying to leave the sect. Ice. Zhao Yan let out a long, "Oh," his gaze sweeping across Qin Sang's face. In an ambiguous tone, he asked, "Junior Brother Qin, you certainly are something, gaining Senior Brother Meng's trust so quickly. I wonder, what exactly did Senior Brother Meng ask you to deliver? May I take a look?" Qin Sang hesitated. With a snort, Zhao Yan's lips moved slightly, but instead of speaking aloud, he transmitted a message telepathically. Hearing the content of the message, Qin Sang feigned shock, exclaiming, "Senior Brother Zhao, you're also—" "Shut up," Zhao Yan snapped, glaring at Qin Sang. Coldly, he added, "Don't forget your place, or you'll end up like Lu Yi. Hand over whatever Meng Ruhui gave you." Qin Sang hurriedly took out the mustard seed pouch given to him by Meng Ruhui and handed it to Zhao Yan, finally dispelling Zhao Yan's suspicions. Although he managed to get through the situation, Qin Sang was now certain of one thing. Escaping from the Yuan Zhao sect was virtually impossible. Instead, he would only sink deeper into this quagmire. The demonic eye had been given to him by Zhao Yan. It was supposedly a task from the sect and had fused with his bloodline. If it moved more than a zhang away from his body, it would vanish in a thin air and automatically return to him. Zhao Yan had ordered him to go to an open area every night and activate the demonic eye, directing it toward the sky above Huiyang Valley to observe the changes in the valley's array. Once the eye had recorded all the transformations of the array, his task would be complete. After some time, Zhao Yan and Yuhua would check on his progress. The demonic eye had to be embedded in the Yin Luo banner, and only with the Yin Luo banner could it be activated. Qin Sang took out the Yin Luo banner that the Kuein sect had given him, which he had never used. Following the incantations Zhao Yan had taught him, he tried to merge the demonic eye with the Yin Luo banner, but he failed. He tried several more times, but each attempt resulted in the same outcome. There was no sign of fusion between the demonic eye and the Yin Luo banner. Qin Sang stared at the demonic eye, hesitation written in his gaze. After a long period of contemplation, he finally retrieved his own Yin Luo banner. With just one round of the incantation, the demonic eye flew toward the banner on its own. Instantly, black chi surged from the Yin Luo banner, roiling wildly. Once the black chi dissipated, the demonic eye had vanished, and in its place, a design of an eye appeared on the banner, making it look a little less sinister. Qin Sang quickly summoned King Yin to examine it. After confirming that it hadn't changed from its previous state, he was finally at ease. Grabbing the Yin Luo banner, Qin Sang left his cave dwelling. By now, night had fallen, and the sky was filled with twinkling stars. Qin Sang concealed his form and searched the valley for a long time before finding a spot with a broad view that was sufficiently hidden. He then raised the Yin Luo banner. As he channeled spiritual power into it, the Yin Luo banner began to sway without wind. The demonic eye on the banner came to life again, surfacing on the banner's surface. It blinked a few times and cast a strange smile as it swept over Qin Sang, emitting a cloud of black chi that cloaked his figure. Finally, the demonic eye widened, facing the easternmost part of the starry sky. The eye was filled with chaos, and strange lights flickered within. After less than an hour, Qin Sang's face turned pale, and he was drenched in sweat. His spiritual power was completely drained. Retrieving the demonic eye into his body, he returned to his cave dwelling, holding a soul pill in hand to meditate and cultivate. Throughout the night, Qin Sang activated the demonic eye twice. It remained fixed on the east, unmoving, as if trying to fully comprehend the changes in the array protecting Huiyang Valley, a task that clearly couldn't be accomplished in just a day or two. Qin Sang nodded to himself. At least for now, he was safe. He could also now guess that the Kuein sect was likely planning a major assault on the Yuan Zhao sect. The demonic "I wasn't just spying on the changes in Huiyang Valley's array." Its true target was likely the sect's protective array near the valley. Qin Sang had no idea why the two sects had become enemies, nor did he care. Kuain's sect had 3 golden core realm cultivators, while Yuanzhao sect only had 2. Yuanzhao sect's sole reliance was the legendary protective array established by 2 primordial infant elders, whom the sect's grandmaster had invited long ago. If the protective array were to fail, the Yuanzhao sect would undoubtedly fall to the Kuain sect. Should that happen, Qin Sang actually felt he might be safer. In a war between the two sects, the main battles would be fought by foundation building and core formation experts. Weaker cultivators like him, still in the Qi refining realm, would simply be swept along by the tide. Once the chaos ensued, no one would pay attention to him. As long as he stayed away from the battlefield's center, escaping in the midst of the turmoil shouldn't be too difficult. Moreover, with dual allegiances to both sects, he had ample room to maneuver and adapt as the situation unfolded. 12 days later, late at night, inside his cave dwelling, Qin Sang sat cross-legged on a water-hard bamboo mat, slowly exhaling. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open, a flash of light in his gaze, and a joyful expression appeared on his face. He then yawned and lay down on the floor, still fully clothed, falling into a deep sleep, tending to the herb garden, controlling the demonic eye, and refining the medicinal energy of the qi-gathering pill, all without a moment of rest for 12 days straight, had left him exhausted. While immortal cultivators could substitute meditation for sleep, deep down, he still felt the weariness. Now that he had finally refined the medicinal energy of the qi-gathering pill, and his cultivation level had smoothly advanced to the late 6th stage, Qin Sang naturally decided to indulge. He slept soundly, and when he awoke, he felt refreshed. Noticing that it was already daylight outside, he hurriedly left his cave, dwelling, and resumed his busy routine. After refining the qi-gathering pill's effects, Qin Sang took out the stone milk. Yang Yuanzong had already refined most of the impurities from the stone milk. It didn't take Qin Sang much effort to extract 5 drops of pure stone milk. After swallowing them and refining the substance, he easily advanced to the 7th stage, as if it were a natural progression. A few days passed like this. One day, Qin Sang sensed that the barrier at the entrance of the valley had been triggered. Upon opening it, he saw Meng Ruhui standing there with another senior brother who appeared just as elderly. The two were chatting and laughing, clearly very familiar with one another. Qin Sang straightened his robes and approached them with a broad smile. When Meng Ruhui saw Qin Sang, the smile on his face faded a bit. He pointed at Qin Sang and introduced him to the other person, senior brother Jiang. The garden in Huiyang Valley is now being tended by junior brother Qin Sang. This is senior brother Jiang, who works in a longevity hall and is highly skilled in alchemy, responsible for harvesting spiritual herbs. Junior brother Qin, take us to the garden. Huh. Have you already broken through to the 7th stage? Meng Ruhui was utterly surprised. He clearly remembered that a month ago, when Qin Sang had just arrived in the valley, his spiritual power fluctuations were still weak, as if he had just recently broken through to the 6th stage of the Qi refining realm. When Qin Sang flew over on his artifact, Meng Ruhui had felt something was off and quickly realized Qin Sang had advanced by an entire major realm. Greetings to senior brother Meng and senior brother Jiang. Qin Sang took the lead and spoke calmly. It was pure luck. During the Ascension Conference, I discovered an underground demonic beast nest in the 8 trigrams forbidden ground, where I found over a dozen drops of 100-year-old stone milk. After consuming it, I unexpectedly broke through. Upon hearing this, senior brother Jiang said enviously, 100-year-old stone milk is a divine medicine with long-lasting effects. After consuming it, the medicinal energy nourishes the meridians for up to a year or 2. I didn't expect junior brother Qin to have such fortune. At this rate, you might surpass us in cultivation within a few years. Hearing this, Qin Sang's heart stirred. No wonder he had felt his cultivation speed increasing slightly after his breakthrough. He had thought it was due to his higher stage, but it turned out to be the lingering effects of the stone milk. Qin Sang also understood that senior brother Jiang's latter words were just politeness. Both senior brother Jiang and Meng Ruhui had already reached the peak 13 stage of the qi refining realm. Since they couldn't break through the foundation building bottleneck, they had stagnated at that stage. For Qin Sang, it would take at least 10 years to catch up, barring any unexpected developments. Without delay, Qin Sang began asking senior brother Jiang for advice. It turned out that Meng Ruhui wasn't exaggerating. Senior brother Jiang was indeed highly knowledgeable in alchemy. After a few pointers, Qin Sang quickly gained a better understanding of the properties of 100-year-old stone milk and learned how to maximize its effects without wasting any of its medicinal energy. I didn't expect there to be 100-year-old stone milk in the 8 trigrams forbidden ground, senior brother Jiang remarked. It might be time to petition the sect leader to conduct a thorough search, but such spiritual herbs are rare and elusive. After confirming the location, senior brother Jiang lamented, "It's a pity you were too hasty, junior brother Qin. Consuming the stone milk directly wasted a good portion of its medicinal energy. With that much stone milk, if you had taken it to Longevity Hall for refining into pills, it might have helped you reach the late 7th stage." Qin Sang smiled calmly. Who can say whether I'd still get my share of the stone milk if I handed it over? Moreover, with his pitifully small number of spirit stones, he couldn't afford to hire someone to refine the pills. Considering the results he had now, he was already more than satisfied. As they walked and talked, Meng Ruhui remained silent, following behind them. Watching Qin Sang's back and thinking about his young age, Meng Ruhui couldn't help but feel a twinge of bitterness in his heart. A flash of jealousy appeared in his eyes, but he quickly shook his head and returned to his usual composure. When they arrived at the herb garden, senior brother Jiang, who had been enthusiastically offering guidance to Qin Sang, suddenly fell silent, his expression displeased. Qin Sang stood aside, offering an apologetic smile. After all, cultivation was the foundation of everything. Qin Sang had focused so much on his own cultivation that he hadn't had the energy to properly care for the herb garden. Sometimes he would just scatter some 9-spirit sand and leave it at that. Though the spiritual herbs in the garden weren't in dire straits, they still fell short of the standards required by Longevity Hall. Meng Ruhui frowned in thought and then spoke up. Senior brother Jiang, junior brother Qin just took over the responsibilities of Huiyang Valley and might not be familiar with everything yet. Besides, managing Huiyang Valley is indeed more demanding than other places. Perhaps we can give him a bit more time. Surprised by Meng Ruhui's willingness to help ease the situation, Qin Sang clasped his senior brother Jiang spoke calmly. Junior brother Qin, I can make an exception this time on account of junior brother Meng. This time, I will only deduct your monthly salary. However, if you fail to complete the task again, I will have no choice but to report it truthfully and let the sect handle your punishment according to the rules. Meng Ruhui added, Junior brother Qin, you must take care of yourself. As Qin Sang watched the 2 senior brothers leave, the look of shame on his face vanished without a trace. Finally, when the agreed time arrived, Qin Sang sensed the barrier at Huiyang Valley being triggered. He opened it and welcomed Zhao Yin inside. Junior brother Qin, here is your 9-spirit sand. Zhao Yin, holding up a mustard seed pouch, shouted as he approached. Once he stood before Qin Sang, he said in a deep voice, Let's talk inside. Immediately afterward, Yuhua appeared out of thin air and joined them inside as well. When Yuhua asked about Qin Sang's cultivation, Qin Sang answered the question by mentioning his qi-gathering pill. After inspecting Qin Sang's demonic eye, Yuhua nodded in satisfaction. Junior nephew Qin, you've been diligent, but you're still too slow. From now on, you must activate the demonic eye at least 3 times a day and master the array in Huiyang Valley as quickly as possible. Qin Sang stood there, hesitating as if he had something to say. Yuhua noticed this and asked curiously, Junior nephew Qin, is there something else? Feigning hesitation, Qin Sang embellished the events from 2 days ago and complained, I spent the entire night controlling the demonic eye. leaving me only the daytime to cultivate. I barely have any time to manage the herb garden. Could I trouble Senior Uncle Yu to say a few kind words to Senior Brother Jiang? Otherwise, I really won't be able to complete the task and might be expelled from the Yuanzhao sect. Zhao Yin snickered from the side. So what if you don't cultivate for a year or two? Do you really think you can? Yu Hua cleared his throat, cutting off Zhao Yin. Frowning, he said, "This is indeed a tricky situation. I can't interfere with matters in Cloud Valley too often." Qin Sang gazed at Yu Hua expectantly. Zhao Yin was clearly a hothead, but Yu Hua was an experienced hand in the martial world, which was why Qin Sang had waited until seeing him to make his request. Kuei-Yin's sect had gone to great lengths to get Qin Sang into Huiyang Valley. Until their objective was achieved, they certainly wouldn't harm him, nor would they allow him to be expelled. It was just as Qin Sang had predicted. After pondering for a moment, Yu Hua said, "Let's do it this way. I'll teach you a method to set up a spirit gathering array. Take these spirit stones and arrange them around the herb garden. This will greatly enhance the spiritual power there and aid the growth of the spiritual herbs. Though it won't be as effective as the 5-elemental cloud, it should be enough to help you complete your task. But, junior nephew Qin, be clever about it and make sure no one sees what you're doing." After they left Huiyang Valley, Zhao Yin, visibly displeased, scoffed, "Senior Uncle Yu, why let him use you? Just use the heart-devouring insect to teach him a lesson. Let's see if he dares to act out after that. Do you think I can't see through that boy's little schemes?" Yu Hua laughed it off, completely unconcerned. When you want someone to do something, threats alone aren't enough. You also need to offer enough temptation and make them do it willingly. Only then will they work quickly and perfectly. This applies even to people like Ruan Nanfeng and others. When you have the chance, ask them what difficulties they're facing. Compared to the grand plans of our holy sect, a few spirit stones are nothing. As long as we accomplish the sect's mission, do you think the sect leader would deny us our rewards? If you're still angry, once the mission is complete, you can take it out on him however you like. Do you really think he can escape our grasp? A Nigerian Ira O Epsilon. Zhao Yin lowered his head in thought before cupping his hands and saying, "I have learned my lesson, Senior Uncle Yu. The success of this plan is entirely thanks to your brilliant strategy. Once it's done, I'll be sure to speak highly of you to Uncle E and seek credit on your behalf." Yu Hua's eyes lit up. "Then I'll thank you in advance, junior nephew Zhao. By the way, I've managed to secure a task at the sect leaders' hall today, so I can now officially enter Yuanzhao Peak. As for the matters here, I'll leave them in your capable hands." Zhao Yin was overjoyed. "I wish you great success, Senior Uncle Yu." Qin Sang wasn't sure if the bewitching mirror counted as an array. If it didn't, then this spirit-gathering array was the first array he had learned. In reality, this was the most basic kind of spirit-gathering array. After some time, it would consume a batch of spirit stones. The herbs planted in the herb garden were very common in the world of immortal cultivation, not particularly valuable. Using a spirit-gathering array to cultivate them was definitely not worth the effort. However, since the spirit stones weren't his, Qin Sang didn't feel any need to be frugal. The only downside was that if someone discovered it, they would surely wonder, how could an entry-level disciple possess such? Fortunately, Qin Sang had no friends, and no one came to visit him. He only needed to dismantle the spirit-gathering array before Senior Brother Meng or Senior Brother Jiang came to collect the herbs. Each time, Qin Sang barely managed to meet the requirements, and neither senior brother gave him a hard time. Thus, things had been peaceful. Time passed unnoticed in the mountains, and just like that, more than a year went by. Late one night, Qin Sang was controlling the demonic eye, conducting his third probe of the Grand Array in Huiyang Valley. By now, the demonic eye's sight had turned westward. Based on Qin Sang's calculations, he would complete his task in another 3 or 4 months. Over the past year, Qin Sang had been confined to Huiyang Valley. He had only seen Yu Hua twice, both times through Zhao Yan's arrangements. Whenever Zhao Yan urged him, his tone grew increasingly anxious, giving Qin Sang a foreboding sense that when their mission was complete, a great upheaval would surely follow. Sensing that the spiritual power within him was nearly depleted, Qin Sang withdrew the demonic eye and returned to his cave dwelling. His cultivation level wasn't high, but the spiritual qi in the Yuanzhao sect was more than enough for him, so he didn't need to rely on the spirit-gathering array. Sitting cross-legged on his water-heart bamboo mat, Qin Sang examined himself with his inner vision. Thanks to the lingering effects of the 100-year-old stone milk, his cultivation had advanced rapidly over the past year. He was now only a step away from reaching the 8th stage. Today, he finally sensed the opportunity to break through. Qin Sang quickly took out the bewitching mirror and set it up at the entrance of the cave before settling into meditation. 10 days later, Qin Sang emerged from seclusion, feeling refreshed and energized. He was almost ready to shout to the heavens in triumph. His long period of arduous cultivation had finally paid off. He had successfully broken through. That day happened to be the scheduled time for herb gathering. Not long after Qin Sang dismantled the spirit-gathering array, Meng Ruhui and senior brother Jiang arrived together. When they discovered that Qin Sang had once again broken through, they were both shocked beyond belief. After collecting the herbs, they left in low spirits. Qin Sang respectfully saw them off, without displaying the slightest hint of pride. There was no benefit to offending them. At the end of the month, Zhao Yin arrived once again. Standing at the valley entrance, Zhao Yin spotted Qin Sang flying toward him on an artifact and was momentarily stunned. He couldn't help but exclaim, "You've broken through again?" Landing, Qin Sang greeted him with a bow. Congratulations to senior brother Zhao for breaking through to the 9th stage of the Qi refining realm. A hint of pride appeared on Zhao Yan's face, but he quickly restrained it, though he couldn't hide the envy in his eyes. "It's nothing compared to you, breaking through 2 stages in a single year." Qin Sang hurriedly replied, "I wouldn't dare. I only managed this thanks to the great favor of the sect leader who bestowed upon me a qi-gathering pill. When senior brother Zhao accomplishes great feats and returns to the sect leader surely won't be stingy with rewards. I, as your junior brother, can only look on in envy." Zhao Yin, indeed pleased, laughed heartily. He found Qin Sang much more agreeable than before, his eyes glinting with thoughts unknown. After seeing Zhao Yin off, Qin Sang stood in the empty valley, gazing at the sunset's afterglow, unmoving for a long time. Just earlier, Zhao Yin had sternly ordered him to complete the exploration of all changes in the Huiyang Valley Array within 2 months. This meant he only had a maximum of 2 months of peace. Fortunately, his practice of the Song family sword art had been uninterrupted, and a breakthrough was imminent. Once he comprehended the sword qi, it would become his most powerful asset. After standing for a while, Qin Sang suddenly took out the emerald wave sword from his mustard seed pouch, flew out to survey Huiyang Valley, and eventually arrived at the riverbank at the valley's bottom. He leapt into the river and began hacking at a hidden stone wall on the riverbed with his sword. Qin Sang planned to build a refuge at the river's bottom to escape the fiercest battle that would ensue after the array was broken. He didn't understand the various arrays used by immortal cultivators, but he could use mundane mechanisms, combined with the river's concealment, to hide the refuge. While in the blood-clad tower, he had studied countless manuals and learned several practical mechanisms. As long as a high-level cultivator didn't use their spiritual consciousness to search inch by inch, discovering the mechanisms would be quite difficult. Over the past 2 months, Qin Sang had repeatedly revised his plans and refined various details. Finally, he completed the construction of the refuge. When the array at the valley's entrance was suddenly triggered, Qin Sang flew out of his cave dwelling, his face contemplative. He didn't immediately open the array, but instead returned to his cave dwelling to set up the bewitching mirror, in case Zhao Yin was plotting against him. After setting up the bewitching mirror, Qin Sang casually opened the valley's array, only to find Yu Hua, whom he hadn't seen for a long time. A chill ran down his spine. If Yu Hua wanted to kill him, he had no means to resist. Qin Sang greets Senior Uncle Yu. Suppressing his unease, Qin Sang bowed to Yu Hua. Yu Hua nodded slightly and asked impatiently, Have you completed it? Qin Sang nodded. I have fulfilled the task. As soon as he summoned the demonic eye, Yu Hua immediately grabbed it and, after probing with his spiritual consciousness, exclaimed with immense joy, "Ha! Junior nephew Qin, you truly lived up to expectations." At that moment, Qin Sang felt the connection between the demonic eye and himself severed. While he was suddenly anxious, he also felt a sense of relief. Yu Hua put away the demonic eye and said to Qin Sang, "Leave a sound transmission talisman to mislead others. You don't need to stay in Huiyang Valley any longer." Our Nigerian Irish. Qin Sang was astonished. He was relieved that Yu Hua didn't turn hostile, but he had no intention of returning to the Queen sect. Though he didn't have deeply ingrained notions of good and evil, the Queen sect's threat had hung over him like a sword for the past year. His life had otherwise been quite peaceful. What he sought was simply to find a sect for immortal cultivation where he could practice peacefully rather than living in constant anxiety. For his own safety, he would rather be a rogue cultivator than return to the Queen sect. As this thought crossed his mind, Qin Sang worried. If we leave now, if senior brother Meng and the others come, it might not be long before they find out. Yu Hua sneered. The Yuanzhao sect is about to fall apart. What is there to hide? Qin Sang's heart grew cold. Following Yu Hua's instructions, he returned to his cave dwelling to put away the bewitching mirror. Before leaving, he glanced back at the carefully constructed refuge, his expression tinged with a hint of self-mockery. Yu Hua's cave dwelling was on the Muyang Peak. As Qin Sang followed him inside, he discovered 3 other people present. One of them was Ruan Nanfeng, who had entered the Yuanzhao sect with him. The other 2, a man and a woman, were unfamiliar faces, both wearing the attire of servant disciples. These 2 might have been secretly stationed there before him. The Kuain sect must have more operatives within the Yuanzhao sect. Why are there only 3 people? While Qin Sang was quietly pondering, he suddenly had a thought and discreetly used the qi perception technique. He discovered that the 3 people's cultivation levels were the same as his own, 8th stage of qi refining realm. Yu Huan nodded to the anxious Zhao Yan, whose gaze swept over Qin Sang and the others. He said in a deep voice, "Wu Luiwei and the others have already been secretly sent out of the Yuanzhao sect. The reason for keeping you here is because of your high cultivation levels. There is one more task that requires your assistance to help junior nephew Zhao. If you can complete this task, you will achieve remarkable merit and not only receive a foundation-building pill as a reward, but the sect leader has also promised to personally accept you as disciples." The 4 of them exchanged glances, clearly perplexed. Qin Sang was particularly stunned. He had worked so hard to cultivate, aiming to gain an edge in his escape, only to find himself ensnared in an even more dangerous vortex. The prospect of receiving a foundation-building pill and becoming a disciple of Golden Core Master was indeed tempting, but he needed to survive first. The Kuain sect had already grasped all the changes in the Yuanzhao sect's protective array. They only needed to launch a full-scale attack. A Golden Core Master could obliterate him with a mere thought. So what could he possibly do? Yu Hua, however, made no attempt to explain and instructed them to meditate in silence. The night passed without incident. The following night, Yu Hua suddenly departed. Zhao Yin threw a jade waste token to each of them, his tone icy. "Follow me closely. If anyone dares to speak or act out of line without my command, I will kill them on the spot." "Understood." Qin Sang and the others exchanged uneasy looks but dared not object. Zhao Yin gave a contemptuous smile, his lips moving slightly. Then, a series of horrific screams erupted from within the cave dwelling. Including Qin Sang, all 4 of them clutched their heads, rolling on the ground and wailing. This action was something Qin Sang had practiced countless times in private. Even though it was not as severe as it could be, it was still a convincing performance. The 4 stood up, their faces drained of color, swaying as they tried to compose themselves, their eyes filled with intense fear. Zhao Yin said coolly, "I just want you to understand that with a mere thought, I can control your lives. We are all from the same sect. Do not force me to resort to violence. As long as you obey my orders, you will be rewarded. Yes. The four of them put on the waist tokens and obediently followed Zhao Yin, flying toward the Yuanzhao Peak. This was the first time Qin Sang had been so close to Yuanzhao Peak. Nervous and apprehensive, Qin Sang followed behind. He had been confined to Huiyang Valley and had been blocked by Zhao Yin during his previous attempts to explore. This was his first time being so near Yuanzhao Peak. The sky was overcast with no stars or moon, and it was pitch black. The peak appeared as a massive shadow in the darkness, obscuring the summit. A few places on the mountain were lit with faint lights. Qin Sang recalled that the summit was where the supreme leader of the sect resided, while other areas were also restricted. At the foot of Yuanzhao Peak was a large lake, surrounded by 3 peaks in a protective formation. The sect leader's hall was situated atop one of these peaks, known as the sect leader peak. As they approached the sect leader peak, 2 streaks of light flew towards them, accompanied by a stern shout, "Who's there?" Zhao Yin immediately signaled for them to stop. The 2 streaks of light approached, revealing the figures of 2 young men. Upon seeing Zhao Yin, the expressions of the 2 men eased slightly. One of them asked, "Oh, it's junior brother Zhao. What brings you to the sect leader peak at this hour?" Zhao Yin bowed respectfully. "Greetings, senior brothers. Senior uncle, you sent word that there are some menial tasks at the sect leader's hall that require additional hands. I've been asked to bring a few junior brothers up the mountain, and we'll leave by dawn tomorrow." Menial tasks? The 2 men exchanged puzzled glances. However, upon seeing the jade waist tokens hanging from Qin Sang and the others, they did not probe further. Junior brother Zhao should be aware of the mountain's regulations. Be sure none of the junior brothers violate any rules, or we will have trouble explaining. Zhao Yin quickly assured them, "Rest assured, senior brothers. I will keep a close watch on them." The 2 men nodded and cleared the way. Zhao Yin led them to the base of the sect leader peak, and then walked up the stone steps leading to the summit. Instead of heading directly to the sect leader's hall, he took a side path, and Qin Sang and the others followed closely. Along the way, they encountered a few senior brothers. Zhao Yin had his excuses ready to deflect any questions, and eventually, the 5 of them arrived at a secluded wooden building. The building looked old and dilapidated, showing signs of neglect, but there was no hint of decay. The wooden building was located at the rear of the sect leader peak. From below, it provided a clear view of Yuanzhao Peak and the large lake at its base. Zhao Yin peeked outside and then closed the door. From his mustard seed pouch, he took out 4 small triangular flags and distributed one to each of the 4, saying, "These are cloud flags personally crafted by the sect leader. They are artifacts of the forbidden art 4-clouded divine seal. We need all 5 of us to jointly control them. Each of you will refine one now, as they will be needed shortly." Qin Sang took the triangular flag and noticed that each flag had different patterns. His flag was adorned with water blue cloud patterns. Holding it, he felt a surge of water-based vital energy, as if immersed in rivers and seas. Qin Sang was unfamiliar with the 4-clouded divine seal, but he knew that the reputation of forbidden artifacts was significant. It was said that skilled cultivators, based on their understanding of arrays, could craft unique artifacts to form a set of forbidden artifacts. By arranging these forbidden artifacts in specific positions, they could exert part of the array's power, consuming far less time than setting up an actual array. Qin Sang held the flag and, following Zhao Yan's instructions, probed into it with his spiritual consciousness. His vision shifted, revealing an endless water surface within the flag, with flashes of silver light in the water, as if countless lightning bolts were swimming within. As Qin Sang wondered about this, he suddenly saw a figure standing with his hands clasped behind his back on the water's surface. It was Eti, the sect leader of Queen's sect. Qin Sang was taken aback and hurriedly said, "Qin Sang pays respects to the sect leader." Eti remained silent and expressionless, standing there unmoving. Seeing this, Qin Sang gave a self-deprecating smile. It was unlikely for Eti to actually be here. He realized he was overreacting. However, since these forbidden artifacts were crafted personally by ET&I, could it be that he had left some of his power within them? Uncertain, Qin Sang followed Zhao Yan's instructions and began refining the flag. The other three did the same, and the wooden building fell into silence. Before long, all four flags exhibited unusual phenomena. Puffs of clouds emerged from the flags, with electric serpents darting through the clouds and faint thunder rumbling. Zhao Yan held up a transparent gem to absorb the lightning from the clouds, and the wooden building immediately returned to silence. Time passed quickly. Qin Sang and the others had completed refining the forbidden artifacts and sat in the wooden building, waiting in silence. They had not seen any sign of Yu Hua and did not know where he had gone. Under Zhao Yan's watchful eye, Qin Sang found no opportunity to prepare the ebony sword and had no choice but to endure. After an indeterminate period, the ground suddenly trembled. A thunderous roar echoed from the sect leader peak. "Who's there?" Zhao Yan's face lit up with joy. He quickly opened the wooden door, revealing a massive yin-yang symbol hovering above Yuanzhao Peak, slowly rotating in the night sky. It was the manifestation of Yuanzhao Sect's protective array. Above the symbol, endless black flames roiled, obscuring the sky and sun. A chilling wind howled, and ghostly shadows flickered within the infernal flames. The terrifying screams of the spirits made it seem as if a legion of evil spirits was assaulting the sect's protective array, advancing relentlessly. A sinister voice laughed derisively. "Old Ghost G, did you ever think this day would come when you ambushed me on the ancient immortal battlefield?" The combined cries of countless ghosts shook Yuanzhao Sect's mountains, and huge waves surged in the lake below. At that moment, a deafening bell rang from Yuanzhao Peak, reverberating through the heavens. The ringing of the bell signaled impending disaster for the sect. Whoosh! Whoosh! The Yuanzhao sect was thrown into chaos. Rays of light shot up from various locations within the inner sect, and the disciples looked up in panic at the terrifying scene above, unsure of what was happening. Zhao Yan closed the wooden door and said in a deep voice, "Form the array. Execute the evasion technique." Qin Sang's heart tightened. The four of them moved swiftly, each holding a flag and positioning themselves around Zhao Yan, front, back, left, and right. Zhao Yan held a precious jade in his hand. Following his command, Qin Sang and the others raised their flags, chanting incantations. Qin Sang felt as if the flag in his hand were a bottomless pit, greedily devouring his spiritual power. Fortunately, this did not last long. The four flags rustled as clouds of various colors burst forth, enveloping the five of them. From the outside, it appeared as though they had vanished from their original location. Zhao Yan whispered, "Move." The five of them silently left the wooden building and headed downhill. At the entrance to the Supreme Sect leader's cave dwelling on Yuanzhao Peak, the stone door was tightly shut. Xian Xingzi, the current sect leader of Yuanzhao Sect, paced anxiously outside the cave dwelling. He alternated between looking up at the sky and staring at the cave dwelling's door, clearly distressed. Rays of light streaked towards him from below, landing around Xian Xingzi. The arrivals were the heads of various halls. "Sect leader, the enemy's forces are immense, and the evil striking bell has already been rung. Has the Supreme Sect leader not emerged yet?" An old man with a red face asked urgently. Xian Xingzi's face showed a pained expression. He opened his mouth to speak, but the stone door suddenly opened, and a deep voice came from within. "Come in and speak." The group's faces brightened, and they entered in an orderly fashion. "We pay our respect to the Supreme Sect leader." Everyone bowed, and Xian Xingzi looked up, speaking urgently. "Master, the demon's attack came suddenly and without warning. I only managed to activate the Great Array. I still do not know the demon's origin. Outside is engulfed in demonic flames. Please, Master, make a decision." The Supreme Sect leader of Yuanzhao Sect, with white hair and beard yet a youthful face, kept his head slightly raised, staring intently at the sky. His gaze seemed to pierce through the cave dwelling to see beyond the array. I am aware. The enemy is that old demon E of Queen's sect, and 3 golden core realm demons from Queen's sect have arrived. 3 golden core cultivators. Everyone was shocked and alarmed, but then the Supreme Sect leader revealed even more startling news. I just contacted Junior Brother Goo. After his seclusion, he discovered that the 8 trigrams forbidden ground had been sealed off by a strange forbidden art. The art is mysterious and difficult to decipher, so it might be impossible to break through it in a short time to send reinforcements. Seeing the panic on everyone's faces, the Supreme Sect leader smiled and said, "There's no need to be afraid. The sect protective array, set up by 2 spiritual infant cultivators invited by the Patriarch, can't be breached by just a few core formation realm cultivators. Right now, ring the evil striking bell to gather all foundation building disciples on the mountain. Together, we'll operate the array to defend against the enemy. I've already sent messages requesting reinforcements. Once a few of our allies arrive, the crisis will naturally resolve itself." After Xian Qingzi and the others left the cave dwelling, filled with fear and anxiety, the smile on the Supreme Sect leader's face immediately disappeared. His expression became extremely grave as his figure gradually faded from the cave, dwelling, and reappeared above the sect's protective array. Demonic flames surged, and after the Supreme Sect leader of the Yuanzhao sect manifested, Yitinya's figure also emerged from the flames. Zhao Yin, with Qin Sang and 3 others, descended from Sect Leader Peak and dove straight into the lake. The ground continued to tremble without end. The silt at the bottom of the lake rose, and the water rippled, turning murky. Using the chaotic conditions at the bottom of the lake as cover, the 5 of them quickly dove deeper. Their visibility was limited to the filthy water around them. It was unclear how deep they had gone when a faint light suddenly appeared ahead. Zhao Yin immediately ordered them to slow down and quietly approach the light. When they finally reached it, they were met with an incredibly beautiful scene. A giant clam, the size of a house, lay quietly at the bottom of the lake, its massive shell wide open. Surrounding it, exotic flowers bloomed in full splendor, and aquatic plants swayed gently. The ground was covered in a layer of white sand, studded with countless gems, twinkling like an underwater immortal palace. It seemed as though an invisible barrier was present, keeping the rising silt from invading this space, maintaining its serene tranquility. Zhao Yin signaled for them to stop. The 5 of them stood motionless within the murky lake water, hidden by the 4-clouded divine seal. As Qin Sang gazed at the breathtaking scene before him, he was secretly astonished. He recalled Senior Brother Zhu's introduction to the forbidden areas within the Yuanzhao sect, but he had never heard of such a mysterious place existing beneath the lake. The enormous clam clearly wasn't an ordinary object. What was inside it that made Zhao Yin risk his life for this? Before Qin Sang could ponder further, 2 figures suddenly emerged from the clam, one tall and the other short, both foundation-building realm cultivators. After they appeared, all 5 of them, including Zhao Yin, tensed up. The 2 sides were so close. Would the 4-clouded divine seal really be able to hide their presence? While they were filled with anxiety, the 2 foundation-building cultivators stood outside the clam, looking up toward the surface. At that moment, Qin Sang and the others faintly heard the sound of bells ringing. They knew the evil striking bell of the Yuanzhao sect had been rung again. The evil striking bell rang 9 times in succession, causing the expressions of the 2 cultivators to shift slightly. The shorter cultivator spoke urgently. "Senior Brother Miao, the evil striking bell rang 9 times. It seems the enemy is strong. The sect is summoning all foundation-building cultivators to operate the array and defend against the enemy. What should we do?" Senior Brother Miao furrowed his brows slightly and hesitated before saying, "When the evil striking bell rings, all disciples must obey without exception or face punishment under the sect's rules. Since no one specifically informed us, we have no choice but to follow orders. However, Someone must stay behind to watch this place. Junior brother, you remain here while I go up and take a look. I'll explain the situation to the sect leader. He'll surely understand. After exchanging a few more words in low voices, Senior Brother Meow summoned his artifact, broke through the water's surface, and sped away. The shorter cultivator watched Senior Brother Meow's figure disappear, then returned to the clam, looking worried. Zhao Yin furrowed his brows and, after a moment of contemplation, ordered Qin Sang and the others to stay put. He then took out a large, ghostly banner from his mustard seed pouch. The banner was as tall as a person. At first, Qin Sang thought it was a large version of the Yan Luo banner, but upon closer inspection, he noticed it was quite different. The banner was etched with countless vicious and terrifying evil spirits, exuding an eerie and sinister aura. Oh, what surprised Qin Sang even more was that the ghostly banner wasn't just an artifact. It appeared to be an astra. Without reaching the core formation realm, one couldn't use an astra. Qin Sang had only been able to use the ebony sword because it was a fragment of an astra that had been reforged by a skilled artificer. Can Zhao Yin actually control an astra? Qin Sang couldn't help but feel relieved that he hadn't acted rashly. While operating the cloud flag, he carefully watched Zhao Yan's movements from the corner of his eye. He saw Zhao Yan holding a jade in one hand while gripping the banner tightly with the other. Pressing the jade close to the banner, he began chanting under his breath. Instantly, all the evil spirits depicted on the banner came to life, baring their fangs and claws, as though ready to tear through the banner and rush into the real world. Whoosh! A gust of eerie wind suddenly arose as countless ghostly mists poured out from the banner, accompanied by the evil spirits that surged past its boundaries. In an instant, Zhao Yin was engulfed by thick fog so dense that even the outline of his figure was obscured. A muffled grunt came from within the fog, and though Qin Sang couldn't see what was happening, it was clear that Zhao Yin had done something to subdue the unruly evil spirits as they gradually quieted down. Then, with a loud shout, Zhao Yin commanded, "Go!" The banner, now swarming with evil spirits, flew directly out of the four-clouded divine seal, heading straight for the clam. Its movements were so conspicuous that the short cultivator guarding the clam immediately noticed it. "Who's there?" The short cultivator flashed in front of the clam, and, upon seeing the banner flying toward him, cried out in shock, "Astra!" He clearly understood what the presence of an astra meant, and terror spread across his face. In a panic, he hurriedly summoned a golden orioki, an artifact, activating a layer of golden light to block the incoming attack. At the same time, a flying sword appeared in his palm, and he desperately poured spiritual power into it, preparing to send out a message. However, just as the banner reached him, the ghostly mist suddenly expanded several times over. The golden light from the orioki offered no resistance at all, as both it and the short cultivator were swallowed up by the mist. The banner planted itself firmly in the ground, surrounded by layers of ghostly mist. Countless evil spirits poured from the banner, quickly forming a ghostly domain. The short cultivator was trapped within, and soon there was no sound coming from him. Breathing heavily, Zhao Yin growled, "Let's go." As they moved past the edge of the ghostly mist, Qin Sang was still deeply shocked. Even a foundation-building cultivator can't escape the grip of the ghostly banner. How can I, with just a sword chi, possibly contend with Zhao Yin? Inside the clam, the space was small but protected by a water-repelling barrier. It was dry and refreshing, with only a simple arrangement of 2 water-heart bamboo meditation cushions. The most eye-catching feature, however, was a deep pit at the far end of the clam. A stone staircase descended into the depths, leading to a bottomless abyss. Urged on by Zhao Yin, they followed the stone steps downward and finally reached the bottom of the pit. Before them appeared a vast underground cavern, filled with an endless mass of gray-white mist. The sight of the gray-white mist alone made it clear that it was nothing to be trifled with. There could be dangerous arrays hidden within. Qin Sang and the others glanced at Zhao Yin, uncertain of what tricks he still had up his sleeve. 1. Oryoki is a set of nested bowls and other eating utensils for the personal use of Buddhist monks. Oryoki also refers to a meditative form of eating using these utensils that originated in Japan and emphasizes mindfulness awareness practice by abiding by a strict order of precise movements. This is the soul-devouring array of 3 calamities. It's said to have been created by a powerful cultivator, modeled after the heavenly tribulations. Not only does it recreate the 3 calamities, 1, but it also confuses the mind and induces the evil within. Even a golden core cultivator would struggle to escape if trapped by the array. Zhao Yin warned them, "You must fully activate the 4-clouded divine seal and call upon the power the sect leader left in the cloud flag for protection. Only then will we be safe. If we fall into the array, there's no chance of escape. Even if we don't die from the 3 calamities, we'll be trapped until our vital energy is exhausted and we perish. Once inside, we all share in success or failure. No one can afford to be careless." Upon hearing about the effects of the soul-devouring array, Qin Sang was alarmed. He wondered if his Jade Buddha could help him resist the evils within. Keeping a calm expression, he followed Zhao Yan's instructions, fully activating the cloud flag. The 5 of them took their positions, and the 4-colored clouds around them grew denser. Then, Qin Sang saw the sect leader's phantom rise from the cloud flag. With a single gesture, 4 streams of spiritual power shot from the cloud flag and struck the transparent jade in Zhao Yan's hand. The transparent jade radiated brilliantly, and as its light touched the surrounding shifting clouds, it immediately transformed into a solid protective barrier, enveloping the 5 of them. Once they entered the soul-devouring array, the scenery around them changed dramatically. Suddenly, there was thunder and lightning everywhere. They had entered a vast lightning swamp. Endless bolts of lightning raced above them, painting a doomsday-like scene that turned their faces pale. The terrifying thunderbolts were far beyond what ordinary cultivators could endure. Even Zhao Yin was somewhat shaken as he observed the dense lightning in the swamp, hesitating for a moment before shouting, "Let's go." As soon as they stepped into the lightning swamp, dozens of lightning serpents lunged at them. Startled, everyone panicked. Zhao Yin hurriedly raised the transparent jade, and the jade's light surged, revealing the phantom of sect leader Yi. The terrifying lightning dissolved as soon as it reached the sect leader's phantom. "Move quickly!" Overjoyed, Zhao Yin shouted as they advanced rapidly under the sect leader's protection. After passing through the lightning swamp, they were met with a sea of flames. Beyond the fire lay endless hurricanes, making it seem like there was no end to their journey. Qin Sang was inwardly alarmed. Even if the Jade Buddha could protect him from the evil within, it couldn't shield him from the terrifying 3 calamities. This might be his only chance to escape. Was he really resigned to his fate? Their progress was slow and treacherous, but after much effort, Zhao Yin finally revealed a look of joy. They had safely passed through the 3 calamities. The array returned to calm, and they found themselves surrounded by endless gray-white mist. Knowing that this mist could confuse their minds and trap them until death, a fate worse than dying under the 3 calamities, no one dared relax. They continued walking cautiously until the scenery ahead suddenly opened up. At last, they had emerged from the array. Immediately, gasps of amazement escaped from everyone's lips, including Qin Sang. They stared straight ahead, their eyes filled with astonishment. In the center of the vast underground cavern was a square pool of water. The water was perfectly still, with a light mist rising from its surface. Floating in the middle of the pool was a strange orchid. The orchid floated quietly on the water, its roots forming a tight bundle. Its petals were pristine white, while some of its leaves lay submerged and others floated on the surface, verdant and full of life. There were 7 petals in total, all a deep purple. They shimmered like amethyst, translucent and radiant. The orchid's form closely resembled a type of spiritual herb called snowy ink orchid that Qin Sang had once seen in Huiyang Valley. though the color was different. What was even more extraordinary was the orchid stamen, where a wisp of smoke floated above it. The smoke transformed into scenes of suns, moons, stars, mountains, rivers, mythical beasts, celestial herbs, carriages, and people. Within just a few breaths, countless vivid and lifelike images flashed across the orchid, as if a mysterious small world was hidden within it, revealing only a glimpse of its wonders to those outside. What kind of spiritual herb is this? Ruan Nanfeng asked in awe, mesmerized by the orchid. Qin Sang was also incredibly curious. Compared to this orchid, all the spiritual herbs in the Huiyang Valley herb garden paled in comparison. They seemed like mere weeds. Zhao Yin stared at the orchid with intense fervor, his breathing heavy and labored. He ignored Ruan Nanfeng's inquiry and made no attempt to explain anything to the others. Instead, he shouted urgently, "Form the array, channel the thunderbolt art." A trace of displeasure flashed across Ruan Nanfeng's face, but he dared not defy Zhao Yan's orders. The four of them quickly shifted positions, activating the clouds. The sound of thunder roared as lightning flickered within the swirling clouds released from the cloud flag, exuding a powerful aura of pure yang energy. Zhao Yan raised the transparent jade high into the air. The lightning immediately became restless, madly surging into the jade. In moments, the transparent jade was filled with thunderous energy, transforming it into a glowing lightning sphere, radiating a blinding light that was hard to look at directly. One couldn't help but worry that the jade might be torn apart by the violent lightning. Sensing the terrifying energy accumulating within the jade, Qin Sang and the others grew increasingly anxious. If the transparent jade were to explode here, none of them would survive. Zhao Yin suddenly rushed to the side of the pool, aimed the jade at it, and shouted, "Open!" Blinding arcs of lightning shot from the transparent jade as the sect leader's phantom pointed a finger, unleashing a massive bolt of electricity. Boom! Blinding silver light erupted. Qin Sang squinted, unable to see what was happening at the pool's edge. When the light finally dimmed, he noticed that a previously unseen barrier had appeared above the pool. The barrier was now being attacked by the four-clouded divine seal, yet remained intact. Zhao Yin roared, "Activate the four-clouded divine seal with all your might." The four dared not disobey and poured all their strength into the effort. Lightning bolts struck the barrier until it finally cracked open, revealing a faint fissure. Zhao Yin was ecstatic. In a flash, he appeared before the crack, staring intently at the mysterious orchid within the pool, laughing maniacally. However, the barrier began to slowly close. Zhao Yan's expression changed as he urgently commanded Qin Sang and the others to keep the four-clouded divine seal fully activated and continue using the jade to unleash divine lightning to prevent the fissure from closing. Then, Zhao Yan retrieved a jade box from his mustard seed pouch and sat cross-legged at the pool's edge. His hands radiated spiritual power, which transformed into a large hand that reached through the barrier and into the water, carefully grasping the orchid's roots. To everyone's surprise, the mysterious orchid seemed to possess a will of its own. As soon as Zhao Yin grabbed it, the orchid began to struggle violently, nearly slipping from his grasp. Zhao Yan's face flushed with anger as he glared at the orchid. He poured more spiritual power into his hand, barely managing to maintain his hold as he forcefully yanked the plant upward. The four behind him could only watch with envious eyes as Zhao Yin collected the spiritual herb. But they also understood that such a miraculous herb wouldn't remain in Zhao Yan's possession for long. It would inevitably end up in the hands of the Kuein sect's leader or some other Golden Core master. The attack on Yuanzhao sect was likely just a cover. The real objective had always been this spiritual herb. For a Golden Core cultivator to plot for years to steal it, the value of this mysterious orchid was beyond imagination. Who knew which legendary immortal herb it might be? 1. These catastrophes are described in various Buddhist sutras. There are 3 greater calamities of fire, water, and wind, which are said to destroy the world. While Zhao Yin had his back turned, Fully focused on collecting the mysterious orchid, Ruan Nanfeng discreetly cast a barrier and transmitted a voice message. Don't let anything show on your faces. Everyone, are you really willing to let Zhao Yin manipulate us as he pleases? The group exchanged glances. The only woman among them, with the surname Sin, asked skeptically, Junior brother Ruan, what do you mean by that? With the heart-devouring insects lurking in our primordial spirits, one thought, and we're dead. What choice do we have but to follow orders? Perhaps not much, but I'm not willing to just sit here and wait to die. Ruan Nanfeng sneered. That guy surnamed you claimed he safely escorted junior sister Wu and the others out of the Queen's sect, but I doubt it. Instead of going through the trouble of sending them away, killing them, and erasing the bodies would be a much easier way to cover things up. If we hadn't luckily broken through to the 8th stage, we would have been long dead by now. Senior Sisterson, do you really want to gamble on a demon's conscience? Senior Sisterson fell silent and turned to the quiet young man beside her. Senior brother Liu, do you feel the same? The young man surnamed Liu grunted softly and sighed. I've also begun to doubt what happened to our other sect members. Who knows how many souls have perished in the Een malevolent abyss? To the Kuain sect, a few more or less of us wouldn't matter. Once Zhao Yin takes the spiritual herb, he'll have to find a way to escape from Yuan Zhao sect. Do you really think he'd take us along as burdens and share his reward? As for the promises after success, we can all forget about them. But senior sister Sin still hesitated. Unless we can kill Zhao Yin instantly, the moment he has time to think, he'll awaken the heart-devouring insects in our primordial spirits, and we'll die just the same. Qin Sang, who had been silently observing, suddenly spoke up. I have an artifact called the Purple Soul Bell that can confuse Zhao Yan's mind. But since his cultivation is higher than mine, it will only trap him for less than 2 breaths of time. Qin Sang had long considered striking against Zhao Yin, but since Zhao Yin never left his side, he hadn't had the opportunity to prepare his bewitching mirror or ebony sword. As for secretly conspiring with Ruan Nanfeng and the others, Qin Sang had considered it, but ultimately gave up. First, there was never a chance to discuss anything without Zhao Yin noticing, as sending voice transmissions under his watch would certainly be detected. Second, they were still under the control of the heart-devouring insects, and Qin Sang wasn't sure they had the courage to resist. If they still harbored hope for the Queen's sect and exposed his plans, it would only make things worse. Now that they had taken the initiative, Qin Sang was naturally happy to cooperate. Ruan Nanfeng was delighted. As long as you give me the chance to use my golden crow hammer, 2 breaths of time will be enough. Senior brother Liu, senior sister Sin, surely you both have attack artifacts too? If the 3 of us strike at the same time, we can definitely kill Zhao Yin in an instant. Senior brother Liu's voice betrayed his excitement. My top-grade artifact is the soul-devouring spear, and senior sister Sin has a high-grade spiritual sword. Once we get out of the soul-devouring array of 3 calamities, junior brother Qin can immediately activate the Purple Soul Bell to prevent Zhao Yin from acting first. Finally convinced, senior sister Sin cast a cold glance at Zhao Yin, who was still busy extracting the orchid from the pool. Her voice turned icy. Then I'll join you in taking this gamble. In my opinion, there's no need to wait any longer. To prevent anything from going wrong, why not act now? Zhao Yin has exhausted his spiritual power to harvest the orchid. This is when he's weakest. We can ensure there are no mistakes. Senior brother Liu hurriedly interjected, we can't. The 4-clouded divine seal requires 5 people to control it. We still need him to get out of the soul-devouring array of 3 calamities, so we can't act just yet. Ruan Nanfeng grinned sinisterly, his eyes fixed on the orchid as Zhao Yin slowly pulled it out inch by inch. Senior brother Liu is right. We've been at the mercy of these demons for too long, constantly living in fear. We have to get something out of this. Let's wait until he finishes harvesting the orchid. After we kill him, we'll divide the orchid among us. Even if we can't use this immortal herb coveted by core formation cultivators, we can certainly exchange it for a few foundation-building pills. Yuanzhao sect still has 2 golden core elders in residence. Even if the sect protective array is breached, it won't be easy for them to wipe us out. Amid the chaos, we can escape far away. If any of you are willing to follow me, I know an elder who is about to reach the core formation stage. Once he returns from the ancient immortal battlefield, he'll definitely help us get rid of the heart-devouring insects. Hearing this, the eyes of both senior brother Liu and senior sister Tsun lit up with excitement. Qin Sang noticed the fervor in their eyes and silently vowed that after escaping, he wouldn't stick around with them. The 4 of them discussed the details further. Seeing that Zhao Yan was about to finish harvesting the orchid, they quickly fell silent, pretending as though nothing had happened. The mysterious orchid was tightly grasped by Zhao Yan. No matter how much it struggled, it couldn't break free. The moment its roots left the water, it suddenly stopped moving, and the misty illusion around its petals dissipated, turning it into a lifeless object. However, Zhao Yan was not the least bit disappointed. Instead, his face lit up with joy. Eagerly, he channeled more spiritual power and urged the remaining thunderous force within the transparent gem, releasing several bolts of divine lightning in quick succession. They split open a large fissure, and he grabbed the orchid in one swift motion. A with ring above Nuomacromby's section. Laughing maniacally, Zhao Yan held the mysterious orchid up before him, admiring it as if he were mad. But none of Qin Sang and the others could see that, despite Zhao Yan's back being turned to them, his eyes were not filled with madness. Instead, they were as cold as ice, and a strange smile curled at the corner of his lips. The next moment, screams echoed through the cave, followed by several muffled thuds. Zhao Yan waved his hand, and the 4 cloud flags shot back into his palm with a whooshing sound. He slowly turned around, his face brimming with pride. "Did you really think I didn't know what you were planning? I can control the 4-clouded divine seal on my own, if it weren't for the powerful barriers on it." But as he looked at the scene behind him, the smile on Zhao Yan's face froze. 1, 2, 3. There were only 3 corpses. Zhao Yan's expression changed drastically. "I have clearly awakened the heart-devouring insects, so how have only 3 people died? Where's the other one? Have the heart-devouring insects failed?" There was no time to ponder. Zhao Yan shouted fiercely, "Come out now." With a flash of light from the blue cloud flag, mist began to rise in the cave, filling it with swirling fog. Slowly, Qin Sang's silhouette emerged from within the mist. The falling cloud wings could hide his presence, but they couldn't make him disappear completely. Qin Sang hadn't anticipated that Zhao Yan's insistence on having them help activate the 4-clouded divine seal to break through the soul-devouring array of 3 calamities was all part of a ruse to divert their attention. His true goal was to use the combined power of the 4 to unleash the most powerful thunderbolt art from the 4-clouded divine seal and break the barrier on the mysterious orchid. Before storing the orchid in a jade box, Zhao Yan had immediately activated the heart-devouring insects, leaving one Nanfeng and the other 2 with no chance to resist as their primordial spirits were devoured, killing them instantly. At the same time, Zhao Yan forcibly reclaimed the cloud flags. Caught off guard, Qin Sang quickly hid himself. He knew that Zhao Yan had expended a significant amount of energy collecting the mysterious orchid, and to play it safe, without knowing if the Jade Buddha could protect him from the soul-devouring array of 3 calamities, he chose to attack rather than flee. Though his falling cloud wings had been easily broken, Qin Sang remained calm, a Guisha-in thunderbolt spell already forming in the palm of his hand. The moment his figure was revealed by the cloud flag, Qin Sang immediately shook the purple soul bell. Ring. The crisp sound of the bell echoed throughout the underground cavern. Qin Sang was about to seize the moment to gather in thunderbolt and strike Zhao Yan, aiming to snatch the 4-clouded divine seal, when an intense sense of unease suddenly arose within him. Frowning deeply, his gaze swept over Zhao Yan and finally fixed on his left hand. Zhao Yan held the jade box containing the mysterious orchid in his right hand, while a transparent gem floated in front of his chest. However, his left hand was stealthily reaching for his mustard seed pouch, and in the palm of his hand, a faint black bead could be seen. Qin Sang had never seen this unremarkable bead before, yet gave him an overwhelming sense of danger. The moment he saw it, his entire body broke out in goosebumps, and an indescribable fear surged from the depths of his soul, refusing to subside. Something's wrong. Shocked, Qin Sang didn't dare gamble with his life. Without any hesitation, he dispelled the Guishu Yin thunder spell, transforming into a violent gust of wind as he desperately fled toward the soul-devouring array of 3 calamities. Just then, Zhao Yin let out a furious roar, and something shot towards him with a whoosh. Qin Sang felt his scalp tingle with terror. With no regard for his own life, he frantically channeled his spiritual power to control the empty wind, rushing toward the array. As he was about to break through, he hastily summoned the artifact he had acquired in the 8 trigrams forbidden ground, a green silk canopy, and hurled it behind him. At the same time, he activated the ice silkworm armor on his body. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted behind him. Qin Sang's ears went deaf as a terrifying force struck his back with great force. The ice armor formed by the ice silkworm armor let out a brittle creak before shattering into pieces in an instant. The ice silkworm armor itself also broke apart, and the green silk canopy artifact was reduced to nothingness. Qin Sang was thrown by the immense force into the soul-devouring array of 3 calamities, his back torn and bloodied, with bones visible through the gaping wounds. The underground chamber shook violently, and brilliant white light lingered for a long time before Zhao Yin clutched the jade box containing the mysterious orchid tightly in his arms. Supporting himself with one hand, he almost toppled over from the force of the blast that had swept toward him, but he barely managed to steady himself. His face still bore traces of anger, and he glared viciously at the sudden crater that had appeared on the ground. The bodies of Ruan and Feng and the other 2 were reduced to dust, along with the surrounding debris. Zhao Yin spat fiercely, his voice hoarse as he cursed, wasted one of my profound Yin thunderbolts. Then, his face showed a deep sense of confusion. He couldn't understand why the heart-devouring insect, which had never failed him before, had been ineffective against Qin Sang. Summoning the cloud flag, he conjured a gust of wind, blowing away the rubble in the pit below, but there was nothing left. Even the mustard seed pouches of the others had been completely obliterated by the profound Yin thunderbolt. Zhao Yin made a mental note to ask the sect leader about it when he returned. Phew! Zhao Yin let out a long sigh of relief, then took a look at the jade box in his arms, letting out 2 hearty laughs. He carefully stored it in his mustard seed pouch before sitting down cross-legged to recover his spiritual power. The unexpected turn of events had caught Zhao Yin off guard. His greatest fear now was attracting the attention of the Yuanzhao sect's golden core cultivators. Against them, even with more profound Yin thunderbolts, his life would not be spared. It seemed, however, that the Yuanzhao sect cultivators were all tightly stuck with the experts from his own sect. Still uncertain about the situation outside, Zhao Yin decided it was best to leave this place as quickly as possible. The task given to him by the sect leader had been successfully completed, and he was sure to receive generous rewards upon his return. The breakthrough to the foundation-building realm was now within his grasp. Yingjiu, as Zhao Yin focused on circulating his cultivation art to restore his spiritual power. Inside the soul-devouring array, Qin Sang lay motionless on the ground. The injuries on his back were ghastly. If he had been a mere mortal, he would have already been dead. Suddenly, a faint groan escaped his lips. Qin Sang, clutching the ground with both hands, endured the excruciating pain in his back and struggled to sit up. The movement tugged at his wounds, causing him to gasp in pain. Qin Sang hurriedly retrieved several spirit pills from his mustard seed pouch. He had consulted senior Brother Meng in Cloud Valley and learned that the spirit pills obtained from the man wearing the straw hat were all healing medicines, though their effects varied. Some were of high quality, like water dew pills, while others were merely common medicines for mortals. Qin Sang didn't have the luxury of choice at the moment, so he grabbed 2 pills and swallowed them. A refreshing coolness immediately spread across his back, and some of the smaller wounds began to scab over, significantly alleviating the pain. The destruction of his 2 defensive artifacts hadn't been in vain, and Qin Sang couldn't help but feel secretly relieved. Recalling the perilous moments just now, Qin Sang was still filled with lingering fear and shock. What exactly was that bead? The shockwave from the explosion alone had destroyed both of his defensive artifacts and left him gravely injured. Luckily, he had reacted swiftly and fled with the empty wind when he sensed danger. Otherwise, he might have been vaporized like the green silk canopy. Without waiting for his wounds to fully stabilize, Qin Sang began to scan his surroundings to assess his current situation. The ground beneath him was cold, and the air around was filled with a gray-white mist. His visibility was extremely limited. He was now inside the soul-devouring array of 3 calamities, but his mind remained clear. There was no sign of mental confusion or demonic influences, indicating that the Jade Buddha was protecting his primordial spirit. However, Qin Sang was now worried he might be trapped inside the array. Without the 4-clouded divine seal, it was impossible for him, at his current cultivation, to pass through the trials of the 3 calamities ahead. If he wanted to escape, he would have to seize the 4-clouded divine seal, and his only reliable weapon was the ebony sword. With this in mind, Qin Sang could no longer focus on healing. Enduring the pain, he climbed to his feet and cautiously took a step back. The gray-white mist around him didn't change, and no danger appeared. He walked a few more steps, and the mist in front of him suddenly thinned. He immediately stopped, fearing Zhao Yin might spot him and hurl another bead. Activating the falling cloud wings to conceal his presence, Qin Sang silently approached the edge of the array, where he caught a blurred glimpse of Zhao Yin. Zhao Yin was sitting cross-legged, restoring his spiritual power. He clearly hadn't anticipated that Qin Sang was still alive and had left himself unprotected. Qin Sang quietly retreated back into the soul-devouring array, touched the wounds on his back, and felt that they were no longer life-threatening. Sitting down cross-legged on the ground, he summoned the ebony sword and then pulled out a middle-grade spirit stone from his mustard seed pouch, a treasure he had kept hidden for a long time. Grasping it with both hands, he took a deep breath and focused his mind. The ebony sword hovered in front of Qin Sang, its blade flickering with a faint black glow, appearing rather unremarkable. Qin Sang linked his spiritual consciousness to the spiritual sword, absorbing the spiritual power from the spirit stone at a frantic pace. As the spiritual power poured into his dantian, his previously stable chi suddenly became turbulent, and his meridians began to throb with agonizing pain. This middle-grade spirit stone truly lived up to its reputation. Qin Sang thought to himself, had this been a year ago, when he was still at the 6th stage of the chi refining realm, he doubted he could have withstood the strain. If he continued to absorb spiritual power at this rate, he might have killed himself through self-detonation before he could even deal with Zhao Yin. As time passed, the glow of the spirit stone grew dimmer, and at that moment, a trace of green sword chi appeared on the ebony sword, flickering at the tip of the blade and emitting a faint sword hum. The sword chi was an embodiment of the sword's material. The ebony sword had been refined from spiritual wood. Gradually, crack! With his spiritual power depleted, the spirit stone shattered into several pieces. Qin Sang suddenly opened his eyes, a flash of determination in his gaze, and commanded, "Go!" The ebony sword pointed towards the cavern. The blade trembled and instantly transformed into a streak of light, vanishing from Qin Sang's sight. The speed of this burst left him astounded. Next, Qin Sang activated the empty wind and flew out of the soul-devouring array, only to find Zhao Yin collapsed on the ground, unmoving. A pool of blood lay on the ground, bright red. Qin Sang further used the ebony sword to probe Zhao Yan's body, then flew over and lifted him up. Zhao Yan's eyes were wide open in shock, likely having just seen the ebony sword before being struck down. Phew. Qin Sang's tense nerves finally relaxed as he slumped to the ground, feeling the pain throughout his body and overwhelming exhaustion, wishing for nothing more than a good rest. But he couldn't afford to relax yet. The danger had not passed, and the current state of the battle outside remained unknown. Fortunately, the ebony sword had efficiently killed Zhao Yan without a deadlock, leaving Qin Sang with plenty of spiritual power still remaining from the Spirit Stone. Qin Sang grabbed Zhao Yan's mustard seed pouch and looked at the mysterious orchid securely placed in the jade box. He grinned, feeling that despite his suffering, it was worth it to take the orchid. If the Yuanzhao sect had been taken over by the Kuein sect, and he was unable to escape, he could claim to have encountered formidable enemies. With Zhao Yan dead, and him controlling the four-clouded divine seal, to flee, he might still find a chance. The possibility of the Kuein sect being counterattacked by the Yuanzhao sect seemed slim. However, he wasn't sure if this explanation would save his life. He would have to assess the situation and adapt accordingly once he was out. For now, his priority was survival. Qin Sang couldn't help but smile wryly. There was little he could do about it. Such immortal herbs were never meant for someone like him. Sensing the spiritual power within him slowly dissipating, Qin Sang dared not delay any longer. He seized the transparent jade from Zhao Yan's hand. The refining method he had learned previously could be applied to the jade. Qin Sang refined it and discovered that controlling all 5 forbidden artifacts was unnecessary. By using his spiritual consciousness to manipulate the jade, he could command the 4 cloud flags, making it possible for a Qi refining realm cultivator to use them alone. However, a single person could only wield a portion of the 4 clouded divine seal's power. A wave of pain surged from his dantian, but Qin Sang gritted his teeth, stood up, and raised the transparent jade. The 4 cloud flags flew up automatically, revolving around him. He snapped his fingers to incinerate Zhao Yan's corpse, making sure to erase any traces of his presence. He then stepped back into the soul-devouring array. To conserve spiritual power, he only activated the 4 clouded divine seal when he saw the calamity of wind. Manipulating forbidden artifacts alone was evidently much harder. Even with the power left by the sect leader, Qin Sang struggled and took several times longer to exit the soul-devouring array compared to his entry. Emerging from the clam, Qin Sang saw that the ghostly banner was still standing outside. He had no idea how the foundation-building cultivators inside were faring. Considering the time, not much had elapsed since he entered the cave, but the rapidly changing, perilous situation had left him feeling utterly exhausted. The Astra was right in front of him, but Qin Sang dared not claim it. If the foundation-building cultivators inside were still alive, he would be in trouble. If an opportunity arose amidst the chaos, he might have to abandon both the mysterious orchid and the 4 clouded divine seal. In the cloud flag, remnants of the sect leader's power still lingered. A golden core cultivator's divine might was inscrutable, making it hard to say whether some mysterious means would trace him. Qin Sang used the 4 clouded divine seal's evasion method, concealing his figure. Zhao Yan's ability to infiltrate here under the noses of high-level cultivators at Yuanzhao Peak demonstrated that the 4 clouded divine seal was far superior to the falling cloud wings. Suppressing his presence, Qin Sang swiftly swam toward the lake. As he neared the surface, he slowed his movements, carefully climbing onto the shore before quickly escaping from Sect Leader Peak, only daring to lift his head once he was a safe distance away. Qin Sang was shocked by the scene above him. Dozens of figures hovered above Yuanzhao Peak, forming a large formation. These individuals were all foundation-building cultivators, and it was unclear whether Yu Hua was among them. Among them stood a white-haired elder, holding up the sky with one hand. A massive yin-yang diagram slowly rotated, seemingly supported by him alone. Endless demonic flames blazed on the diagram, with evil spirits roaring and fierce impacts shaking the air. With his other hand, the elder grasped the ground, drawing streams of white qi from Yuanzhao Peak, flowing upwards like a giant whale drinking water, converging in the elder's palm. Qin Sang had heard that Yuanzhao Peak was a convergence point for the spirit veins of the mountains. Is the elder extracting spiritual power from these veins to sustain the array? But the protective array of the sect was covered in cracks, indicating the situation was dire. Qin Sang quietly climbed to a higher vantage point and saw that Yuanzhao's sect was in chaos. The disciples inside were like headless flies, with escaping lights darting everywhere and distant sounds of frantic shouting. After some thought, Qin Sang put away the four-clouded divine seal and used empty wind to fly toward his Huiyang Valley. Fortunately, Yu Hua did not appear. However, as Qin Sang passed Cloud Valley, he was intercepted by Meng Ruhui, who found the disciples from Cloud Valley standing outside the valley, looking worried. "Junior brother Qin, where have you been? I've been searching for you for ages," Meng Ruhui said urgently. Qin Sang had already prepared an excuse. He replied with a panicked tone, "I was in the lecture hall. After the sect encountered a change, senior uncle told us to find a place to hide, and only now did I dare to come out." "Senior brother Meng, what's the situation now? What is going to happen to us?" Meng Ruhui said, "A senior uncle just passed a message that the sect will gather the power of the array to fight the demonic sect to the death. The demonic sect doesn't have enough manpower to deal with our chi refining realm cultivators. So once the array opens, we'll disperse and wait." Before he could finish, a thunderous crash suddenly echoed. Everyone looked up in shock to see a massive crack appear along the edge of the protective array. A corner of the array had collapsed, with several mountains at the edge breaking apart, rocks flying, and demonic flames igniting on the mountains, causing the flames to surge wildly, threatening to incinerate everything. The disciples of Yuanzhao's sect screamed in terror. The protective array was broken. "Run!" Meng Ruhui summoned his flying needle artifact, calling out urgently. In an instant, countless escape lights lit up across Yuanzhao's sect, like thin fireflies in the night sky. The sect's disciples fled in all directions, each relying on their own methods. Qin Sang deliberately lagged behind, avoiding Meng Ruhui. Besides Meng Ruhui, he was unfamiliar with the other disciples from Cloud Valley, and they wouldn't pay him much attention. After escaping Yuanzhao sect with the crowd, Qin Sang left the group and flew southwest alone. He was most afraid of high-level cultivators from Kuein's sect ambushing him outside, so he remained vigilant. Just as he was about to relax after flying far from Yuanzhao's sect, he suddenly felt a fierce wind from behind, slamming him forcefully into. The night sky shone as bright as day. Qin Sang crawled out of a pile of mud, brushing off the tangled branches clinging to him and spitting out the blood and rotten leaves in his mouth. He twisted his head around, staring in shock at the direction of the Yuanzhao sect. A brilliant sun hung on the horizon, illuminating Yuanzhao Peak with crystal clarity. The entire mountain range was bathed in daylight. Mountains crumbled, and animals fled in panic. Several furious roars followed, filled with endless rage and despair. Then, dazzling light engulfed everything, and the earth shook continuously, making it impossible to see anything. Qin Sang tightly shut his eyes, his heart racing with fear. He had no idea what had happened there, but he could sense the terrifying energy radiating from that golden sun. As the light gradually dimmed and his vision returned, Qin Sang noticed that the towering Yuanzhao Peak had been cleaved in half, and several surrounding mountains had also mysteriously lost a portion of their height. This was the destructive power of a core formation realm cultivator. A chill of fear and awe arose in Qin Sang's heart. His expression subtly changed. Initially, he had planned to find a safe place to observe the situation. Previously, he hadn't been entirely opposed to the demonic path. He had no direct experience with the righteous and demonic factions clashing in the world of immortal cultivation, and didn't feel any deep-seated revulsion. Especially after hearing that young man in the 8 trigrams Forbidden Ground reveal the dark secrets behind the Ascension Conference, Qin Sang realized that even the so-called righteous path wasn't necessarily clean. He had only ever wanted to save his own life and extend it for as long as possible, which was why he was so determined to leave the Queen's sect. There was, after all, a difference between the righteous and demonic paths. The Yuanzhao sect at least used the Ascension Conference to lure rogue cultivators into the 8 trigrams forbidden ground to mask their true intentions, without sending their own disciples to die. But in the Kuein sect, even if sacrificing disciples' lives was required, sect leader he probably wouldn't hesitate for a moment. Just thinking about the countless souls lost in the malevolent abyss, which far outnumbered those in the 8 trigrams forbidden ground, sent chills down his spine. There's a saying, no cost too high. In the world of immortal cultivation, if a low-level chi refining realm cultivator didn't have anyone powerful backing them, they could easily become part of that cost in times of crisis. And in a demonic sect, they were even more likely to be the cost. Either someone like Liang Yin, who was close to Yu Wu and protected from trouble, or someone like Yu Wu himself, a foundation-building realm cultivator and a powerful force in his sect, could have a chance at keeping their lives. But unfortunately, he was just a small pawn struggling to survive day by day. However, as they say, times change. After obtaining the mysterious orchid, Qin Sang seemed to have gained another option. If the Kuein sect emerged victorious, no matter how valuable the mysterious orchid was, he wouldn't dare to keep it for himself, not when a core formation realm cultivator had set their eyes on it. Even if he fled for an entire day, the core formation cultivator could catch him with a flick of a finger. With a sweep of their spiritual consciousness, he would have no place to hide, and the heart-devouring insect attached to his primordial spirit was still there. They could probably track his location through the insect within a certain range. A-Beta section. With Zhao Yin dead and no one to testify against him, Qin Sang could offer the mysterious orchid to the sect leader as a great contribution. Such an extraordinary achievement might make obtaining a foundation-building pill no longer a distant dream. As long as he had a chance to break through to the foundation-building realm, it wouldn't matter if he had to follow the demonic path all the way to the end. But deep down, Qin Sang knew that this choice was no different from asking a tiger for its skin. However, it seemed that the Yuanzhao sect was not entirely powerless. After that sun exploded, a deathly silence had fallen over the Yuanzhao sect's direction. The demonic flames, the great array, the ghostly shadows, the cultivators, all of them had vanished without a trace. The night sky was eerily still. Suddenly, a heart-wrenching roar echoed from the distant sky. "Senior brother!" A fiery red streak of light shot toward the Yuanzhao sect with overwhelming momentum, like a meteor rushing across the heavens. In the blink of an eye, it arrived above the Yuanzhao sect, revealing the figure of a young man dressed in black. The youth stared in disbelief at the shattered remains of the Yuanzhao sect, his face filled with immense grief. At that moment, a thunderous explosion shook the air. The remaining half of Yuanzhao Peak collapsed with a deafening roar. From the dust and debris, over a dozen disheveled figures flew out. Upon seeing the young man standing in the sky, they cried out in joy, "Senior uncle, you finally arrived." Only Yu Hua seemed paralyzed with fear, his eyes vacant and lifeless. But when he met the icy gaze of the youth and took in the devastation of his sect, it was as if a bucket of cold water had been dumped over his head. Crack! The sky suddenly split open, revealing a narrow fissure. A wisp of black chi seeped through the crack. The youth snapped his head up, staring fixedly into the depths of the fissure, his eyes filling with a crazed hatred in an instant. Kill! The fiery red divine sword carried an overwhelming momentum capable of cutting through everything. Meanwhile, a thin strand of black chi frantically fled northward, not daring to pause for even a moment. Qin Sang watched this scene with a heart full of terror. Is this person who has arrived so suddenly the reinforcement of the Yuanzhao sect? Is it possible that, even after being besieged and having their array broken, the Yuanzhao sect has somehow turned the tide and emerged victorious in their moment of despair? This was far beyond Qin Sang's expectations. The divine sword chased the black chi into the distance, eventually disappearing beyond the horizon. Qin Sang's expression fluctuated wildly as he quickly made up his mind. He took out the four-clouded divine seal and discarded it. Holding the jade box in his hands, he hesitated for a long time, but in the end he couldn't suppress the greed that surged in his heart. A wry smile appeared on Qin Sang's face as he hurriedly searched through Zhao Yan's mustard seed pouch, taking out anything useful and leaving behind anything he didn't recognize. In the end, he found a familiar-looking bead. Overjoyed, Qin Sang remembered the bead's terrifying power all too well. Even if he faced a powerful foundation-building realm enemy, throwing out this bead would at least leave them scrambling, if not fatally wounded. Qin Sang gripped the bead tightly and activated the empty wind with all his strength. One thought consumed his mind: escape. The farther, the better. Suppressing his injuries with spiritual pills, Qin Sang dragged his wounded body through the wind, fleeing westward. After several days, he found a cave where he discarded Zhao Yan's mustard seed pouch and then changed direction, heading south. Whenever his spiritual power was depleted, he would find another cave to recover, then continue running. He survived on wild fruits and spring water, avoiding people at all costs. He had set his course toward the southwest. While he had been confined in Huiyang Valley at the Yuanzhao sect, Qin Sang had wanted to buy a geomantic map, too, of the immortal cultivation world, but never had the chance. He had only learned bits and pieces from listening to Yu Wu's lectures at the Kuan sect and from conversations with fellow disciples. But as Qi refining realm cultivators, their knowledge was limited. Their location was in the far northwestern corner of the continent, in a region known as the Small Cold Domain within the immortal cultivation world. It was said that the continent was vast, its edges encircled by boundless seas, but how far to the east and south it stretched, or how many great sects lay beyond, was something only spiritual infant realm cultivators might know. Even the western and northern borders, the closest to them, were rarely reached. To the far west of the Small Cold Domain lay the territory of the demon race, while the north was home to the ancient immortal battlefield. The ancient immortal battlefield was said to be unimaginably dangerous, but also filled with heaven-defying opportunities, with countless ancient immortal ruins and remains hidden within. Regarding the ancient immortal battlefield, Yu Wu had been tight-lipped, and the other Qi refining realm disciples knew little about it, only passing along rumors they had heard from others. Within the Small Cold Domain, there were three main forces. The western region was occupied by the demon race, the northeast was controlled by demonic sects, and Qin Sang was now fleeing toward the territory of the righteous sects. The Kuan sect and Yuanzhao sect happened to be located at the buffer zone between the righteous and demonic forces within the Small Cold Domain. Both had once been powerful with spiritual infant realm ancestors overseeing them, but had since declined. Yet, even in their weakened state, they still retained a certain degree of fame in the Small Cold Domain. 1. This is a Chinese saying which means to request others for something against their interests. 2. The Chinese geomantic map is a type of cartographic expression of a landform that portrays a place as geomantically auspicious or inauspicious. The robes issued by the Yuanzhao sect were completely destroyed in the underground cavern explosion, and Qin Sang hadn't had the time or mind to tidy himself up. After months of fleeing, he now resembled nothing less than a wild man. As the weather warmed, the population grew denser, and the towns along the way became more prosperous. Qin Sang felt it was about time. He changed into clean clothes and slipped into a small town to find out his current location. Zheng Kingdom. Qin Sang devoured a large meat bun at a bun shop, having just learned that he was now within the borders of Zheng Kingdom. The name felt vaguely familiar, and after a moment of thought, he recalled that Immortal Master Han had marked Zheng Kingdom on the geomantic map he had given him. After leaving the bun shop, Qin Sang found a quiet place and took out the geomantic map from his mustard seed pouch, silently thanking his good fortune. Indeed, Zheng Kingdom was marked on the map, situated on the far western edge. If he continued westward for a little longer, he would soon be beyond the map's scope. Zheng Kingdom lay southwest of the Yu mountain range, separated by a considerable distance. It was already within the territory of the righteous sects. In the southern part of Zheng Kingdom, there was a place called Nine Peak Mountain. Judging from the small portion shown on the map, although it couldn't compare to Yu Mountain, it was still a notable landmark in the area. After some thought, Qin Sang decided to head to Nine Peak Mountain. He planned to find a spiritually rich and secluded place to establish a cave dwelling, where he could first heal his old wounds. Then, he would try to find other immortal cultivators to gather information, before continuing south to escape deeper into the territory of the righteous sects. Qin Sang wasn't certain about what happened that night, but when he recalled the terrifying giant sun and the unexpected appearance of the Golden Core Master at the end, he felt that the Queen's sect might not have fared well. Over all this time, no one from the Queen's sect had come after him, which helped ease his long-standing anxiety. Nine Peak Mountain, Phoenix Peak. Once, Phoenix Peak had been the most beautiful of the 9 peaks, home to countless enchanting legends. From afar, Phoenix Peak resembled a divine phoenix spreading its wings, ready to take flight. Unfortunately, a mysterious earthquake later caused the collapse of the divine phoenix stone altar, destroying the landmark. Though the mountain was still called Nine Peak Mountain, Phoenix Peak gradually fell into obscurity, becoming an ordinary peak. Later, one day, Phoenix Peak became shrouded in a dense mist that never dissipated. Mortals who wandered into the mist would get lost, and, after wandering for half a day, would barely find their way out. Slowly, new legends began to emerge. Little did most people know that the once famous Phoenix Peak had now become a gathering place for immortal cultivators in the area surrounding Nine Peak Mountain. The ever-present mist was actually a simple barrier designed to keep out mortals. At the end of each 10-day cycle, the scattered cultivators and members of small immortal cultivation families around Nine Peak Mountain would gather here. Though the gatherings weren't large and couldn't compare to those held at immortal cultivation markets, the low-level cultivators who attended could still trade goods, share cultivation insights, and exchange bits of news. Today was the end of one such cycle, and early in the morning, several beams of light flew together toward Phoenix Peak. Gradually, more people began entering the mist. By the time daylight fully illuminated the sky, a woman in her 30s descended in front of Phoenix Peak. She smiled with delight at the young man beside her and said, "Taoist Qin, your cloud evasion is truly remarkable. It's far more discreet and faster than my water evasion technique. Thank you for teaching it to me." Qin Sang nodded with a smile. The woman accompanying him was named Li Yonyang. She was over 30 years old and had originally been an ordinary person from a small village outside Nine Peak Mountain. She had married at a young age, in her teens. Later, her husband, while chopping wood in the mountains, saved the life of an injured immortal cultivator. The cultivator was gravely wounded and on the verge of death. To repay the life-saving favor, he decided to teach them immortal cultivation arts before he died. Unfortunately, only Li Yonyang had a spiritual root, and it was a 4 spiritual root type. After years of cultivation, she had only reached the 3rd stage of the Qi refining realm. Despite obtaining the legacy of an immortal cultivator, Li Yonyang didn't leave her village to seek the path of immortality in the outside world, nor did she disdain her mortal husband. Instead, she continued to live an ordinary life, hiding her cultivation. Now, she had 3 children, and the family lived in harmony and happiness. Half a month ago, her husband suddenly fell gravely ill. In her desperation, Li Yonyang went to Phoenix Peak to seek medicine and happened to pass by Qin Sang's cave dwelling, where he stopped her. At the time, Qin Sang had found a secluded mountain stream at Nine Peak Mountain to establish his cave dwelling, where he had been in seclusion, healing his injuries. He had originally planned to reach out to the local rogue cultivators to gather information, and with Li Yonyang presenting herself, he was happy to befriend her. Upon hearing her troubles, he immediately gave her a spiritual pill, which cured her husband's illness. Grateful, Li Yonyang considered Qin Sang her family savior. When Qin Sang mentioned his desire to attend the Phoenix Peak gathering, she readily agreed to bring him along. She also informed him that the best time to gather information was at the end of the month. Before her master passed away, he had a close friend named Yu Lian, who was a disciple of the Yu family, a prominent immortal cultivation family near Nine Peak Mountain. Well-connected and sociable, Yu Lian enjoyed making friends and would often share news of the immortal cultivation world during gatherings at Phoenix Peak at the end of each month. Most of the nearby rogue cultivators' knowledge of the cultivation world came from Yu Lian's discussions. Qin Sang stayed at Li Yonyang's home and only set out on this day, the end of the month. While watching the harmonious and joyful life of Li Yonyang's family, Qin Sang couldn't fully agree with her choices, but he admired her steadfastness. Li Yonyang composed herself and said, "Taoist Qin, follow me. I'll introduce you to Senior Uncle Yu." The barrier at Phoenix Peak was ineffective against immortal cultivators. By using the Qi perception technique, one could easily see a path leading directly to the mountain summit. As Qin Sang followed Li Yonyang, he marveled at the unique scenery Phoenix Peak had to offer. Atop the remnants of the divine Phoenix stone altar sat a hollowed-out white rhino horn, a low-grade artifact that only served to gather water Qi. Positioned toward the stream below, water constantly flowed from the horn, trickling down in a soothing melody. The stream wound its way down the mountain, flanked by elegant pavilions and winding paths, creating an exceptionally refined atmosphere. Scattered throughout the pavilions were numerous immortal cultivators, gathered in small groups, conversing with one another. Li Yonyang greeted many of them as they ascended, clearly familiar with the local rogue cultivators around Nine Peak Mountain. Curious, everyone eyed Qin Sang, the newcomer, though no one asked any questions. Li Yonyang led Qin Sang all the way to the summit of Phoenix Peak, stopping in front of a bamboo pavilion where 7 people were seated around an elderly man with a goatee, who appeared to be about 70. They were drinking and chatting. Lately, in the immortal cultivation world, a few major events have taken place. The elderly man with the goatee took a sip of wine, his face slightly flushed with drunkenness. He raised his voice, clearly in high spirits, but as soon as he spotted Li Yonyang and Qin Sang, he warmly waved them over. "Yonyang, you're here. Come, have a seat and bring me 2 more pots of wine. Oh, and this Taoist is Senior Uncle Yu. This is Taoist Qin, Silang's savior," Li Yonyang introduced, explaining the situation. Qin Sang stepped forward and cupped his hands in greeting. Qin Sang greets Senior Yu. Yu Lian's drunken expression quickly faded, and he carefully sized up Qin Sang. Yonyang and Silang are truly fortunate to have met such a benevolent friend. "Please come in." After Qin Sang sat down, Yu Lian leaned forward slightly and said, "I heard from Yonyang earlier that Taoist Qin has something to ask. If there's anything I can help with, please feel free to speak. This matter isn't urgent." Qin Sang smiled. "I just heard Senior Yu mention some major events in the world of immortal cultivation, and I couldn't help but feel intrigued. I wouldn't dare interrupt everyone's gathering, so I'll listen to Senior Yu finish these secrets first." Hearing this, the others nodded repeatedly, with a few offering Qin Sang friendly smiles. Li Yonyang personally served several cups of wine, handing one to Qin Sang before sitting down beside him. Yu Lian took a sip of wine and praised, "Yonyang's skills have improved once again. Since Taoist Qin is also interested, I'll tell you all the details." The biggest event recently in the world of immortal cultivation happened just a few months ago, when the demonic Kain sect suddenly launched an invasion on the renowned righteous Yuan Zhao sect. During that time, several Golden Core masters fought in succession. The battle was so fierce that the sun and moon seemed to lose their light, and the very landscape changed. In the end, the Kain sect was completely wiped out. Qin Sang had been staring at the amber wine in his cup when he heard this and raised his head in shock. The others also erupted into chatter. "Old man, you're not pulling our leg, are you? How did the Kain sect invade the Yuan Zhao sect only to wipe themselves out? What happened to the Yuan Zhao sect? And what's the origin of this Kain sect?" Yu Yin chuckled. Patience, patience. Let me explain. To understand the reason behind this battle, we must first talk about the origins of both the Kuei sect and the Yuanzhao sect. I'm sure some of you have heard of them, but might not know the full story. Let's take the Yuanzhao sect, for instance. Although it's now in decline, several hundred years ago, its reputation was no less impressive than the current 8 major sects of the small cold domain. The Kuei sect, too, was once a rival capable of matching the Yuanzhao sect in strength. The founder of the Yuanzhao sect was none other than Grandmaster Yuanzhao, a spiritual infant realm. As for the Kuei sect, it was established by Grandmaster King, a spiritual infant realm demon. Both of these figures were powerhouses of their time, and their sects were founded around the same time. Even their names were passed down from their founding grandmasters. Isn't that quite the coincidence? What's more, the two sects were located near each other, resulting in a long-standing rivalry and animosity. Back in the day, Grandmaster Yuanzhao and several of his top disciples died unexpectedly on the ancient immortal battlefield. If it weren't for the intervention of the Wuji sect, Grandmaster Cain would have crushed Yuanzhao Peak by using his superior strength. It wasn't until the Kuei Grandmaster passed away that both sides finally ceased hostilities. Yet, it seems the Kuei sect never forgot the old grudge. They used the entire strength of their sect to launch a surprise attack on the Yuanzhao sect, only to end up destroying themselves. Yu Lian took another sip of wine, closed his eyes, and leisurely savored it. The crowd, who had been listening intently, immediately burst into outrage, cursing Yu Lian. "You old rascal, always leaving us hanging. That's right, it's too frustrating." Qin Sang also grew anxious as he listened, wishing he could pry open Yu Lian's head and see for himself. If the Kuei sect had truly been wiped out by the Yuanzhao sect, wouldn't he have nothing left to worry about? That mysterious orchid would be his. Yu Lian, however, looked rather smug and burst into hearty laughter. "Wouldn't it be far too boring if I didn't tease you all a little?" His words prompted another wave of complaints from the group, and only then did Yu Lian, still grinning, continue. "When word of this spread, even my family was discussing it. What's puzzling is why the Kuei sect dared to invade the Yuanzhao sect in the first place. Everyone knows the Yuanzhao sect's protective array isn't simple. It was arranged by Grandmaster Yuanzhao himself, with the help of 2 other spiritual infant realm friends, one of them even from the Yuanshan sect. A mere few golden core cultivators wouldn't be able to break it. But strangely enough, it seems the array really was breached. Breached? The crowd was astonished. If the protective array was broken, how did the Kuei sect end up being wiped out? Yu Lian shook his head. "There are so many rumors now, and since I wasn't there myself, I can't say what's true and what's not. But there's one piece of news that's likely credible, as it came from within the Wuji sect. It said that on that night, demonic flames engulfed the sky, and the Kuei sect attacked with overwhelming force, forcing the Yuanzhao sect's supreme sect leader to self-destruct his golden core. Along with the protective array and the sect's spiritual veins, the resulting explosion was so terrifying that one of the Kuei sect's golden core cultivators died on the spot, while the other 2 were gravely injured. As for the foundation building cultivators, their casualties were countless. If the situation hadn't been dire and irreversible, would that supreme sect leader have chosen to self-destruct his golden core? The crowd gasped. Self-destructed his golden core. Golden core cultivators were far beyond their reach, and they couldn't even imagine the horror of such a powerful figure detonating his own core. Qin Sang, too, was momentarily lost in thought. He had already suspected something like this when he witnessed the terrifying sight of that blazing sun on that night. Now that it was confirmed, the shock was even greater. He muttered to himself, "What ruthlessness!" The simultaneous destruction of the golden core, the protective array, and the spiritual veins of Yuanzhao Peak. That supreme sect leader was so decisive. Truly a ruthless person. Yu Lian remarked, his tone filled with admiration. That self-destruction seemed like mutual destruction, but in reality, it preserved the legacy of his sect and cut off his enemy's foundation. No wonder he was able to reach the golden core realm, and become the supreme sect leader. A young man nearby snorted coldly. That's only because he had a spiritual infant realm master. If I had the same cultivation resources, I'd be no worse than him. Yu Yin chuckled and nodded, steering the conversation back. The three golden core cultivators of the Kuei-yin sect clearly never expected the supreme sect leader of the Yuan Zhao sect to be so resolute. One of them died instantly, and the other two, gravely injured, fled in terror. They were pursued by another golden core master of the Yuan Zhao sect, who killed one more. The last survivor hid within the Kuei-yin sect and dared not show his face again. When the Wuji sect reinforcements arrived, they found the Kuei-yin sect in shambles, with its members scattered to the winds. It said that the surviving golden core demon escaped into the ancient immortal battlefield. The Yuan Zhao sect has since taken control of the Kuei-yin sect's territory, and the latter lost everything. Qin Sang suddenly asked, which golden core demon of the Kuei-yin sect survived? Yu Yin furrowed his brows. I'm not sure. The Wuji sect only reported that the leader of the Kuei-yin sect brought about his own destruction by committing too many evil deeds. It's likely that demon is already dead. The other two were not well known, so it's unclear which one survived by hiding. To think the old Kuei-yin demon was such a fearsome figure in his lifetime, and yet, in just a few short years, his sect has been utterly wiped out. It's hard to imagine what the Kuei-yin sect's leader was thinking. At over 500 years old and on the verge of dying, he suddenly stirred up all this chaos. Not only did he lose his own life, but he also destroyed his ancestors' legacy. Qin Sang lowered his head in deep thought. As long as one golden core master from the Kuei-yin sect remained alive, he might not be safe. With that in mind, Qin Sang decided to flatter Yu Yin. The secrets you've shared, Senior Uncle Yu, have been truly eye-opening. Earlier, when you mentioned the 8 major sects of the righteous path, I realized how ignorant I am. I'm unfamiliar with many of these sections. Could you briefly introduce them to me, so I can broaden my knowledge? The 8 righteous sects refer to the Cunyong sect, Tai Core sect, Wuji sect, Yuling sect, Shaohua Mountain, Shangyuan Tranquility Palace, Zuling sect, and Yuanshan sect. Each of these powerful sects had a spiritual infant grandmaster station within, earning them the collective title of the 8 sects. In the small cold domain, the names of these righteous sects were not immutable. If a sect's spiritual infant grandmaster passed away with no suitable successor, the sect would decline, and another sect would take its place, much like what happened with the Yuan Zhao sect. In fact, most of the immortal cultivation families in the small cold domain were dependent on these sects for survival. Yu Yin boasted endlessly, though his words were not much different from what Qin Sang had heard in the Kuei-yin sect. By the time Yu Yin finished speaking, the sky had already darkened, and everyone parted ways contentedly, bidding each other farewell. It was only then that Qin Sang brought up his request to Yu Yin. He wanted a geomantic map of the small cold domain's immortal cultivation world. He didn't care if the mortal kingdoms weren't marked, but the locations of the major sects had to be clear. Senior Yu, could you kindly point me in the right direction? Where nearby could I purchase such a geomantic map? I've been wandering aimlessly ever since I left home to explore the world like a headless fly. I wish to pay homage to the immortal sects, but without a map, it's been incredibly difficult. Yu Yin, of course, didn't believe Qin Sang's pretext of wanting to pay homage. He inwardly remarked that this was yet another person seeking immortality. This sort of thing was all too common. With a smile, Yu Yin replied, "You don't need to go elsewhere to buy a geomantic map of the small cold domain. My family has one. If you can wait a few days, I'll bring you a copy at the next gathering on Phoenix Peak." Qin Sang was overjoyed. "Thank you, Senior. Does your family require anything in return? I have a few spirit stones on me, or I could trade some artifacts instead." Perhaps Zhao Yin, fearing too much treasure might expose his identity, hadn't carried much with him. Nevertheless, the items Qin Sang scavenged from Zhao Yin's mustard seed pouch were all valuable. There were 3 middle-grade spirit stones, along with over 100 low-grade spirit stones. Furthermore, besides the mysterious orchid and the black beads, there were also 2 very practical artifacts. One was a high-grade artifact called the Sky Shuttle, which allowed flight through the air. Though its speed couldn't compare to the empty wind, it flew much higher and could automatically generate a protective shield against cold winds, allowing it to fly above the clouds. However, it was too conspicuous for immortal cultivators, so Qin Sang rarely used it. The other artifact was a teardrop-shaped item left behind after burning Zhao Yan's corpse. Called the Heavenly Star Tear, it was a top-grade artifact that could be refined into the body, and with just a thought, it would generate a protective divine light. Qin Sang couldn't help but feel a bit of fear in hindsight. If he hadn't caught Zhao Yan at the exact moment his spiritual power was exhausted, the ebony sword might not have been able to kill him in one strike. There were also a few spiritual pills, over a dozen spirit talismans with various functions, all of which Qin Sang had carefully stowed away. Buying a geomantic map was certainly within his means. But Yu Yan waved his hand dismissively. Yuanyang is my junior. You helped her without expecting anything in return and cured Silang's illness. How could I ask for your spirit stones? Consider this geomantic map a gift from me on Yuanyang's behalf. I'll gratefully accept your kindness, senior. 10 days later, Qin Sang received the geomantic map and bid farewell to Li Yuanyang and Yu Lian. He mounted the Sky Shuttle, soared into the white clouds, and headed due south toward the Yunsong marshlands. Nigerian Ira. Shaohua Mountain's sect entrance lay on the edge of the Yunsong marshlands at the southernmost tip of the small cold domain. Compared to Nine Peak Mountain, there was far less conflict in this area. Though it was safer, the path to immortality was also far more uncertain. Many wandering cultivators didn't even dare to hope for the foundation-building realm. Some cursed the heavens, while others, like Li Yuanyang, lived as ordinary mortals. Still, others abandoned their pursuit of immortal cultivation entirely, choosing instead to indulge in a life of debauchery. Qin Sang, however, had never given up. He would fight for his chance. His journey to Shaohua Mountain was an attempt to test his luck, to see if the sword will decree of the Song family's ancestors still remained. In truth, Qin Sang wasn't very confident. He had no idea what his chances were. Song Hua was an immortal cultivator, but his sister, Song Ying, had no spiritual root and was merely immortal. He had already been in this world for 11 years. 11 years might pass in the blink of an eye for an immortal cultivator, but for mortals, it was an entire decade of worldly change. Song Hua had died on the banks of the Chenshui River and had not returned for 11 years. At that time, Song Ying was just a 10-year-old girl. How had she managed to survive alone in an immortal cultivation market for 11 years? Could she have kept their family business going? Or worse, perhaps she had already perished. Still, Qin Sang decided to make the trip. It would be great if he could join Shaohua Mountain, but if not, settling down in a market near Shaohua Mountain would also make it easier to find malevolent Yin Qi and connect with higher-level cultivators. The soul pill he had saved from the Kuein sect would only support him up to the 9th stage. While returning to the Kuein sect was out of the question, that was not the only place where malevolent Yin Qi could be found. With malevolent Yin Qi, he wouldn't need to worry about his cultivation. As for obtaining a foundation-building pill, he could think of a way over time. Shaohua Mountain. Wenyuan Market. Qin Sang stood outside the market, filled with emotion. This was the third immortal cultivation market he had found. It had now been 2 years since he set off from Nine Peak Mountain. A month ago, he had arrived at the borders of the Yunsong marshlands and had been awestruck by the vast, boundless wetlands. It was then that he located Shaohua Mountain's sect entrance. Shaohua Mountain lay on the edge of the Yunsong marshlands, its sect entrance marked by dozens of sword-like peaks, exuding an air of sharpness reminiscent of sword cultivators. As Qin Sang traveled, he continued to cultivate. His cultivation had now reached the late 8th stage, but he was stuck at the bottleneck before the 9th stage, unable to break through no matter how anxious he was. However, with only a few soul pills remaining, Qin Sang had to make preparations soon. There were 4 well-known immortal cultivation markets near Shaohua Mountain, each of considerable size. Qin Sang had searched them one by one, starting with the closest, but had not yet found the Song family. Wenyu Market was the third one. By now, Qin Sang was well acquainted with the rules of these markets. Immortal cultivators only needed to pay some spirit stones to stay in the market for extended periods, and they could even purchase property in the immortal cultivation markets. Ordinary residences where mortals lived could easily be afforded by immortal cultivators, and with Xiaohua Mountain's backing, safety and credibility were guaranteed. However, in the immortal cultivation markets, houses rich in spiritual power and conducive to cultivation were extremely expensive. Though Qin Sang had ample savings, he would have to spend nearly everything to barely afford one. Blending inconspicuously into the crowd, Qin Sang began his inquiries in Wenyuan Market, following the usual process. Before long, he emerged from a shop, a hint of delight on his face. He had finally found what seemed to be the Song family's residence. Xiaohua Mountain had strict rules. Immortal cultivators were forbidden from showing off or humiliating mortals in the market. Though Qin Sang was eager, he could only walk slowly through the crowd, making his way from the market entrance to its deepest part. Compared to the bustling outer sections, this area was much quieter. Large, spacious courtyards, brimming with spiritual qi, indicated that this was an ideal place for a cave dwelling. Clearly, only immortal cultivators or their descendants lived in this area. Even the shops along the street were serene. Qin Sang stopped in front of a large mansion and saw the plaque above the gate bearing the name Li Residence. He couldn't help but frown. Turning his head, he noticed what appeared to be a refining shop across the street. His heart stirred, and he walked up.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.